Today is Tuesday. Oops. Today is today.
Disconnect your audio.
It's
Twilight zone.
we're all echoing. Today. Usually I just hit.
That's definitely not it. Here's the volume.
Broke everything here. It's got to be in here. It's still echoing. I hate technology.
Type in your password.
Does everyone else have their
No,
audio?
she had all these speakers on. See, it's still doing it.
It's got to be somebody's mic on one of these computers or this iPad.
We've been going through this for 2 years. I don't have my laptop set up today.
Do you want me to pause the Zoom? See if that. How about now?
It's still echoing.
I'm thinking it's not Patty's.
It's not me.
Confirm that the no audio
I
here.
don't have audio.
I don't have a computer right now, so.
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. What do you need to look over my shoulder?
I'll look at Greg. I'm not sure about it.
I have to put all mine back together.
Oh, so you're not even on Zoom.
So it's not you. Okay.
I think we may have told a lot of
This one looked like it had audio on.
Which one?
The
Oh, right, so it is Patty's. What's
I'm not saying anything and
How
it's
about now?
echoing.
okay? So it is this device.
But you usually just hit one of these and it goes to mute.
Right.
And then
So now, if we want to
join.
log back in, either you can click on that meeting ID, or I can go grab you.
It's not
or
letting me
email
get
it to
in.
you.
We're just going to start the meeting. I'm going to ignore this. So welcome everyone. Sorry for the computer glitch. I have no idea. It works one day and it doesn't work the next. I can't wait till we get rid of Zoom and everybody's in the same room, but I don't think that's ever going to happen. Today is Tuesday, March the 8th. It is a little after 10 in the morning. This is a Board of County Commissioners work session agenda meeting today. And first item on our agenda is we're doing interviews for the clerk and recorder interim position appointment. And first today, so the board knows, we're going to be interviewing three of the candidates, the three candidates. We'll give each candidate about 20 minutes. We'll have a little changeover time in between, and at the end of the interviews, we'll have a little bit of time for discussion. We also have an hour set for next Tuesday work session to have a broader discussion if we need to do so. So today, we will be starting with JP Straight. And JP, I'm going to give you a few minutes to introduce yourself and give us a little of your background, and then I'll ask the board for questions. So welcome. We're really happy to see you. We're pleased, and we appreciate your taking the time to apply for this interim position.
Well, first of all, let me say thank you for having me today. It's very exciting to sit before you and discuss a possible future with the county. I moved here in 1999 from Dallas, Texas, left my father's construction company, so I have extensive background in construction. Over the last 23 years, I've participated in many nonprofits and different organizations, and that I've been very, very happy to be a part of and blessed to be asked to fulfill those positions. This is an exciting chance for me to kind of throw my hat in the arena and be a part of, government in a community that I love and enjoy, and I've raised my children here. and I'm just very excited to be here today. I'm a firm believer in being a part of where you live, and really being given the opportunity to participate to further our community's needs, and really just have the opportunity to be more vested in our community. I've been trying for many years to stay in tune with what's going on, and just this seemed like a wonderful opportunity if everything is in line and aligned. So I guess from there, I would just like to do my best and do my part to really see if this is something that might work out for everyone.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to bring it to the board. See if the board would like to start with questions. Who would like to begin? Greg, please.
Sure. Yeah, JP, thanks for coming in. I've never met you. I've read about you and heard about you in the community because you've been doing really important work, in my opinion, with the deconstruction, and the green building has been pretty impressive, and it's great to see you take that on and attack that. So my question is, this would be a pretty big shift from that important work. So I guess the question is, what attracted you to this job?
Well, I think it really falls. I feel really aligned with the qualifications of this position. Running a successful business over the years has taught me many things about leadership, and just really being in there and being able to use my background and the understanding of how a business or a group or an organization is run. I just feel really in tune with that, and I really think that government regulations and responsibility is another thing I'm really in line with. All these years working kind of with the Pickens County Solid Waste Center and understanding what our needs are as a community, and just working very hard to try to meet some of those goals, and little by little, getting more in tune so that we can meet future needs for the community as far as C&D waste or construction or recycling or reducing our carbon footprint. So I really dove into that many years ago, around 2007, and I feel like there's just so many things that I could be a part of with this new position. I mean, Janice left quite the legacy, so I don't know her on a personal basis, but I've seen what she's done and what she's worked so hard to accomplish, and I just think it would be a really good fit to maybe carry that on and take on that torch and kind of carry that and see if I can gel with the staff and understand the technologies and move forward and see if I can be a part of the community in a sense that making the improved accessibility, documentation, user-friendly, like just really listening to our community and making sure that the information is correctly collected and then easily accessible. So I just feel like maybe the two lives that I lead with my business and my background, maybe they really mesh. So that's why I'm here today.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Kelly or Steve?
So JP, thank you for applying for this very important position.
Yes, sir.
Could you describe what your understanding of what the clerk and recorder does on a
Sure.
daily basis?
Sure. I think the daily responsibilities, along with the team, I believe that whether it's the motor vehicle department or the marriage licensing or the elections, I think it encompasses so much that involves our community. I think the ability to really understand the community and be a vessel to make sure that we're understanding the needs of the community and our staff to provide better information or easily accessible data that we kind of, under basically that we have sorry, I'm kind of mumbling here. I'm nervous. I think it's the ability to show absolute transparency in our community and government, and to be able to provide that and do that for the community. I think you have to really understand all the different organizational parts, if you will, about what the Pitkin County Clerk and Recorder is responsible for, but also being a part of this team and understanding the loyalty that it takes and the accountability and the reliability of the service that we provide. The day-to-day tasks, I'm not really exactly familiar with what those day-to-day tasks are, but I look to the staff to provide that detailed information so I can move, in the right direction and keep those things moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly.
All right. Hi, JP. Nice to meet you. Thanks
Hi.
for applying. Thanks. Sorry. You may not know, I was the election manager before I became a commissioner, so I'm not going to sugarcoat some of the, I think, stressors or high-profile nature of that effort. And I wonder, can you tell us about what the most stressful work project you've worked on in your career and how you've handled that?
Sure. I think in 2006, when we started construction at the door hosier at the Aspen Institute, it was new to me, even though I had a background in structural building and building commercial and residential. There was a need for someone to step up and kind of play the liaison between the Aspen Institute and the construction company that built door hosier. We had a lot of, high-profile donors and a lot of decisions to make, and a lot of people's decisions that we had to be accountable for. So at the same time, it wasn't just one project; it was many projects, and we had another high-profile client that wanted the Meadows Health Resort remodeled at the same time. So I feel like that was the one time where I really learned so much about myself, and it was mostly due to the empowerment by my direct, people that I worked for directly. And I learned more about myself, and it turns out that I function in a better capacity at a high level of interaction, and if you will call it stress, I don't know if that's what the right word is, but I just found that I was able to keep my cool and really focus on the overall broad, the picture of it, but not micromanaging to a point where I was so tied up that I couldn't perform the overall duty. But I learned a lot about myself, and most of that came from empowerment from my superiors. But as far as the most stressful project, I think those timelines and the capital and the budget, I just learned so much about it, but it was stressful in the beginning until I understand how to gel with the employees and everybody involved. When I overcame that, then I felt very comfortable in my own, place there. And I think that really canceled out a lot of my stresses about large projects. I really, ever since then, I really felt empowered. Once we completed that, I was basically asked if I wanted to stay at the Aspen Institute as a facilities director or move on and do something because capital projects were coming to an end. Mm-hmm. And that's really where I started straight consulting. I started really diving into what construction is going on in our valley. That's what led me to see that construction really wasn't what I wanted to do. It was the deconstruction and the understanding of these materials that we're using to build, how we could actually do the opposite and unbuild to not have to produce more materials. And so those stresses led me maybe to take a back seat to the actual construction. So it was a really good thing for me because I started understanding the opposite side of the waste. And so the stress for me actually is a very good builder for me to move and try to implement new plans and find solutions to current and very specific needs. So I don't know, stressful. I've never really been stressed about anything other than raising my children correctly. That's the most stress I've ever had in my life. No, I think my personality is so that when I have a lot going on, I seem to function at a higher capacity. When I sit idle and I'm sitting around and I see that there's more to do, I just feel like I'm not working to my full potential. So as far as stress, I think maybe the door hosier might have been the most stressful project ever. It was accomplished on budget and in the timeline. It went a little over, but we were able to complete the project. And,
Can I dig into that a little bit more? Because, some of the work is very deadline driven, and sometimes the intensity of those deadlines can really ramp up. And so how do you fit 40 hours of a work week into a single day?
Well, that's the beauty of working with others, empowering them like I had been empowered to take on those tasks. So it's a team effort, no one can do everything. We like to think we can, but just working with the team to the point where everybody, giving correct information to your team and making it, no one likes to do all the guesswork. It's very hard if everybody's guessing all the time, but laying out a really well-defined outline and responsibilities and sticking with those and making sure that everybody involved with the project understands their responsibility for that specific thing. And then, you have to be able to be accountable for the success, but you also have to be accountable for the shortfalls. But when you work together and you empower those people, and you really understand what our end goal is, I think that's how you get it done.
So I'm going to kind of carry on with what Kelly said as far as stress. This position is very public. You're in the public viewplane a lot, especially during election time. There's a lot of pressure from not just the members of the public, but the press. So I don't know what your experience in the past with is dealing with the press, but it can create stressful situations. Have you had any experience really being...
And speak about the building and how it works and how it interacts with the people and the capacity of the building and all of its functions. But with Habitat for Humanity, Scott Gilbert hired me as a construction manager, I think 2009-10, to come on board with his team and design and build the very first net zero homes. And that actually took place in Garfield County. And so we had quite a bit of press and newspaper and interviews. So I feel comfortable. It's not something that I would shy away from. I mean, you can't really just go to a Toastmasters class and learn how to talk in front of people. It takes time. But I think you develop once you really are an expert in your field, if you will. I think it's very easy to talk about and to really explain very clearly. So, today is an exciting day for me. It's been,
Because you are in the public eye right now. So, any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have more.
Chief,
Well,
and
I
then
have
Kay.
a question about elections. As the chief election official for Pitkin County, how will you ensure the integrity of the Pickens County's elections?
Well, what I can do to ensure the integrity, is just make sure that we're as transparent as possible, and to make sure that the reliability is there, and that the absolutely open and transparent about everything that we're doing and working as a team, and how everything's overseen. I surely don't know everything at this point, but I will look to the current staff for more information, more details, but to ensure the public that we are 100% doing the right thing always, and really showing the effectiveness and the efficiency of our processes.
I have a
Kelly,
follow-up to
please,
that. It's a tough time to be elections official in our country, unfortunately, and I hope we never see it here, but I think it's possible that you might run into folks who might try to undermine your credibility or the credibility of the office and the election. How would you deal with that?
Well, I'm very non-biased in many ways. I feel that there's a process to everything. I'm not easily swayed by anyone. I take in account all information provided to me. I'm more loyal to the overall goal of the collection of ballots, or I'm more overall to the process of the function, not so much the turnout of the processes of the function. So I'm actually a really good candidate for that position, because it's kind of interesting how I've been able to maneuver myself through all these different nonprofits and different organizations that I've been a part of, and stand to the point where we stand for something. We have an end goal. We also, understand that everybody has a right to their opinion, but at the same time, like, providing, a very, reliable process.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, do you have any final before I let?
Nope.
Okay. Is there any questions you might have for us?
Well, I'm very, it's an honor to just sit here and have this meeting. I have many questions. I want to make sure I value your time, and I think it's something that I need to take time to formulate those questions properly. Now, seeing your faces in person, and I've seen these faces a lot, but I think it would take more time for me to actually structure those questions correctly so that I get the right information that I need. But at this time right now, I would just want you to know that it'd be an honor if it was a possibility for me to step up and be a part of the community and perform a civic duty,
Thank you.
Yeah,
We
thank you.
really do appreciate your taking the time.
Thank you.
This is, I'm sure this is a very daunting effort on your part, coming before the board and looking at, an interim position as the clerk and recorder. We take great pride in what that office does because of their public face and because of the statutory requirements of that office. And with the election coming up, as Kelly said, elections are being challenged around the country, and county clerks are being challenged, so you're a brave soul, and we thank it. And I just want the board to know that turns out JP worked with Tommy at the Dorhosier when they built that beautiful environmentally sound building, but we didn't know each other then. I was just reading his resume and went, I bet he worked with Tommy back then. So we do appreciate your coming. The board is, as I said, we'll have some time today to look at, maybe discuss these interviews, and then again on next Tuesday. So as soon as we make a decision, we will be getting back to you.
Thank you
It was
very
really
much.
nice to see you
Thanks for
today.
coming.
Thank you
just
so much.
mention about Francine.
Thank you.
I will.
Well,
Yeah.
just so JP knows.
Oh, yeah, and Francie Jacoba recused herself. Sorry, I got off to a little rough start here. That was my opening remark. Technology got the best of me. I apologize. Francie did recuse herself because our next candidate is a relative, daughter-in-law of Francie. So that's why Francie's not here with us today.
Understand.
So, okay, thank you. Thanks
Thank
very
you
much.
so
Thanks,
much.
Kelly.
Thanks,
All
JD.
right.
Thank you.
Nice
Good to meet you.
Thank you. Good to meet
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a few minutes just here for changeover time. I'm good. I don't need my iPad. We'll work on it over lunch.
Send you that link whenever you're,
Yep.
look at it after lunch.
We'll do it, yeah, for the next meeting. We're good.
I'm just gonna run and get some water.
Okay, Kelly's just gonna get us some water. Anybody else need to leave?
Maybe I'll do
And
that.
Robin, so I don't know if I've met you, but you wanna come forward and we'll let you take the seat over there?
Right here.
Thank you so much.
Everybody leaves the room. We're
good way
gonna
to
do
start.
it quick. Okay, just
You
you,
take a
just you and me. Just you and me. We'll just carry on, the two of us.
Perfect.
So, I guess we're gonna take 5 grassroots. Sorry, I thought it was just gonna be a changeover, not a total evacuation of the room. I never know what's gonna happen.
John, nice.
Welcome back. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022. We are conducting our interviews for the interim appointment to the clerk and recorder's position. And before us today is Robin Jacober. Robin, welcome. We are so happy to see you. And I'll just add another note so the public knows is that Robin's mother-in-law is Francie Jacober, our fellow commissioner, so she is stepped out of these interviews in this process. So welcome again.
Thank you.
I'll give you a few minutes to introduce yourself, and then we'll go to the board's questions.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for allowing me to be here to sort of share with you about who I am and why I would be good for the county commissioner or county clerk and recorder position. Not running for a fancy seat, I promise. I'm going to spend a little bit about talking about my history in coming to Colorado and how I've ended up in this seat before you. So I first started coming to Colorado in my college years. I came to visit my friends and met my future husband at the time. Fell in love with Colorado, fell in love with Aspen and the Roaring Fork Valley. The first position job that I had in the Valley was as swim instructor and manager of the pool at the Maroon Creek Club. So that was sort of my introduction to the Valley. I also was fortunate to participate and be an instructor in wilderness, a company called Colorado Wilderness Explorations, where we took students out and taught them hiking, biking, backpacking, all that good stuff. My senior year of college, I was given the opportunity to do an internship with the United States Olympic Committee. So I moved to Colorado Springs and sort of started some roots in Colorado that last semester of my college year, living at the training center, getting to hang out with the athletes and doing an internship with the U.S. Olympic Committee. After graduating from my undergraduate, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I did like Colorado, of course, but I kind of wanted to explore a little bit and had an opportunity to go coach in South Africa. So I spent nearly a year abroad coaching in Africa and learned at that point that I really wanted to become a teacher. So I came back to graduate school at CU, where I received my first master's degree in education and my teaching certificate. After that, I moved to the Valley, moved to Carbondale, and started teaching in BOCC, where I started my 19-year run as a public school teacher. During that time, I served on several leadership positions. I was part of Building Leadership Committee, Superintendent Advisory Council. Also, I wrote and received a 3-year grant from the Colorado League of Charter Schools to improve health, wellness, mental health, physical health, and nutrition health at the Carbondale Community School. While teaching full-time and starting to raise my family, I decided to go back to school for my second degree in educational leadership. So I finished that through UCCS out of Colorado Springs, which was at the time, a program that was it was called a blended program, where part of the classes were online, part of the classes were through the Roaring Fork School District. 6 years ago, we decided to move our family to the Front Range. So my son, who was at the time an 8th grader, was very seriously involved in the sport of hockey. Hockey is huge in Aspen, but if you want to play college hockey or move on past that, really it can't happen from here. So instead of asking our son to go live with strangers, we made the difficult decision to leave the Valley and move to the Front Range for his opportunity for hockey. It was while on the Front Range in 2016 that I opened my first driving school, while I was teaching also. So while on the Front Range, he had the opportunity to continue his career as a hockey player, and I established not one but 3 driving school locations while also teaching. He graduated last year from high school, My daughter, I also have a daughter who does not play hockey. She wanted to come back to the Valley and go to CRMS. So that was a great point for us to be able to reintroduce ourselves into the Roaring Fork Valley. So last March, my husband and I, we moved back to Carbondale with our daughter, who is attending CRMS. Also last year, I made the difficult decision to leave education. And so after 19 years, I'm looking for something new and different, but in a way that is both helpful for the community, a service for the community, and a way to utilize all those skills that I've picked up in leadership roles in education and also through being a business owner. So that's how I ended up here.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. So Greg, we'll start with you again, please.
Oh, well,
We're trying to keep these consistent.
It's
Yeah.
great to hear your path, and so many people have stories that shows how you kind of came in and settled in as part of the community. To turn my mic on. I'm just looking, you're an entrepreneur, you're a teacher, you've certainly written grants and received grants, you've managed a hockey program. I'd love to know more about direct management experience, organizational management, just how detailed you've been in that. The impression I get from Janice is that she's running a very complicated and tight ship with a lot of moving parts, and then she has to get up and speak publicly about it in a very measured way. And I'm wondering how you would fit into that. I appreciate everything you've brought us, and been looking at all your info. What can you tell us about that? Just like managing a busy office under pressure.
Sure. Yeah, like I mentioned, I started a driving school while also teaching. I think that in itself kind of demonstrates that I can handle multiple balls at one time. But my business has grown from one employee. I've got somewhere between 10 and 15, depending on the time of year. So it's not just managing employees, but it's also tracking all the parts and pieces that go along with owning a business, managing location, managing automobiles. One thing that I've learned to do really well is to delegate and to be able to trust people. When I think of leadership, I think about coaching and teaching. And both of those things, you really have to identify strengths of the people that you work with and utilize those strengths. Obviously, I can't be someone who does everything all the time. So learning how to use resources and to manage people in a way that is most efficient for the organization is something that I've developed over the last few years.
Great. Steve?
Okay, thank you. Well, I will ask the same question I asked the previous candidate. Can you describe your understanding of the clerk and recorder's responsibility on a daily basis?
Yeah, sure. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but when I first heard about the position, I really stopped and asked myself, what does the clerk and recorder do? I don't really know. So I reached out to Janice and we spent some time talking about just that. And part of the discussion we had was to see whether or not the skill set that I have meshes with the position and whether or not it was something that I really wanted to get and, to become a part of. So we talked about people management being a part of it, hiring, recruiting, training people. That's something that I've learned to do over the last few years. But budgeting is a part of the position. Understanding the laws and being able to execute following the laws is a part of the clerk and recorder position. And, working with a driving school, I'm, of course, under the Department of Revenue runs the Department of Motor Vehicles, who is also someone that we answer to. So we answer to driver testing and education and the Department of Revenue. So that, for me, I have some familiarity in that in that realm. I understand that it's a very detailed process dealing with the Department of Revenue, and that you have to really, cross your T's and dot your I's and make sure that you're doing the right things. One of the things that was really appealing in talking with Janice is not just understanding that those are all parts of what that position does, but it's not the same every day. And for me, that's really appealing. You were talking about elections. Well, election time, I assume, is extremely consuming of the time for the clerk and recorder. And there has to be focus in that area, which means that other parts of the year, other parts of the day have to be dedicated to those things that you have to take your time away from, during election season. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Robin.
Kelly?
All right, and I'll follow up with my question. What has been the most stressful work project that you've worked on, and how did you handle that?
So, driving with very new drivers in the front seat of the car and giving them the steering wheel is a really challenging and can be a very stressful situation. What I tell people that I interview when they come and they say, oh, I want to be an instructor, I ask them to tell me about their decision-making process. Because I think stressful situations really boils down to decision-making, prioritizing. How do you do that? What's your process for doing that? For me, and behind the wheel, it's all about safety and keeping everyone on the road as safe as possible. I think if I were to put myself in the clerk and recorder position, it becomes prioritizing. What is the immediate need? What decision do we need to make at the time for the best for the office, for our county, for the people who live here?
So I'm going to ask you about your experiences with the press and the public, your face being in the public. As you know, when you get into a position, a public office position, your private life kind of becomes totally public. And so, what are your past experiences in having to deal with the public face, the press?
It's a good question, Patty. I don't have a lot of experience. I'm going to be upfront with that. As a teacher, I am open to my students. I'm open to my families. As someone who runs a business, customer service is really important, and so being, interfacing with customers is a priority for me. I haven't spent a lot of time in the public eye. However, I'm a little bit nervous sitting up here and talking with you guys and having my face on the screen. But I also feel like that's part of the position. It's part of what needs there has to be that interface between what happens in that office and the public eye. And, I welcome that, and it's, we all have things that we can work on and improve on, and that might be one of the ones that I would have to work on.
Well, I'm going to expand it just a bit. So, how good are you at taking deep breaths when being faced with tough questions?
Deep breaths. I can do it. I can take a deep breath and just, I think if you know what your role is, if you understand process, it's all about sharing information. Certainly, I can, stand in front of a classroom of 25 kids and help them understand material, help them grow as learners. And I don't think that's entirely different from standing in front of the press and help them understand process and procedure and help them learn.
Great, thanks.
Can I jump in
Yeah.
here? I think maybe sometimes a little more challenging than the press could be the people who are involved in the election processes who may question your decisions and some who may even, maybe not in the processes, but in the community try to undermine what you're doing and the decisions that you're making to run the election. How would you handle that?
I can tell you that my friends would describe me by saying that I am not easily swayed. When I know what I want to do, or I know what a procedure is or a process is, I am not swayed. I'm not someone who succumbs to peer pressure. And I think that would suit this role really well in not allowing other people to sway or influence me.
And then I want to go back to an earlier thing that you were talking about.
Sure.
Sometimes just the volume of work is intense, and you can't skip steps.
Right.
So how do you fit that all? How do you fit 40 hours a week into one day, 24-hour day? Because that may be what it feels like.
I think that's a good question, and I feel like I'm pretty well prepared with that. You know, between teaching full time and earning a master's degree, starting my own business while teaching, those all of that requires decision making. Like I was saying before, you have to prioritize what's most important, what has to get done. I would love to be able to fit a 40-hour week in a 24-hour day. It doesn't happen. It can't happen. So you have to be able to decide what's going to be the most important thing, what has to happen. Then things like delegating and, putting on the back burner as much as possible. I also want to express that if there's a 24-hour day that needs to happen, like I imagine at election time, it's not a 9-to-5 process. It's, you're there until the job gets done. And I'm excited about doing that. I think, that process and being so involved in it is something, that is energizing.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, do you want to tack on with your election question?
So, yeah, I want to dig in a little bit on your understanding of some technical aspects of the position. Are you familiar with the Home Rule Charter of Pickens County?
I am, in that we as a county operate a little bit different than all of the other counties in the state of Colorado. I don't want to present myself as an expert. I have some familiarity with it. I understand that we follow processes, and then, when we get to a certain point, then it hands off to the state. Then we get to a certain point, and then we follow under the umbrella of the United States. Here's what I'm good at. I'm really good at learning things. I'm really good at, educating myself. And if this ends up being something that, works out for me, that I'm excited to tackle and become the expert, because I know that's what's required of this position.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, I have
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
separate question.
Okay.
You've indicated you're good at delegating responsibilities to people. Would you anticipate, if you were selected as the clerk and recorder, which is sometimes more than a full-time job?
Sure, yeah.
Would you keep your driving school businesses in the Front Range, and how would you operate
That
them?
is
What would be your priority?
Completely a very fair question, and I think that it's great that you brought it up. I think my schools right now are at the point, and it's taken me a year from the time we moved back to now to feel like I can say this, but I feel like I've really gotten to the point where I know who I can trust. They have operation sides down, and then if there are questions or things that they need help with, then that's when I get phone calls. So yes, I would maintain the businesses, but I feel like I'm at the point now where it's a less than day-to-day kind of role for me. It's something that I can do while maintaining a more than full-time position, doing something else.
Okay, thank you.
Greg?
Just thinking, the conflicts we're seeing in the state with clerks. The thing that pops up is the Mesa County clerk, who clearly had a different set of values and news sources and information, and made decisions that have got her in a lot of trouble. I guess my question is, where do you get your news? How do you research a topic? It's all of a sudden this has become very public and controversial. We had a letter yesterday from somebody who insists that our voting system is flawed and corrupted, and there must be a conspiracy. And I'm just wondering, where do you get your information, and how much of a political animal are you?
That also is a good question. I am not as political as my mother-in-law. She's taken on a role that is much more political than myself. I am someone who balances in terms of news consumption. I try and find neutral sources. I'm an NPR person. I am willing to listen to other sides and stories. But I think, Greg, what's more important about this position is that it's not about politics. It's about completing the job in the way that is mandated by the county, the state, and the country. And you have to be able to believe that your clerk and recorder has the highest integrity possible. And, I'm here to tell you that I have the highest integrity. I am a rule follower. I'm someone who believes very strongly in rules. I think teachers kind of trend that way. And I think that's more important.
Thank you. Best answer I could hope for.
Okay.
Have you had any doubts about the credibility of Pickens' elections?
No.
That was answered quickly. We like that. Any other quick questions from the board, or can I turn it back to Robin to? Okay,
I
again,
think I'm good.
do you have questions for us at this point?
I have 2 questions.
Perfect.
First of all, I would like to know what you as commissioners are looking for. I mean, I've spent time with Janice. I've learned about the position, but I would like to know what you're looking for in terms of a clerk and recorder.
I can answer from my part. We're looking for somebody who likes to work hard.
Yeah.
Janice has little feet but big shoes to fill. And she was very much into detail and into spending a great deal of time. I'm a believer in life balance. Even though the 5 of us work very hard and sometimes put in long hours, very diverse hours, the clerk's office, as you said, has specific rules and regulations to be followed. So I'm looking for somebody, again, who will put in the time and the effort, because that office can be very, very demanding. So that's kind of my broad picture. So, Kelly?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for someone, I think, who is going to be able to value, and trust their team, because you would be entering into an office which I think is a really exceptional staff, and also who has a lot of personal fortitude, because I think this is really the most difficult time to be entering into this type of role, just given the high profile nature and negative sort of commentary associated with elections right now. To be able to, develop the expertise, trust your instincts, trust, that you have good people to rely on, and be able to defend that, because I think that's going to be demanded of this position more and more.
A requirement.
Yeah.
Greg? And then Steve, I'll let you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Clearly, what I see, and I'll only clerk I've really ever spent any time with is Janice, and what I see from her is that she's very detail oriented, very precise, organized, systems thinker. She has a thick skin, because there has been conflict where, election judges and things like this, when in the heat of an election, not only do you have the complications of running the election, but you have people who are trying to, question you what you're doing. Thick skin, certainly that integrity you spoke of is probably I'd put at the top of my list. To be a good manager and a good communicator, and strength in the face of adversity. And those things emerge. I wouldn't have described myself having any of those qualities until I absolutely had to demonstrate them. So.
Can we question that?
Yes, you can. Please do. I still do.
You led admirably during the pandemic, Greg.
Yes, and he still leads admirably. Steve?
So I see someone who would keep the clerk and recorder's office going as a well-oiled machine, with lots of moving parts of the different people being responsible for their areas, upholding the highest integrity of the laws of the state that are determined by the Secretary of State. In terms of a lot of things that you're responsible for. I would want someone who doesn't end up in the newspaper like the Mesa County incident happened, because they're just, they've done everything right, and there's no reason to, question the legality of something, and they're not gonna go out and try to, do whatever,
Right.
do something that they want to do because it's what they want to do, not because it's what the law says.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, that was question one from you. You had two.
I did have two. The other question is, what do you see transition looking like? And as someone who would be moving into the role, I'm sure that there's lots of support necessary. I believe Janice said she would be available, to consult with. But what does transition look like? How does?
You have to get along with a bulldog of a county manager.
It's my understanding that we have set up a process for transition, with Janice being available, with Human Resources being available, with the staff being available at the administrative level. But if one thing I'm really proud about Pickett County is we come to protect each other's backs. We help each other out when requested, when need be, sometimes when not requested, when need be. And so anybody moving into this position from any level, any of the three candidates, whoever moves forward, will have a great support system set up.
Great.
I don't know if the board wants to.
I'll add a little more, but it looks like John wants to say something.
John, you want to add?
Well, I was just going to note that, yes, Janice has agreed to stay on to provide consulting services, basically on retainer at the new clerk's discretion, and also bounded at a top end so that she actually enjoys retirement.
Right.
And so you'd have that support available, and as has already been said, there's a deep bench at the county to provide support in those areas that the new clerk may need on the administrative side and such. So there will be support coming in. And then, as we've talked, there's going to be unique things that will be all the clerks' responsibility and decision. So.
And I would offer too, there's a really strong County Clerks Association that does a lot of information sharing and cross-training from clerk to clerk, and that also the various state departments are really involved in doing a lot of training and really communicating and being in touch with each individual clerk. And so, the Secretary of State's office knows who the new clerks are.
Sure.
They know who the people are that they are going to have to, dedicate more time to, rather than seasoned clerks who've been doing it for 30 years. And so there's a lot of support there as
Right.
well.
We also have access
And a lot
to
of training. There are
Educational
tons of
opportunities.
trainings.
and to the county's legal department,
Yeah.
because Janice is always meeting with the county attorney's office. Greg or Steve, did you want to pitch in to response? or-
Kelly served some time over in that office too, in elections, so she might be available for insight occasionally.
Got a lot of good brains to pick. Steve, did you want to add anything?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
I'm happy with.
So again, the process is we have one more interview today. I don't know how much time we'll have today because these interviews have been great. No, these interviews have been great, and I see no reason to cut them short because we have another hour reserved for next Tuesday. We want to try and get this done because we know Janice has stepped down into a different role because a deadline is coming up, and we want to make sure we have time to move the new interim clerk and recorder into the office and start the new ball rolling.
Great.
So again, thank you. It was really nice to have
Thank
you here
you.
today.
I
And thanks
appreciate
for
your
stepping
time.
up to
Thank
the
you.
plate here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you all too. Thank you. All right.
Okay, does the board need a little break in between? I think Ingrid is probably waiting in the wings.
Okay.
Thank you guys so far. You guys, this has been great.
Why does this thing keep making noise? Stop making noise.
It's cold today.
What is the temp today? What is
It
the
was,
temp?
it's supposed to get up to 20 by about now, I think. By 11, it said 20 degrees by
Do
11.
we know if Ingrid's outside or?
She may be in the other office.
I'm sure she's probably watching this. We don't really need to take a break. Let me just see if Ingrid's there. If she's not, we'll. Was it -2 last night?
So we
Really?
all have this thing from NOAA and the Weather Service, being a POC for Pitkin County, person of contact, point of contact.
Yeah.
Is that what that means? NOAA is asking us if the National Weather Service would like to verify that I'm still a
let's take 5.
POC for Pitkin, just like the rest of us. It's to all
Take
of us.
5. 5 on this side, 5 on that side.
So is a POC a person of contact?
Jen, I think it's point of contact, person of contact.
Welcome back again. This is the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022. We are in the process of doing our interviews for the interim appointment to the clerk and recorder's position. And so everyone knows Francie Jacober is not joining us because her daughter-in-law is one of the candidates. We have before us Ingrid Gruder, who is our third interview. And we will start out with giving Ingrid some time to introduce herself to the board, and then we'll go to board questions and then do a little wrap-up.
Okay.
So Ingrid, the floor is yours. It's so nice to have you here today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. As you all know, I've been in the clerk's office for almost 8 years as recording manager and 4 years as chief deputy clerk. I know what the job entails. I have a background in real estate and management of businesses, both retail and title insurance. And I've really committed to the continuity of the services of the position and the people in the department. That sort of, when this vacancy happened, that created a sort of a call to service. It sounds trite, but now I know what that is. And I would like to create even more transparency, more cross-training between the departments. I think that helps both make staff feel more relevant and able to collaborate more, and it also eventually supports succession planning. And I think I'm ready to answer your questions.
Great. Well, we're going to start off with Greg.
Great. Yeah, thank you. It's fun to look at your microphone. It's always turn the mic on. That's the first piece of advice I can give. Your history in the community. You've been involved in over the many years you've been here. You've been involved in many different organizations and businesses and at different capacities. And there certainly is a benefit to being known in the community and have that. I guess in the there's also something about I'm trying to figure out how let me think about this. Pardon me. I'm glad to hear what you just said in your opening statement. and I'd love to get a little bit more detail on, you know, you've got 8 years there, you've seen how the system works, so you have kind of an insider perspective on it. How do we get to more transparency or better training? I'd love to know more about that, because I know absolutely nothing about what's needed or what your perception was.
Well, I think one of the things is my leadership philosophy. I don't think that any one person has all the best ideas. I think that you manage the job and what the result of the job needs to be, but you lead the people, and that really involves listening, giving positive feedback, sort of empowering them, then they're able to be more collaborative. And the more transparent you are with them and the more they know, then the more they're able to be that way with the people we serve. Was that only part of your question?
Yeah, no, it's helpful. It's, it certainly makes sense. I don't know, in your position, if you felt the same pressure, say, the lead with Janice has during elections. Talk about some of your experience.
No, and Janice has set up some very good procedures. Of course, the elections is sort of directed by the Secretary of State's office, but procedures within the, each county. And I would, certainly want to honor those and look to the resources that I know that are out there for the things that I feel I still need to know. And there are, it's Secretary of State's office, Colorado County Clerks Association, the staff that's there, and of course Janice. So I remember before I worked, and I worked in elections before I worked for the county, I was extremely impressed with, just the procedures and the safety and all the different things that are set up to make sure everything is safe and secure and, anonymous and all that. Yeah.
Right. How do you do under pressure in those situations? How do you feel like, is it going into an election season and those 40-hour weeks in one day that Kelly's referred
Yeah,
to?
yeah. Big breath, for sure. For sure. I have, in the past, a couple different times, been accused of being a responsibility freak. So once I get a hold of something I feel is my responsibility, I kick in, and sometimes it's hard to make me let go.
The last part would be just about detail, attention to detail. I think probably is closing property transactions probably seem to be a very detail-oriented job. What did you take from your other jobs that could?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's important, and the closings, and I've also managed title insurance offices, so you've got a lot of pressure there, and you've got pressure from outside, from realtors and lawyers, and you've got to do it right, and then you've got to get it recorded right. And so, once here, I understand the importance of doing that recorder part of the position correctly, and detail and helping staff succeed at that too.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Steve?
Okay, I'm going to ask the same question I asked the other two candidates.
Okay.
And I know that you probably know the full answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Can you describe your understanding of the clerk and recorder's responsibilities on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, okay. Well, of course, what people know is elections, and that's sort of, I sort of relate it to, I was taken on a sailing trip once, and you're going along doing whatever, and all of a sudden there's a panic party. So that's sort of elections, and you have to be prepared for that panic party. You're preparing all that time. The motor vehicle department is very much a daily, and it's whatever walks in the door and you have to deal with, and constant, and sometimes people aren't too happy because they don't really understand why Colorado has so many different fees and so many particular things that are difficult about it. And then recording, it's making sure that all the land use recording of the county from 1800s to now is correct, accessible, and making sure that staff is being helpful all the way around, which we have a great staff right now. I'm really happy with that, and I want to support them. Yeah.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, have you read the county's home rule charter?
Mm-hmm.
And could you briefly describe your understanding of that?
Well, most recently, of course, I was checking the elections because, but the county has, the county in a sense separates from the state for their own rules and ways of doing things, which the home rule charter allows them to do. I mean, I don't know exactly how much detail you want there, but yeah. So, yeah, and there are differences and there are things that are the same. So it's the differences that you have to know, and like you all now are here doing the interview for the, for this position that I'm applying for.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, please.
Sure, and I'll ask the same question too, which Greg sort of, I think, teed up, but,
Stole it.
oh, that's okay. No, what has been the most stressful work project that you've worked on? It doesn't have to be in the clerk's office, it could be in another part of your career. What was it? Why was it stressful? How did you handle it?
Well, I would really have to go probably back to title insurance because you can get a lot of pressure. You can be there, it's 7:30 at night with lawyers and they're going to get it closed, and multiple lawyers around the table for a big, of course, what we thought were big closings back then, pale in comparison to what we saw last week. But yeah, I mean, it can be very stressful. And a particular closing from back then, I mean, I can think of some with a lot of people in the room, and you're also having to keep the peace sometimes when you're sitting there in the middle of a closing, and you can, and with very demanding personalities. Mm-hmm. So that would probably be the most stressful. Mm-hmm. There are certain stresses for having your own business, but that's another whole story.
Mm-hmm. And I'll just lead to another question that I've asked the other candidates as well is, bravo for stepping up, because this is a tough time, I think, to be the focal point for elections in particular. And a bunch of the players, and, how will you deal with, people both behind the scenes and publicly trying to undermine your decision-making and your credibility?
Well, I think, the behind the scenes, you're talking about the running of the election. Sometimes, there's certainly, as the judges' training and stuff, and I think you have to be very clear. And I think sometimes you may have to give some reminders of this is not what we do while we're doing this process. And then as far as the public is concerned, there again, I suppose, and I think that the Pitkin County has tried very hard to be very transparent and and show the public, do enough public outreach to show that, how safe and secure and the reasons for some of the procedures. And I think that needs to continue. We are in a crazy world right now, and who knows what you're going to be faced with, but I think you just have to stick with, your own sort of your own moral compass and stick to your guns. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
And I'll say too, you have to make sure that, it's kind of a funny thing at this elected position, but it's a position where, as far as, election is concerned, you have to be totally nonpartisan and neutral and make sure that everybody understands that, that this isn't a political thing you're doing. On your end, you know.
Good?
Yeah.
Let me just, do you want to tag on to that, or?
Oh, no, I was just, I wanted to
I'm going to
she's
circle
got
the
all the,
wagon.
go ahead. You go ahead.
I just have a quick question about the press and dealing with the public face.
Yeah.
And your experiences in the past, and as Kelly said, it's a difficult time with elections. It's a difficult time for clerk and recorders in general, outside of elections, just because of transparency issues. So how have you dealt with the press in the past, the public, your faces in the public, even more so than in your current position, but if you were to be the interim clerk and recorder, there's a lot of public time.
Right.
Any thoughts?
Not particularly. It's never been my my comfort zone, but I think that comes with, I mean, I've had some instances for that, but I think that comes with the territory and it comes with practice, and you have to be yourself, be non-reactive. I don't think I'm overly reactive, and there again, be honest and straightforward.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Greg, back to you.
You mentioned support succession planning. So tell us your philosophy about that. You know, what do you think is the best way to ensure we have, I'm going to say we have the best election system and clerk's office in the state. I'll just come out and say I have a bias.
Yeah.
Me
too.
Because we've seen such stellar work from your office and Janice's leadership. So it's big shoes to fill. How are we going to continue that legacy? And you mentioned succession planning, so I'm just bringing us back.
Well, yeah, and so to get back to that, I really think that more collaboration, transparency, and cross-training, then it allows you to see who train your people well and cross-train them, then you can see who kind of comes up to that position. And so, and it sometimes is in hiring, which sometimes it's just based on who applies, so but with staff, I think that the more you share with them, the more you're gonna see, who can move into certain positions.
And have you, in the 8 years you've been there, have you felt has there been, have you thought about being clerk before the vacancy came up? Was there any sort of a career track?
Not necessarily, although, I mean, certainly I've thought about it, but certain things in life changed. When the first few years I worked there, I had a husband whose health was failing, and it was, being a caregiver, as well as at the first part of that, having some other little jobs I was taking care of. All that has changed now, so back then I probably wouldn't have felt like I could commit to something like this. Now I can, now it's more like, well, let's be challenged in life. Let's not just, sit and do what you know. I like being challenged and learning.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Steve?
Well, I'm curious about the election.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be the chief election judge, and how would you ensure the integrity of the election, especially with one coming right at us quickly, and the integrity of the voting machines being called into question by citizens. So could you talk about that process and how you would approach it?
Well, how I initially approach it is definitely go into one of the more maximum learning curves. Been there in different businesses before, and I've found that I learn faster than I think I'm going to initially, but also I would definitely take what we have in place now, learn more about that, spend time with current staff, spend time with what's available from the Colorado Clerks Association. There's trainings, and spend time with people from the Secretary of State's office to make sure that I really know what I'm doing and following what we have in place. Not going to reinvent the wheel for 2022. I don't think there's enough time, and that's not exactly what I'm looking to do either. I'm looking to improve and work hard, but not,
Okay. I have one other question. Since you've worked in the clerk's office, are there any things that you would change just based on being there and seeing how it operates? You probably come up with ideas on how you would do things differently or make improvements. Are there any of those that have come across your mind?
Well, and if we're talking about differences, I know there's a different sort of management style that I have now as chief deputy clerk. I've tried to make the best of that for sort of coming from two different sides. I'm more working with hands-on than dictating things, and I'm not saying that in any bad way. I think there are different ways of doing that, but I think that I can make the staff feel a little freer to do their jobs and do what they're doing, and feel better about it, which I think gives better results. So, but yeah, no, I mean we're in a good place right now, and that's part of the whole reason I'm here. I don't want that to fall apart. I want to keep that going.
Kelly.
I have to ask you my question. How are you going to fit 40 hours of work into a 24-hour day?
Yeah, well, you know what? Work smart, do what needs to be done, get it done, and move on. I mean, and as far as the recording department with what I've done, I have moved up that whole process. Everything is completed within a day, not within several days or a week. And, sometimes once you get to that point, it's not as much more work as you think it's going to be to get it done that way. And I would, continue in that way. It is the elections that creates that extra work. And when it needs to be done, I'll, take my B12 and all my vitamins and everything else and go for it.
I never understood why Janice didn't have a couch in her office.
We have this room upstairs, we'll show you.
That would be nice. That would be nice. A little 10-minute siesta never hurts.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions for the board, or can I bring it back to Ingrid? So what questions that you might have for us?
What questions do I have for you? I think I understand this process. What are the important things you're looking for, or did you incorporate those into the questions already?
Does the board have any response?
Well, I think they were to some extent incorporated into the questions.
That's why I added that, yeah.
We could be here all day because of all the duties required in this office. I think that if anything, we're again looking for somebody who is willing to put in the time, energy, and effort, who will develop even a better, deeper understanding of what's required in that office. It's very complex. What's home rule charter? What's state statute? What's federal? There's so many entities brought into play. But there, as Kelly has said, there's a lot of resources out there to help us provide support to whoever moves into this interim position. So, Kelly or Greg, do you have any closing remarks, or?
Only to say thank you for stepping up. It's what you've got your eyes open. You know what this job is about, and I appreciate you stepping up anyway, despite the what we hear could be the new environment for clerks and officials. I'm grateful for that.
I think we all are.
Thank you.
Yeah. it's a big step. I hope we're not too frightening sitting here as a board asking you questions.
Well, it's always frightening. It's always nervous-making. But, yeah.
Is there anything else? Okay, Ingrid, thank you. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
Ingrid.
Thank you.
And as
Good to
we've
see
said,
you.
we will have a little discussion now and then determine whether or not we need to have further discussion next week.
Okay.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. How would the board like to proceed?
Remind us again how this
We
is going
have
to go.
time here, we have a half an hour that we can make a decision today, or we can see if we need more time or have any more thoughts and bring it back to next week. We have set aside an hour next Tuesday.
And it's also if the board has any additional questions they'd like to ask all the candidates or any additional information after this process that may help you in that decision making, you could also task us with collecting that over the next week in preparation for a work session next week.
I guess that what we're really doing is we're interviewing for an interim position because there'll be an election here very soon. And we didn't really touch on that. It could be very temporary for any of our job candidates. So it's an awful lot of, I guess they're taking the chance that they'd get elected. But I assume they know that, but I never asked them. I'm not sure we need to frame a question around it, but it did occur to me that
That discussion did happen with all.
They understand that,
it's an
yeah.
interim
Yeah,
appointment.
and for me, with my previous experience, I was just thinking of it sitting here today, actually. I applied for a position with city council years ago for an interim, and the biggest question was, will you run? And some people were saying absolutely not, and some people were saying absolutely yes, and city council was saying, well, we absolutely don't know, which do we want, somebody who's gonna run or somebody who's not gonna run? And
You said maybe?
I said, well, we'll have to see how things go, and they did interviews with two people interviewing at the same time. So you were sitting with somebody else doing the interview. It was a little different process. But for me, I don't know. I think that's a great question. But we seem to already have asked it or just let the candidates know that this is a short term. I mean, it's hard because you're coming in on a primary election in June and then turn around and have to do the general election in November. So, I mean, there's a lot going on in that office in this time frame. It's not an off election year, it's an on election year. And as Kelly has said, and it's very clearly, it's a tough election year.
Well, and it's not something that like they can change their mind, right? So someone could tell us today, yes, I intend to run, and then not be offered the interim position, and then decide between now and April, no, I don't want to run. I'm not going to run. Right. So I'm not sure it's additional information that would help us make the best decision, I guess, is what I'm saying.
I personally don't need, I know I kind of have a feeling, but I think we've asked some good questions. We've had 3 candidates who very kind of diverse issues bringing forward for this position. I think we've been really good about trying to stay on this, asking for the same information from the 3 different candidates. Steve, you look like you have a pensive question there.
I do have a
Pensive.
There's something that's bothering me, and it has to do with next fall's election for the clerk and recorder position, where Ingrid is the one who filed the paperwork in a timely basis. She got the Democratic designation to be the Democrat on the ticket. My question is, can anybody at this point still get their name on a ballot as a unaffiliated, not with no party designation? They had to get the party designation, they had to do it by a certain deadline, but I know that people have entered the county commissioner races sort of late in the game all the time. Like right up in April or sometime or other, there's a drop dead date that they have to apply. So
I'm going to turn to
then,
Kelly.
I mean, that then it sort of puts me in a dilemma that, there's Ingrid is the one who has the experience that she could just go right in there and not need a huge amount of training to do the interim position till the election. But then that kind of preordains her to be elected. So it'd be like we're deciding the election and not the voters next fall.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that we're pre-deciding who's going to be elected. I think we're looking at the short-term issues in the office, the needs, but I'm going to let Kelly just, because I know the answer, but Kelly is better at explaining it.
Sure. Yeah. No, there's still opportunity for any county race for anyone to file and run. And so they would fill the paperwork out in the clerk's office, and then there will be that 2-week period of time when petitions can be circulated to collect 100 signatures from Pickens County voters. Any person who's qualified can still do that for any open county race right now when that period starts. And then the clerk's office will determine if they have enough valid signatures, they would go to the ballot. And if there's 2 or more, then you have a primary, and if not, then that goes, if there's 2 or less, then that goes to the general. So there's still an opportunity for anyone to, you could have 5 candidates for clerk who'd still file and be able to run for this year's election cycle. And I think that window starts the end of March.
Yeah, the petitions come out
28th
March
or something.
28th, and you have 2 weeks from that.
Yeah.
But the thing about having party designation, that's done. So you can't put a D or an R after your name with party support.
Unless you petitioned, but you'd have to get like 10% of the voters who
Yeah.
voted in the last
About
election,
1,200
and it's,
signatures.
yeah, it's a lot.
So you could actually get designation if you were able to get at least, I think, 900 or 1,000 signatures. is
Well,
what-
it's like 10% of whoever voted and the number of people that voted in that district in the last election. Is what I think.
Yeah.
So at this
Yeah.
point, if there were 3 candidates, there would be in the primary,
Right.
and then the top 2 would then
Move
be
to
in the
November.
runoff. And if there were only 2, then they would just be on the November
Exactly.
ballot.
Right, and the primary is in June.
So whoever we hired as the interim, the other 2 candidates could continue to get on the ballot if they wanted to.
Uh-huh.
And actually, the other 2 candidates, if they weren't hired as the interim, would have a lot of time to be able to get out there and campaign. And I think the difficult part for the clerk's office when you're running for re-election is how do you separate out your responsibilities and getting the election run at the same time you have to take a step back because you can't, there's a space in between you're being on the ballot and you're running the ballot. So that's a difficult position.
I remember
That's a
when
difficult
I wanted to sign Kelly's petition, and we were in the elections office, and she would not let me sign it in the office. We went out in the public space,
Yeah.
and then she let me sign her petition because she was separating the work position from the candidate position, which are so closely intertwined in that case.
In that office.
Well, in our county, we don't have the same party setup. So our clerk has always run unopposed. So she, hasn't had that attention. But I think it happens every election cycle in most other counties that they have 2 candidates for clerk. One of them is running the election, right? So there always is that sort of notion of like maintaining credibility and high integrity of the election that we haven't had that level of criticism because it's been unopposed, but could be a factor for this year's election since it's an open race.
Yeah, it's not easy, but there's still time for people to jump on the ballot
Yeah,
till the
exactly.
till the closing bell rings on that final 2 weeks of circulating petitions, and then somebody could still not qualify after that. So there's still a
Or
ways
still
to go.
drop out. You can drop out till October and your name,
Yep.
So
doesn't
Steve,
show
I
up
think
on the
that
ballot.
my answer to your question would be, what we're really trying to do is find the best person to take the job, that will make
for 9 months at least.
our
Yeah.
jobs easier and make things run smoothly and, really, and leave I guess the person who has to worry the most about the election is going to be the candidate. And I'm glad I'm not trying to do what they're applying to do here. But
So you're saying-
my feeling is I'm focused on who I think is going to do the best job
In the interim.
as the interim person, and I have to say it's it's my, what I bring to this, I guess, is my impression that having somebody who knows the situation and knows the system is certainly going to be helpful and easier for all of us. And it I guess I can share my personal feeling right now is that it would be hard to not take into account the 8 years that Ingrid has been at least in the office and in the periphery and the deputy, unless there was some real problem, with having her there. And I haven't heard anything to that effect. So, I want to keep this open for future conversation. My feeling is the best service we could give is to keep the consistency and the integrity of the office. And to me, having her in there makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, I think the three candidates were interesting. I really appreciate JP coming forward and providing us a different kind of perspective and position. And but I think the learning curve would be huge. And I'd like to see him find a way to pursue his desire to be part of the community and perhaps work for the county at some level. I think he's got some good qualities the county might be looking at. I think Robin brings this huge different level, but her her interview was great. Just the skills that she has amassed over the years, her leadership qualities, her willingness to put in the work. And then you've got Ingrid, who would, with these elections looming and has that background experience. So for me, it's the top two candidate, thoughtful decision. And I'm, it's tough. And I'm not sure I'm just right there yet, but I appreciate, Greg, what you said. And how do we move the transition for the interim position over smoothly, but not preclude the opportunity for either candidate to pursue being elected to the office, and then we go from there. So, Steve, do you have any?
Well, it's the kind of thing that I want to sleep on. I definitely would be leaning to have Ingrid be the interim person because she's got the experience in the clerk's office, and that would be the easiest. Robin really impressed me with her interview in terms of, kind of the way she is well spoken and has, good qualities for, being a leader in that type of a role. And she could be the best long-term clerk. Ingrid's used to being in the trenches already and doing the day-to-day stuff and understanding that. So that's, I kind of have to sleep on it. What do we want for the next part of a year going in, and especially covering the election is the crux of our decision here.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, because I want to, but.
Did they all provide references, either letters or to call? Okay.
Some did.
No, we got phone number, we got references provided by Robin at the bottom of her resume. 2 people to call. One was the principal of the school, one was an employee with one of her businesses. But no, the other ones we did not. But we could ask for that between now and Tuesday. So I think we should ask the other 2, and who would be the best person to put in those calls? Not all 4 of us calling
It might be better for staff to do that.
to vet that for us.
Thanks, Amy. It might be better for staff to call references and then provide a report out to the board rather than.
No, I think that I would definitely. That's a really good thought, Kelly. Really good thought. So can we ask staff to do that? Thank you. My question was, if we were to move Ingrid up, would vacate her position, and then if Ingrid were, say, not to win the election, we'd lose Ingrid altogether. I don't know how we could fill the interim position for the deputy. I don't know what authority the board has, because I think, you know, my thought is, depending upon the results of the election, if Robin was to run and be elected, or somebody else was to run and be elected, it'd be great to still have Ingrid somewhere within the organization to work together. Would be perfect, I think, for, you know, or vice versa, perhaps. So, and I don't, can we?
Are there positions open? The question is, are there
Well, if
positions open in
Ingrid
the
moves
clerk's
up, her
office?
position is open.
Yeah, the clerk's office is fully staffed right now. And so, Patty, I think you're raising a really interesting question, particularly around the timing. That is not going to be a easy position to backfill on an interim or short-term basis because of the just unique, you know, knowledge that's required. It takes time to
The
to bring
deputy
some-
position.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, and she's the
so-
recording manager.
And the deputy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So there's the recording piece of it, and then the deputy responsibilities, and so that could be a follow-up question for, you know, how.
For you. Melissa.
Well,
What are our options? What are our options or opportunities in
I
that
think
direction?
it's a good opportunity for you all to see, because if Ingrid is appointed as a clerk, that is going to be one of her responsibilities to fill. That's one of the departments I don't actually oversee by the charter.
Oh, interesting.
So I guess the question is there any way we can have an interim deputy until we have the results of the election?
I mean, she, I think, would have to appoint a deputy anyway, because you need a deputy to serve in the clerk's
Right.
absence. So a deputy can be, she can deputize anyone in the office.
Right.
For me, it's more about now there's not the manager of that department
Right.
is where the gap is.
That's right.
So,
If somebody can step in, so
Right.
can we maybe vet that out a little bit before next week?
and can I just offer my thoughts a little bit on
Yeah,
this
yeah, go
position?
ahead.
So, I mean, I, you know, after Robin's interview, I was like, sort of like, gosh, she's sort of like cut from Janice's mold. You know, it's like a little bit of what, I don't know, just in her demeanor and then her sort of ability, her approach to her career and juggling multiple things and stuff was one of my little takeaways. But, you know, I thought she had some great skills that would be a good fit for the role. And so, you know, whatever happens, I hope she stays in the race if she doesn't ultimately
I
get
agree
hired.
with
Because
that
I think the
totally.
community should also get an opportunity to weigh out these. I think, you know, one of my concerns about Ingrid is I think she has this really great laid back style, which I think will allow staff, some openings for staff to feel empowered. But I worry about it a little bit, the same style when it comes to like needing to put her foot down during elections and like have to just say, I am the one that makes this decision and these are my reasons and I'm going to stand behind it and this is how it's going to go. So I worry about that
Good
a
point.
little bit with Ingrid. But then I also think one of the real benefits for Ingrid in that role, particularly in this like election year where she would be on the ballot and where elections are just particularly tough and high profile right now, is that she already has just this built-in integrity that I think, you know, she will not be in the position to have to necessarily defend every single decision she makes because she's, you know, has a lot of credibility in the community in this office. That would be a real benefit for her in that role. So those are some of the things.
I think we're kind of all
weighing
in
out.
the same place.
Are there, I'm assuming there's onboarding for a new clerk coming in if it's, whoever, regardless of who it is. And I think that the job description is going to require that decisive manner that you speak of, because it hasn't been Ingrid's job until now, but she does seem to have that precision, has been in positions of responsibility and a certain amount of authority. So I guess the question would be for her, is she prepared to step in and actually become more of a leader and decisive decision maker, as you're saying. And I think it seems like that'd be part of the job, and she probably gets that What I'm wondering is, I really liked Robin a lot, and I realize she's somebody who can get stuff done and make things happen, and will probably make a success of whatever she takes on. What I'm wondering is, this would probably be much too complicated, would be to offer a job of deputy manager to give her 9 months to get up to speed. But then you'd have two people in the same office running against each other. And I don't know if we want to create that environment.
It'd be
But
interesting down there.
honestly, I'd be much more comfortable with a candidate who actually has experience somewhere in the office. And it kind of leads me to think that, hiring from within makes an awful lot of sense here for me. I guess we can't ask her if she'd like another job than to run
Top of
against
the
her boss.
14.
But it would be interesting.
So what I'm hearing is we need just a little more information back from
that's
staff
what
between
kinda
now and
happened to me.
Tuesday, especially with regarding references and possible, whatever the options or opportunities might be available in the clerk's office as far as staff. I'm not sure how much purview we have over that, but I think just knowing we have no purview or knowing what we might offer would be beneficial to the board. I think the board I'm hearing kind of the same good qualities here and there, and how, this is tough with the election, impending election, and candidacies for this same position, and how do we appoint somebody who's in the best interest of moving us forward for the next 9 months with the thought of for the next 4 years after that, or, I think
Well,
that's interesting. Go
Just
ahead, Greg.
the question that just came up with it, that the first thing the clerk is going to have to do is hire their deputy. It seems like that'd be the first thing they'd have to do, if in order to remove the vulnerability, right? You have to have the deputy
Right.
there. So anybody who gets elected is going to be doing that.
And a manager for, but that would
Right.
be the first
But
for
I
either
think
one.
that, I was just thinking, could we try to help with that process before, and I wouldn't want to hire a deputy for a clerk.
We don't have
So
that's
I
not
guess
our
we can't do
purview.
that anyway.
It's actually not within your authority to
Oh,
do that.
well then.
Yeah. So you don't have to make that decision.
Good.
We made that easy for you, Greg.
Also, but you wouldn't want to do that anyway. You wouldn't want to do that to your new candidate. your
We'd
new
want to do whatever we could
hire.
to assist, but
Right.
we would not be able to actually have the authority to do that. That was saying it
I don't know if I
diplomatically.
need any more information, I have to say. I think I'll happy to let you sleep on it.
So we have time scheduled on Tuesday, which I think is great for us. We have some questions we still want answered. I think we've given staff time to do that. Anything else from the board? Thank you. I think the interview process went really well. I think we were very fair, we were very transparent, and we tried to keep it as consistent as possible with the diversities within each candidate. So I do appreciate that. And does the board have anything else, or we get 7 extra minutes for lunch?
No, I do want to just be clear, I hope the candidates, if they listen to this or go back and watch this, whatever the decision, continue to feel encouraged to seek the ballot, if they wish, as other members of the community also can do that. And then the electors will be there.
And there's definitely
Hiring
time and opportunity
committee.
to do that. I mean, the deadline for the ballot is it's not like tomorrow, it's coming up,
In
but
April,
there's
yeah.
still time and opportunities. And there's still opportunities to contact the elections office if any of the possible candidates for any office within the county has any additional information that they may need or want or questions to ask. We good? Okay.
Yep. I've got
Grassroots,
open
thank you.
discussion,
We
but
will be
I'll
back
wait.
at, I believe, 1 o'clock. And right now, I have not heard from Representative Perry Will. He said he'd be in touch with me if he got hung up somewhere in Denver. I gave him a quick overview of, he can have, opening remarks at the beginning of our conversation. I believe he is calling in. So we need to make sure we're prepared for that. Skylar? Okay. And then the board can ask questions about pending legislation or whatever. We have a half an hour that Perry's been able to give us for today. Kelly, again, thank you for requesting an invitation to Perry. I think that's a great idea.
All right, cheers.
right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Grassroots. We'll be back. welcome. Today is a Board of County Commissioners work session. Today is Tuesday, March the 8th, 2022. We are starting our afternoon meeting with a very, very honored guest speaking to us, Representative Perry Will. He represents House District 57. We are excited that he is joining us. We see the silhouette of his cowboy hat sitting in his office at the State House. So I'm going to open it up. There he is. I'm going to open it up to Representative Will, who I'm just going to call you Perry. I hope that's okay, my friend.
What about introducing people in the room?
And just so you know, the Board of County Commissioners is all in the meeting room today, in person, along with the county manager. We have Steve Child, we have Francie Jacober, we have Greg Pochman, Kelly McNicholas Curry, and myself, and our county manager, John Peacock. Perry, we are also broadcasting this live on Grassroots and outside of our, excuse me, our Zoom meeting. So, Perry, I'm going to turn it over to you and let you do some opening comments, and then the board, I know, has some questions about pending legislative issues. So welcome, sir.
Thank you, Patty. I appreciate that. And it's an honor to get to talk to you today. I didn't know if I was going to have time or not, and my schedule worked out where I did, so this is great. And it's kind of busy over here right now, and we're trying to kind of clear the schedule and the calendar a little bit on some bills right now because we're getting ready to do the budget and the long bill. So we're trying to clean up some of the calendar, and then it'll get really busy again. But had some lots of good bills going through. I think I'm carrying some great bills. Everything I do is bipartisan, and I'm really excited about the session and what's going on here right now. I think we're doing some good things for the people of Colorado and good things for my district. And that's a bill I'm just getting ready to drop that I'm really excited about is Safe Crossings for Wildlife bill that I'm running. And Safe Crossings for Colorado Wildlife. Really excited about that bill coming out. Right now, you know, we're only allowed to run 5 bills, and this one I think makes 21 for me. So I work across the aisle, and I get on good bills that help the people of Colorado and everyone, not just my district, but do stuff that's good for all of Colorado. This Safe Crossings bill is going to be really good. It'll help us leverage some federal money too for wildlife crossings on our roadways and overpasses, underpasses, those type of things. I was just talking to an individual about 20 minutes ago about, you know, we always have the issues with the CDOT and fixing the fences. We have an accident or a car or truck or something runs through the fence, and then we have a hole in the wildlife fencing. And I'm thinking about trying to run a bill that will have a maintenance crew besides CDOT, because their field maintenance people are always busy plowing snow, and sometimes that's not the highest priority to get back to fix that fence. And as you well know, we've had some issues this winter over our way. So that's another one I'm looking at. Got like I say, about 21 bills in the docket so far right now. Just passed another one this morning, so that was on 3rd reading. So I'll open it up to you. Whatever questions you have for me, I can talk a little bit about some of the bills I have, or you know, whatever you want to talk about.
Okay. Well, thank you, Perry, and it's really so good to see you. Commissioner Kelly McNicholas Curry would like to open up the discussion on the board side. So, Kelly.
Sure. First, hi, sir. Nice to meet you virtually. I don't know if we've ever met in person, but I hope we get the opportunity to. And
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to say, you know, we have a project that we supported locally called our Biodiversity Initiative that looked at our whole Roaring Fork watershed and recently presented to us that identified some real pinch points on the highways with wildlife crossings. So if that local resource can be helpful for you at all, we'd be happy to kind of navigate how to connect, you know, the local data with what you're trying to do at the state level.
Absolutely, and thank you, Kelly. And I work quite a little bit with Tom Cortimone on
Perfect.
that as well.
Wonderful.
So,
He's the resource.
Thank you. I'm quite familiar with that, and that's the kind of stuff from the landscape and ecosystem-wide things that we need to look at. And so that'd be very helpful, those type of things, especially when it's coming to the wildlife crossing. So that's great information. I appreciate you bringing that up. But I was pretty involved with that for a while, and then, I don't know, it's been a while since I've engaged with Tom on that. But
Yeah, I think they have a
I don't-
product that's almost ready to share out publicly, so, yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
We'll make sure Tom keeps you in that loop.
please.
Did you want to take on to that? Otherwise, I'll talk about.
No, you keep going, but when you're done, I'll go.
Okay. All right, and then, sir, I was hoping to just mention some of the legislative things that we are looking at, and I particularly do a lot of work on housing. I sit on the Counties and Commissioners Acting Together Governing Board, and I'm the Housing Subcommittee Chair for that group. And so there's just a couple things I wanted to highlight for your attention. One of them is a bill regarding the modification to the affordable housing credit for CHAFA, and that would raise the limits that CHAFA can use for that housing credit. And so we would hope for your support on that. And I don't know if you want me to pause or keep going.
No, that's great, but I run some housing stuff with, actually with Representative Roberts last year. I don't have any housing bills this year, but I did run one with Rep. Roberts last year. But yeah, I know the need for housing, and so those type of bills I pretty much support. So I think I'll be supporting that. You know the number on that one that you're speaking about?
Oh, I can find it pretty quickly here. It is, oh, sorry. Let me come back to you, and I can also email that
That's
to
fine,
you as
that's
well.
fine.
I have my bill chart. And then another one that hasn't been introduced yet, and I did send an email to you late last night, so you probably haven't seen it, but is related to working with the short-term rental platforms on data accessibility and transparency, and partnering with them on enforcing whether they advertise short-term rentals, because here at the local level, you know, we are putting a program into place, and other counties have programs into place with licenses, and then sometimes it's hard to get the platforms to take down advertisements for properties that are either aren't licensed or have had their licenses revoked. And so there should be forthcoming legislation. I understand the bill is being drafted that would put some requirements on those platforms to better help us enforce at the local level, and also share data so we can make better planning decisions. And if that's something that interests you, I'd love to have more detailed conversation, but that's an important bill that CCAT is working on. And I also sat on the task force on tax policy, which is one of the is a task force of the legislative committee, and did a lot of short-term rental work for that group as well.
Oh, good. Yeah, do you know who's gonna carry that bill?
So Dylan Roberts has the bill title, I think, reserved on that one.
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, the last in sort of the housing realm is there's a bill that would allow communities to go to the voters to expand the lodging tax to be used for more purposes than just promotion and marketing for tourism, that it would allow them to ask their voters to approve some of that tax to go toward affordable housing.
Yes, and I saw that bill, thank you. That's a good bill. I like that bill.
All right, well, we'd appreciate your support. Thank you so much, and I will lend the floor to my colleagues here.
Yeah, and Perry, I'm just gonna tag on to Kelly real quick. Kelly had brought to my attention a bill about mobile home parks, about some extension of dates of time frame of notification. I did not have a chance to research it, due to the fact, of course, I live in a mobile home park, but I also have worked at the national level with Prosperity Now, which is an organization out of Washington, D.C. So I'm going to do a little more homework on that now that I'm back in town, and I'll send any information on to you as far as pros and cons, or for your information.
Please do, and we had a bill last year on that, and with the ability for the residents, when there was gonna be something like the park for sale, that they have an opportunity to, the residents of the park to purchase the park.
Right.
And so I reached out to actually all the mobile home park owners I knew there on the West Slope to get their feedback on that bill. So
And
I think Representative Hooten out of Boulder ran that bill last year. But
Right, and you probably
I'm
worked.
familiar with the bill last year.
Right, you probably worked with the organization on the Front Range. I think it's 9 to 5. They've been really involved in mobile home park issues in and around the Denver area. So let me do a little more homework, and I'll get back in touch with you on that, Bill. But now I'm going to switch over to
Yes,
Francie
thank-
Jacober, who I know has been making her meticulous list over here. So I'm going to let you speak with Francie now.
Hi, Perry. I haven't seen you since your DOW days.
Oh, thank you, Reggie. How are you? Good
I'm
to see
good.
you.
I'm good. I really appreciated all your cooperation in helping to get my kids out in the field for their interims when I was at Carbondale Community School. That was awesome.
Absolutely.
And CPW was just up at our place Sunday, doing the elk capture and count. I live up on Stark
Oh, good.
Mesa, so you know they're just like right at the end of my driveway. So that was really exciting.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about SB 22-138, the reduced greenhouse gas emissions in Colorado. It came up at the CCI meeting last week, and it's got
Okay.
like 9 different parts, and our vote was the CCI vote was to amend. There was one vote to say no to it in general, that was John Martin, but we did vote as a group to amend it. And there were like 3 parts of it, like several parts of it, even, I would say even the most slow acting on the environment counties supported several of the provisions of it and thought it had some really good parts. But the 3 parts that were mostly argued with was a requirement for both insurance companies and for PARA to divest from oil and gas companies, or at least to look into divesting from oil and gas companies. And then part 4 was a ban on small off-road engines, and it was not very specific about what they actually meant, and so there was a lot of concern about farmers and ranchers. And then this part 6 was about injection wells, and there was a lot of resistance to that as well. It's for the sequestration of greenhouse gases, but just the insistence that the wells do certain steps, that wasn't very specific either. So I just think there was a lot of concern about it, and I was wondering if you had a chance to see this bill yet.
Yes, thank you, Reggie. I've looked at it, not in depth. As you know, I'm on the Energy and Environment Committee, and we haven't heard that yet. But you mentioned Section 4 of that bill. I know there's been a lot of pushback on that from the, because it involves lawnmowers and all that. So
Yeah.
there's been,
ATVs.
I'm hearing huge pushback on that. So, and I don't know if that's some of the stuff you were talking about in the admin position, or that seems to really set people off, because I've been getting emails and calls about that. So.
Yeah, and the main goal of it seemed to me, was to put some standards between now and 2050. So like we have the 30 by 30 Biden initiative to reduce greenhouse gases by 2050, and so this was intended to put some other measuring points along the way. So I hope when they get this appropriately amended, that you'll have a look at it, because it would really be great if we took a major step like this as a state, and I would appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. I looked at, I think that there was a 40% reduction or something in those small engine deals. I don't know if it's just small engine specific or not, but it was a 40% reduction by 2028.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then the other, I think.
Having to go to
22 years.
electric, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, well, just they
That's
just wanted
right.
a 40 emissions reduction goal of 40% of that off those for 2028. So
Yeah, and then 75% by 2040. So those, I think those steps along the way are probably intended to just keep us accountable as we move along. So anyway, it's a bill I've got a lot of
I'm
interest
all for
in.
that, as long as we do it strategically,
Yeah.
We just can't just shut certain things off and, as long as we're smart about it and move that way, I mean, obviously you reducing the greenhouse gas is a big deal, so, but we have to be smart and strategic about how we get there. And I haven't looked this bill over closely, but I will. And like I say, I will get to hear it in committee as well, so.
Well, I appreciate that. Thanks a lot, Perry.
Good.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
Francie. Steve or Greg?
Yeah, I'll go next. Hi, Perry. Good to see you. I'm always glad to hear about bipartisan efforts to pass legislation at the Capitol. And I'm glad that, because Colorado is a purple state, and that I think we work best when we work together and don't have just one-sided things going through. So I appreciate your efforts on that. And then looking at the redistricting, your district will be a very purple district going into next year. So that'll be, interesting that whoever takes the seat, you or one of your opponents would be definitely having to listen to people from both sides of the philosophies. So I appreciate your efforts there. So the bill I've been most following is not really controversial, but it's the modernization of the Older Coloradans Act, which I've been serving on the SAPCA committee for almost 7 years now, the full length of the existence of SAPCA. So this bill will be sunsetting SAPCA, and it will be ending the current Colorado Commission on Aging and basically combining the two efforts into a new Colorado Commission on Aging. So I've been working as a member of SAPCA on that for a whole bunch, the wording of the bill and getting it passed. I think it's pretty non-controversial. It will pass in some form or other with some, there were a few minor amendments, I think. But going to a wildlife topic, one of the things that both Greg Postman and I would love to see is more wildlife overpasses in different parts of Colorado. That was highlighted when all the elk were killed on the highway down near Cattle Creek this year. And I think the hard part, besides getting the money to build a good wildlife overpass, but figuring out the best locations for those overpasses where they would be the most cost effective is really the hard part. And that could be an effort just to have Parks and Wildlife and CDOT to maybe work together to determine the best locations where wildlife overpasses or underpasses would be the most effective. And kind of akin to the effort on Highway 9 in the last several years, but that would be something to, maybe not for this year, but I think if we start working towards that, it would be good to maybe identify one or two places on Highway 82 and places along I-70 where there are lots of wildlife crossing to get to some really prime habitat on both sides of the highways. And that's something we need to be working towards. So I'd like your opinion on that. What could we do to help forward that effort?
Well, thanks, David. I appreciate that. And that's, so my safe passage bill, which will be dropping, it's going to be Senate Bill 151. And I'm actually on there with Representative McCluskey out of Frisco there too, for Breckenridge. So, that bill will be dropping. You'll be seeing it. And that, one of the real advantages of that bill is we'll be able to leverage federal money for a lot of these overpasses and underpasses. So it's critical we get this bill out so we can take advantage of some of the federal funding there. And as you know, with the connectivity and the migration corridor stuff, which is a priority with the governor, this is going to tie right on tie right in with all of that. So I think, strike when the iron's hot, right? So I think this is the time to be doing that. So I think I mean, you can never cover all the bases, but we're gonna get first base covered, I think, here with this bill. And I think it'll just fly through the legislature. I don't think we'll have any issues with it, because people understand that need, and you spoke to the stuff on Highway 82. So, and that's happening across our state. And I wanted to tell you on the older Colorado's Act, we voted on that today on the House floor on third readings, and so that's moving forward. So that's good. Representative Bradfield, I think Representative Young had that bill. I can't remember for sure. I'd have to look back, but actually we voted on that this morning. And then addressing your conversation about my new district, which I'm actually excited about it. I mean, I covered the same country when I worked for DOW or CPW, so I'm actually excited to represent you. And I do work in a bipartisan way, and I have to tell you, I tell people all the time, and I see it over here, people get elected and they think, and this is on both sides, but people get elected and they think, well, I'm a Republican, so I only represent Republicans, right, in my district. And then, or a Democrat's elected and they go, well, I just represent the Democrats. And my philosophy is, I'm your state representative. I represent everybody. Doesn't matter what party it is. So, and that's the way I view it. I just try to do good things for Coloradans, and it doesn't matter if you have an R or D by your name or you have an I by your name. It doesn't matter what you have. So, I'm there to represent the people of the district I represent, and as long as I'm here, I'll continue to do that. I do see that as I'm glad you mentioned that, because it is an issue, and sometimes the voting looks that way, and sometimes it's just, I mean, there are some votes, especially in committee, sometimes that go straight down party line, but we just had that circular recycling bill that day in Energy and Environment, and there actually were just two of us Republicans that voted for that. We actually got to hear from, and I'm sorry I forget her name, from Aspen, that testified on the bill, but one of the Eagle County commissioners, Matt, he testified on the bill as well. But sometimes there's party line votes, but for the most part, we're representing our district and the people that we represent. So I have no issue doing that, and I'm actually excited about. Not that I don't love representing Rio Blanco County, Moffat County, I do, but I'll just equally like representing Pitkin and my portion of Eagle County, because it's people and country I'm familiar with, and so I'm just happy and proud to be, and privileged and honored to represent such great people, no matter where they're at in the state. So.
Okay. Thanks, Perry. Greg?
Yeah, great. Yeah, thanks, Perry. I was going to say, we got to work on your lighting, because it looks like you're in the witness protection program. All I'm seeing is a silhouette here. Are we sure that's you? I think it might be.
It's probably my computer. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a little. Yeah, you just got a big bright window behind you, but now we can see you. Now the public knows what you look like.
Okay, I don't think that's a good thing, probably.
Yeah, I know. I'm not. I won't say anything about that. But it's good to see you, and thank you for checking in with us. First of all, I just wanted to thank you regarding that you and Hooten sponsored the HB 221225 Sunset Bill for Colorado Resiliency Office, and wanted to thank you for your sponsorship on that, first of all. And then there are a couple other things. One is there's this bill that's come along that's pretty interesting. It's an alternative to the RISIDs, recreational in-channel diversions. I think it's called, they're calling it a recreational, now I've lost the name of it here. You're probably familiar with that. Recreation stream reaches as beneficial use, and it hasn't come up yet, but you're going to see that, I think.
Right.
And of course, water in our rivers, recreation, preserving riparian habitat, as you know, is critically important to wildlife, and I'm hoping that's something you can help push along when the time comes.
Yeah. So that, the RISIDs, they're interesting. I actually spoke in Ag Committee yesterday about RISIDs, and as you well know, because water's so important, right? It's from the ag standpoint to the recreational standpoint to wildlife, our fisheries, everything. But some of the things that I think we benefit, especially in the valley we live in, but is the Shoshone and call and the cameo call, right? That keeps water in our river.
Right.
And so those risks can be pretty interesting, but typically it's the ag that's helping those along and the ag water rights. But I will keep an eye out for that. I did hear about it, not, and I'll be quite honest, I haven't really looked at the bill or anything or know that much about it, but I'm quite familiar with RISD, and I guess I'll just have to take a look at it. I'm sorry, but I'd speak out of school if I talk too much about that bill.
Sure, I understand. Also, just regarding wildlife crossings, I know it's an expensive undertaking, wildlife overpasses and underpasses and the like, and all I can do is say we certainly need to be moving in that direction. It sounds like you're so aware of it, and I'm just wondering what other alternatives there are. I understand there may be infrared sensing systems that will alert drivers if wildlife is close to the road. There are technologies out there that might be very useful to try to implement here. I'm thinking back to this winter's collision between a bus and 10 elk were killed in one wreck because there was a hole in the fence, as you pointed out, a hole in the fence that hadn't been repaired. And then just right by my house on Brush Creek and Highway 82 recently, a couple of years ago, we had one driver must have been looking down at his phone or something, but he took out 5 elk in one collision. And one of them took a couple or 3 days to die. It wandered up toward my house before it finally collapsed. And so I realized with the heavy influx, and it seems like the increase of traffic on our highways statewide, and the speed limits especially seem to have been ignored. We're seeing I think it's an increase in these collisions, and the damage done and human lives lost occasionally is something worth taking seriously. So I really hope we can get behind you on that and making that happen.
Well, thank you. And the wildlife loss alone, that's horrible. And I've read a lot of those studies and familiar with some of them with the with the infrared. It's kind of funny, but you can have a sign that turns and flashes deer, elk on the highway and get about an average speed reduction of 2 miles an hour in some of those studies. So it's just, and some of those studies it showed that actually a silhouette of a state patrol car got the biggest speed reduction rather than the sign flashing, wildlife on the highway. But, with a combination of everything, whatever we can do to reduce those road strikes, I'm all for. And obviously the overpasses are expensive. I understand that, but there's a lot of things you do in life that are expensive but are still worth doing, right? So how we can leverage money and do those kind of things, I guess the cost should be secondary if we're saving our natural resource and also the safety of our motoring public. So.
Well, that's great. I do appreciate your support of those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on a quick little side note here, Perry, before you came on, we were talking about CPW's. Is it 125-year anniversary?
It is.
Is that correct? And the celebrations in the spring, in June, I believe, in Fruta. And I think you'll be. I'm sure we'll see you there.
I'm planning on being there. My only issue is that's a Thursday evening, and so's the Carbondale Rodeo. So.
Uh-oh. Well, how about if I bribe you with the cherry pie if you show up in Fruta?
I'll probably show up. I'll get someone to cover me at Carbondale.
All right. Does the board have any more?
I just want to say one thing. So I guess you're probably pretty happy you got off of CPW before you had to do all the wolf reintroduction meetings and all of that. That was good timing on your part.
Thank you, Reggie, and I agree. Geez, that's a tough one. I get a lot of I hear a lot about wolves down here at the State House, and From both directions, right? And, you know, I think our working groups and all that, they're doing the best they can, and you know, I think we'll come up with a product that everyone can live with. And
Well, I'm on the stakeholders advisory
you are.
group, so I meet
I know
with
you are.
your compatriots every month, and
Right.
they're really good listeners. I don't know how they can stand it, listening to everybody who's doesn't have their extra expertise go on and on and on, and they just listen. They're really great.
No, and thank you for your service on that, because I know you're on there, and I've seen you. I've come to a few of those that I can make. But yeah, I think we'll have a good end product, right?
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, there's been a lot of thought put into it, and so.
It was a little confused by the wolves migrating themselves. That kind of threw a wrench in the works, and then relisting the wolf nationally. So CPW has definitely had some glitches along the way that they've had to overcome.
Well, and now,
Relisting is definitely, yes.
Yeah.
well, now I hear they're going to bring back the Wolverine, so that's next on your docket, guys. That one's a little fiercer than I think the wolves myself.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be near as controversial, though.
All right, so any other responses here to Perry? Perry, is there anything more you would like to say to us? Because I know you're in the hot seat down there in Denver right now.
Oh, always. But, you know, the only thing I'd say, because we're talking about wolves here, I run the bill last year so that sportsmen, for the compensation part of that sportsmen's dollars don't pay for that. That it comes out of the general fund. And I'll be quite honest, I'll tell you a little story. They sent that bill to Energy and Environment to kill it. And I felt that's what they were going to do. And during committee, I said, well, you might want to reassess because the governor likes this bill. And so then they laid it over, and I come back with the same bill, and it passed out of committee 13-0. So, you know, the governor supported that. It's, you know, it was a vote of the people, and the general fund should pay for it. And I think everyone I've talked to agrees with that it shouldn't be sportsmen's dollars paying for that compensation. So I was trying to protect sportsmen there, and I'm actually pretty proud of that bill.
So I thank you, Perry, for your bipartisan service. I think that's extremely important. It has been for years, but it's even more important in today's world of politics out there. So I do appreciate that. And your time today, I'm so glad we could work it out to have you come join us. And we hope to see you in June, hopefully in Fruita, but maybe we'll have to swing through Carbondale on our way and coming or going. So.
Sure, yeah. I will be up to see you all, so.
Yeah,
But
anytime.
it'll be during the interim, yeah.
Yeah, let us know, and we'll work out time if you'd like to have some time on our agenda, Perry. I'd be more than happy to accommodate that for you. All right,
Absolutely.
anything else from the board? All right, sir, we thank you for your time today. Have fun down in the beautiful world of downtown Denver, and we can't wait to see you back up here in the beautiful mountains.
Thanks, Perry.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Perry.
Thank you.
Good to see you, my
Bye.
friend.
My pleasure, thank you.
Okay, bye.
All right, have a good day.
You too, sir. All right, resuming our meeting. We are moving on with our agenda. That was a nice treat for us to have Perry with us. And the next item on our agenda, I believe, is first quarter budget supplementals. That's a new word, budgementals. With Connie Baker. Hi, Connie.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. We have a lot of supplementals to present to you today. I think there's 17 in all, so we'll try to move through them quickly. There are some that are a little more administrative in nature, and we'll try to just go over those very quickly, and so that the board can focus on ones that may have more interest.
And before you start, I want to note for the public and for staff, we have all 5 members of the Board of County Commissioners sitting here today at the same table. So it is a delight to have staff come before us and have this, at least some level of normalcy here before us today. And let's hope this continues on and on and on into the future. All right, thanks, Connie.
Before we start, there is one additional supplemental request that was not in your packet, but the board should be very familiar with it. On March 1st, the board agreed to move forward with a donation of $25,000 to the Aspen International Mountain Foundation, and that will be added on to the budget resolution. So just so the board is aware of that.
Okay.
Cindy Hubin is here in the room, and I'll have her come up and present her request for a 2-year term-limited new position. And Cindy, go ahead.
So good to see everyone here.
So good to see you, Sydney.
Got it, thank you. And yes, Connie helped us pull this together, and I really appreciate her help getting it sort of last minute when we were having our budget meeting. But we are requesting a backfill position for our plans examiner, our senior plans examiner, who is going to be retiring, but has credentials through 2024 and would like to stay on with the county in a lesser role, but be able to train a new plans examiner in our succession planning. And so, as you know, in ComDev, we have a number of people who will be retiring in the near future, and we're trying our best to retain all that knowledge and train people as we go. And I think this is just the perfect situation because it's a term-limited position for 2 years, and the first part of, there won't be any expense to the county this first year in 2022, but there'll be an expense in 2023 and 2024. So we hope to be able to attract another plans examiner and have them fully up to speed before our senior plans examiner leaves. And definitely as we go along, if this new person that we would hire could be trained up even more readily, it would help us with a pretty busy schedule that we have.
Right. Questions from the board? I always like the new hire or the hiring up or addition with term limited. Because you never know when that term actually may be limited to, or and it gives us some flexibility, but I think it's a great idea to have somebody on board to share their knowledge. That's key. And it's especially key to the fact we've had staff that have been here for so many, many years that we want to honor them and to honor their knowledge. So I
was
appreciate
going
that.
to say that. This person has just been incredible for the county, so it would be a great thing.
Okay.
And this is a slightly different situation where we're presenting a supplemental request that has no dollar change to the budget. So
We
in
also
a way
like
it's not
that.
a supplemental. But it is a new FTE for a 2-year term limited period. And there are budget implications, as Cindy mentioned, in 2023 and then half of 2024. So we felt it was important to include it with the supplemental so that the board could weigh in on it at this time.
Great. See no questions from the board? Thanks, Cindy. Anything else for you on this today? Just that one little, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll see you later today.
It was nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Next, we have Brian Pettit with Public Works and the Maroon Bells Comprehensive Recreation Management Plan.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, thanks, Connie. This budget from the county had been previously approved through the 2022 budget process to support the Maroon Bells Comprehensive Recreational Planning effort that'll be done over a 2-year period. But administratively, it just made sense for the county to be the point of contact for the contractor, which is Volpe. They are an arm of the Forest Service and do transportation and recreation planning around the nation. So by the county being the point of contact, based on this supplemental, the county would bring in funds from the RAFTA, City of Aspen, ACRA, and the Aspen Skiing Company, as well as the Forest Service to pay the contractor's price to do the 2-year study, which will in total be $275,000 approximately. If we save that money, that money would be refunded to the participants here based on their contribution percentage. But the purpose of the supplemental is really to bring the money into the county so that we can begin to pay the bills for that planning effort as the point of contact.
Okay, questions from
It
the board?
doesn't impact the previous budgetary request that went to the board through the 2022 process. That stands alone.
I think Greg, you.
Yeah, Brian, Greg here, just wanted to ask just the scope of the study, just if you could remind us, what's the complete scope of this? Does it include the discussions about the road, for instance, and, you know, what to do about bikes? Is that part of any of this?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's from the put-in to get to the bells to the experience at the bells and everything in between. So it's comprehensive. It's everything it takes to go and visit the Maroon Bells, whether you're a resident or a international tourist.
Great, thank you.
Well, and Brian, my question to add on to what Greg just said was, since this is kind of a 2-year plan, how's this going to impact, or will it impact, the more emergent need of managing the bike issues that we've been discussing most recently?
I think it's just the opposite. I think that our bike effort this year will impact this plan, depending on the experience that we have.
Okay.
So whatever works, given this effort to manage bikes on Maroon Creek Road, would hopefully then be implemented in the planning process for the comprehensive planning effort.
I just want to make sure it wasn't gonna stop us from trying to do anything about public safety on the road in the interim. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Brian.
They're moving forward on their own path.
Okay. Francie?
So how is the bike situation moving forward? I can't remember exactly where we stand on that. Would you mind updating me? Because we've been getting letters from Castle Creek people. I don't know if you've seen them all, but lots of concern there about if we restrict Maroon Creek, then everybody will go over to Castle Creek.
Yeah, we've seen those. The issue will be brought back to the Board of County Commissioners, I hope by late March, early April. But right now we're getting feedback from a subcommittee of e-bike rental shops. So there's been a committee put together representing that commercial interest. And based on their feedback, we will bring a recommendation to the board as soon as possible. So
okay, great. Thank you.
That's the update.
Thanks, Brian. Any other questions for Brian on this? John?
I would just note Brian did just celebrate his 30th anniversary, so thought we'd give him a congratulations. Thanks.
Congratulations. And you know, 30 years means you have at least another 10, 15, or 20 to go before we let you retire, Brian.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
Thanks, John, for bringing that to our attention. Okay. Connie, thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Next, we have Brett Lowe with Dispatch with a request to use some savings from 2021 to purchase consoles for Dispatch in 2022.
Hi, Brett.
Hi, everybody. Good to see everyone again. Sorry, after Patty said it was great to have everybody together, I guess I should have been there. Darn it. Next time. So at the end of 21, we had a savings within our comm board budget, which is shared throughout all the agencies that we dispatch for, of about $100,000. We went to the board and requested 2 dispatching consoles. It's just the radio portion. That would, sorry, I had to give my dog a treat. So we have all of our consoles in our center are fine. We're trying to build out our backup center. And right now that center is MRA, which if anybody knows the geography, we're about a quarter mile away from MRA here at North 40. Not the ideal place for a backup center. But regardless, we did need 2 full consoles. So if we had to evacuate this center, we would have all the same capabilities that we'd have here in another building. At the same time, we're exploring an idea with moving our backup center to Southside, which would be obviously much more further away, further down valley, and we would still need those consoles to build it out. So the comm board approved the $60,000, $65,000 to purchase those new consoles with the savings they had last year. And we got the request in, but didn't get the equipment in time, so now it's moved to this year. Just one more thing on this whole idea. What we're exploring is using Southside not only as a backup center, but as now a active satellite center, we're calling it, where our dispatchers who live down valley only have to go to Basalt instead of coming up to the airport, saving, some days up to an hour of commute back and forth. And we're really going to use this as a test to see if that can be a model that we spread even further down valley. We had 6 applicants over Christmas, which were our first applicants in about 6 months. Of those 6, they were all from out of state. Of those 6, only 2 were able to find housing, and 1 stayed for 3 weeks and left. So we need to figure out a way to house our dispatchers in a place that they can afford. So obviously, we're not going to solve the housing crisis up here anytime soon. So our thought is, let's bring the center down to them. We've started talking to Garfield County about sharing some space, and actually in Battlement Mesa, in the firehouse there, where we could actually use that space as a dispatch center, just like being here in North 40. That would open up tremendously the opportunities to bring people in and allow them to find housing and to afford to live there, really, and reduce their commute. I've got now we've got a dispatcher in Newcastle, a dispatcher that we just hired in Silt, and I was so excited to find someone local. And our ops manager lives in Battlement Mesa, so it's not getting any better. We're having a real hard time finding people just to apply, and then if we can't provide them housing, it's not possible. So what we really are trying to do is do this satellite center idea and use Southside, which these new consoles will go into, as really our test to test the concept. And if it is successful, we'll be moving forward with really what we think is going to be 4 or 5 smaller centers spread out all the way down to Battlement Mesa in the coming years, and then joining in with Garfield County and even Eagle County, maybe in Glenwood. And that down the road would mean we don't have to build one giant $10 million center. We can just have these smaller satellite centers and function just as well or even better. So thanks for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I think the points you brought up about housing and satellite centers is very valid and probably worthy of a longer discussion somewhere down the line. I think I have some concerns about, our efforts to extend our broadband, et cetera, capacities up at this end of the valley, and we want to make sure that if there's a need for that with dispatch or communication centers, that those opportunities are available in outlying places. That I don't know how far up to speed Garfield County or other outreach areas are, but information for a further discussion, Brett, because I think that's something that we should be talking about here in the future. Does the board have any?
Yeah, and really COVID, if anything good came out of COVID, it was that it changed the mindset of we had to have one centralized center where all the technology came into. Now we're learning, we're not to the point of taking 911 calls at home yet. There's still a lot of hurdles to overcome there, but if we can work with the infrastructure that we already have and enhance that along a main line, I think there's a lot of opportunities there that we'll be able to pull this off.
Okay. Kelly, did you have a?
Yeah, I have a question. I guess how far out could you go? Like how actually close does the dispatch need to be to the community it's dispatching?
Really, it could be like there is no limit. I mean, it could be like call centers in India that take your non-emergency calls. Really, you could dispatch from anywhere. The technology from that aspect is there. Where where the chiefs and the agencies get a little hesitant is having people who don't live in the area supporting the community that way, supporting the public safety structure without having any investment in the community. But I mean, we're kind of there, right? I mean, we've got 75% of our staff lives outside of Pitkin County. So, yeah, the answer to the question is it really has no limit. But we're trying to build it out as quickly and cheaply, for lack of a better word, with our existing infrastructure and with the systems that we have in place right now.
I want to add to that because I think a lesson learned when we had issues and we were using dispatch out of Eagle County in emergency situations when our 911 calls went down or whatever, is the loss of familiarity with dispatchers and our community. They didn't know when you said, I'm calling from Mountain Valley, they didn't know where Mountain Valley was. So if we're going to be looking at satellites, we need to make sure that people who are dispatching for public safety needs, emergency needs in our community know our community. And I don't want to lose that because people don't get, up Valley past Glenwood Springs, they may not know where they're sending people to or receiving calls from. So I want to make sure that's not lost in part of future discussions. I think that's critical.
Yep, for sure. Absolutely. And, the idea is right now we're based here and we'll be based here for quite some time. But, your initial training and, working with the agencies, all that will still stay.
Yeah.
And stay in the county.
Thanks, Brett. And it also makes it harder for us to deliver cookies to the dispatchers if they're not
Right,
at the North
exactly.
40. Don't forget that part. All right, thanks. Any more questions for Brett? No, thank you, Brett. Good to see you. Next time we'll like
Thanks,
to
you
see
guys.
you in person. That would be great.
All right, we'll do it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, next we have a request for the courts and their use of the City of Aspen Armory building. And Rich Engelhardt is on the line to present this request.
Good afternoon, Board.
Hi,
This
Rich.
should be a pretty quick one and very familiar. You just recently approved an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen to be able to rent the Armory. This wasn't included in the budget process because at the time we weren't sure where we were going to relocate all those services. So we were fortunate enough to find a location. And so these are the costs associated with that we've gone over here just recently. I might mention that this is for a 10-month period as far as the allocation goes. We're hoping to be out in 7 months, but we've put in a couple of month factor here. Just in case, as you know, construction can be a challenge for us, but any unused funds would go back into the fund balance. So this is just appropriating those dollars to take care of that ramp.
Thank you, and thank you for your efforts to find a really good opportunity for the courts to move during the renovation of the final, I think, or mostly final renovation of the courthouse. Does the board have any questions for Rich? Steve, please.
Do we have all of the money appropriated for the courthouse project? I believe it is, but just want to check on that.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
It was included in the 2022 original budget.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Hey, next, Chad Federwitz with our senior center is on the line, and he has a request for an FTE increase, 6 additional hours per week for the assistant cook at the senior center.
Hi, Chad.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. This increase is a slight hour increase to FTE. However, due to that hour increase, it does bump up to the hour allotment for benefits, and which increases the cost of that position, obviously. This is mainly due to the last number of years. It has been extremely difficult to recruit and maintain for that position. We've gone now 7 months without an assistant, with a chef recovering from back surgery. So I'm not super happy about that, but we're making ends meet, and allowing or going with this increase will allow the department to have more sustainability in the actual succession planning in our kitchen. With COVID and my chef having surgery, I learned very quickly how vulnerable we are as a department. If something happens to our chef, we either shut down almost all of our operations or we find some other very creative ways to get services to people. which typically means not using our state and federal funds and using our general operating budget, which is not ideal. So increasing this will allow for that kind of depth of bench, and also some layer down the road for possible increase of services if warranted, along with maintaining the high quality of services and standards that we do in our nutrition program, and kind of get back to less, I don't want to say our meals aren't good, because they're some of the best meals in Aspen, but more of the homemade portions of our meals compared to what we've had to do in more recent time just to get by, frankly.
Okay, questions for Chad? Seeing none. Chad, thank you for bringing this forward, and hope everybody mends quickly over there and we keep people happy and well-fed.
Patty, can I just ask
Yeah,
Chad real
please.
quick? Number of people served. How's client volume doing? And are we seeing a recovery in numbers as the masks come down?
Not as yet, mainly due to weather. This is our slow time of year. But last year, our numbers were the highest they've been. And then the year before that, we're also the highest they've ever been. So I'm hoping once things start to kind of normalize, if you will, that trend will continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Chad.
What is the highest that's ever been? What are the numbers that represent the highest?
Over 10,000 meals served in a year.
Wowie zowie. That's awesome.
It's a lot of full bellies.
2 years in a row now. So I'm going for 3.
That's amazing. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the next request is also in the Human Services Fund, and it's for a retainer for Nan Sundin, who recently retired. And this will keep her working for the county, giving us her expertise and answering some questions for just a couple hours a week throughout the course of a 1-year time period. Any questions on this request?
I don't know. We have to consider keeping that Nan Sundin working for us, guys. But yeah, I don't know how we
Can't the
could.
poor lady just retire?
Yeah. I gave her gardening
We
gloves.
never gave her
isn't it?
permission to
Well, I'll give her
retire.
my weeds next.
Pretty
if she
sure
wants
she
them.
can handle a couple hours a week.
Yeah. I don't think there's any serious questions from the board on this one.
Then the next request is in the Healthy Community Fund. It's a detox budget adjustment. Lindsay Maish is on the line in case you have any questions. This one is more of an administrative change. When we did the budget for a detox, I only had the prior year numbers, and the new IGA was approved later after I had put in the numbers. And so it's just fixing the budget to match up with the correct IGA numbers. And Lindsay, I'm not sure if there's anything you wanted to add to that.
Nope, it's a pretty small change. It's nothing too robust for any of our partners at this point, so it just makes sense. Cost of living, pretty much adjustment.
Okay. Thanks. Any questions from the board?
Okay.
Nope. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. The next request is with Open Space and Trails, and I believe Gary is on the line. In the budget process, Open Space budgeted for Redstone Park renovations and is now requesting the transfer of funds from the park dedication fees. So, Gary?
Hello all. Back in December, we talked about the Redstone Park and the public process and the updated plan that is out to bid right now. And at that time, we asked you if we could use $250,000 of the Parks Dedication Fund. Since this was a general fund property that we adopted, we felt this was a perfect use of those funds that were gathered in the past, no longer now, but gathered in the past for parks. So we're out to bid, and we're hoping the bids come back in a way that we can actually make this project happen. So.
Okay.
So you're thinking this summer, Gary?
Well, we'll see. We'll see the bids. We're the way we have it scheduled out is to not do any major construction in the summer. Is to potentially start this spring if possible, get some stuff done. Try to get at least the main summer months free of construction, so they can still have a park that operates as a park. And then go in and really do everything in the fall. And obviously, if the weather goes south, we'll be able to finish that next spring.
Okay. Any other questions? Thanks, Gary. I think we had a good
Thanks.
discussion. We really appreciated getting to view those the plans down there for that great park.
Okay, next we have a request for the housing fund for both the deed restricted program and purchases of employee housing. And Rich Engelhardt is here again to present this.
Again, good afternoon, board. As you're aware, we've had some transactions this year on our housing program. We'd anticipated, and you approved in the 2022 budget, $600,000 towards the deed restricted side. But since that time, we've purchased 2 houses from employees who have left the program. One of those is going to be rented out and actually is now under rent successfully with somebody, I believe, out of the jail area or office with the sheriff's department. And the other is going to be going onto the open market here recently. And so, or as soon as we close, and we close this Friday on it. So those funds will be put back into this program to help replenish it. So what has happened, though, that we've kind of outpaced our ability to provide for this housing opportunities. The board has also asked us to bring forward another purchase within the AABC that will be coming to you in a bit. So the money that is set up here is to help us get through this year to allow still for at least a number of employees, a couple of employees to enter into the deed restricted program. We have one that we've currently are working with another that is looking for a location that we are anticipating is also going to utilize it. So we're hoping that the proceeds of this, along with the sale of Cougar Canyon, are going to help us replenish this fund. But in the meantime, we need board authorization for an appropriation of dollars to help supplement this as it stands now. So I'd be happy to certainly answer any questions you have.
Board have any questions? I think the board's been very supportive of these programs, so thank you, Rich.
Well, thank you, board. It's a huge commitment. And I know Brett was talking about it earlier. Housing's an issue, but you guys are stepping up to the plate to help us here. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Okay, next we have a request from Healthy Rivers and Streams for streamside improvements at the Whitewater Park. Lisa and Lisa are here from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Look at, we can see everybody in person. This is awesome. Today, I am joined by our new admin specialist, Lisa Tasker. So we're really happy to have her here, and I
Lisa,
wanted to
welcome.
Thank you. Have her here and introduce you all. Also joining us is Sam Bockham with Blue Green. He is our landscape architect and park designer. In case the board had any design questions on the plans. So, like Connie said, we are seeking a budget supplemental for construction costs for the streamside amenities at the Whitewater Park. The plans were approved by both the BOCC and the town of BOCC at a joint meeting in September of 2019. Then, of course, 2020 hit and COVID, and all construction plans were put on hold due to economic concerns. I received 2 extensions on our $350,000 Great Outdoors Colorado grant, which will expire this year. They were gracious enough to offer us those extensions. And the town of BOCC has also continued to hold committed funds for the construction of the park as well. As the board knows, the impetus for the park was the county water right, which was made absolute in November of 2020. And in order to maintain our beneficial use status, the park needs people in the river. That's the goal.
Why you've come today?
Yep.
It's a little chilly to
We'll have to go have an ice swim.
And we want them safely in the river. We're not just going to drop them in the
exactly. So of course, the first phase of the park was the installation of the wave structures, the boulder walls, the access path, and the second phase of the plan is to construct the attractive amenities to bring people down to the park, make them stay longer, and make them hang out and enjoy the river. The park has become wildly popular with the diverse use of a user base that includes stand-up paddleboarders, kayakers, boogie boarders, people just swimming out there, dog walkers, and anglers. There's also a new 3-story apartment building on the end of Emma Road that is planned to be constructed this year, this spring maybe even, and that will allow even more, all those residents down there to get access to the waves in the park right out of their back door. So, and of course, given today's climate change, drought concerns, maintaining that water right is, of course, critical. We recently asked for updated construction cost estimates for our February 17th River Board meeting. And about 10 minutes before that meeting, we received the new cost estimates, which of course were more than double the approximately $1 million that we had budgeted in 2019. As the board knows, construction's crazy. The River Board unanimously moved to recommend submitting a budget supplemental to the BOCC, seeking an additional $300,000 from our dedicated river fund, along with park dedication fees, while reducing some scope of work at the park. In the past, during our budget discussions with Connie, we have always earmarked some of those park dedication fees for the amenities at the Whitewater Park. So, with recent discussions with Connie, the request was also to seek $350,000 in park dedication fees. We are continuing to look at other cost-saving measures, other grants. Lisa and Sam are actually looking into new and innovative landscaping strategies, using less costly materials, and looking for ways to save some more money on that. We plan to come back to the board at a future work session and refresh everybody with the actual plans, so everyone can see the work and the ideas. We're also planning to go back to the town of Basalt and with their new council and connect back with Basalt PD and fire department. So that's kind of the request in a nutshell.
I have a really quick question.
Yeah.
Since we have done a lot of joint projects, conservation projects, etc., with Eagle County, has Eagle County committed any funds, or is that an option we may not? We may
They
want
have
to
not. It's in
approach?
Pitkin. The park is in Pitkin.
I know, but we've been
so-
doing a lot of work in Eagle County.
Right. Yep.
So maybe
On
we
Robinson.
could see if Eagle County would like to do some work in Pitkin.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And if you need any help, we can always reach out to also with you to the Eagle County Commissioners
Yeah,
and to
yeah.
their open space. I know we have a good relationship with open space, and I know they don't have a dedicated Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund as we do,
They have
but
open space, right?
But they could maybe, by their interest in Rawapa and wanting to keep water in the watersheds,
They're
they might
looking
be
for
able to find a nexus
Yeah,
there.
April came to one of our recent meetings and we discussed some of
so
those
I think there
things.
might be, and I think people are very understanding of the increase in construction costs and the need for river in the water, water in the
Water
river.
in the river.
And for the fact that we do need to have more, we used to say on the airplane more butts in seats, and now it's more people in the water.
Boogie boards.
Yeah, great idea.
I'd love to ask just about the project. I know there was, feedback while the system was being tuned. How's the public feedback going? Are people still afraid of drowning in the hole, or
No, and I think that the flows have been such that, those first few years it was pretty extreme, but the flows since we adjusted have not been that high.
And there's
so.
you can sneak it on the left now and not have to worry
Yep,
about
yep,
getting
we have the sneak
sucked
in
into
there,
the hole. That's good news.
Kids are down there
gentler
boogie
park.
boarding and everything down there, so it's been, I guess they're having a riot.
And it's great that you're working on alternative landscaping. You know, it's great, Lisa. I'm so glad you stepped in.
I know,
This is
so
like
perfect.
perfect to have you there. That's really great.
Yeah, and I think, I think it's a, potentially an opportunity for something called a demonstration garden. There's a lot of those around these days. And there's a little bit of funding out there for that. And I think, as far as water saving is concerned, I think we're gonna have to really try and get into that a little bit more, trying to sell the public into alternative landscaping. We've got this turf replacement bill that you
Right.
guys are certainly familiar with in the, going through the legislature right now. So I think, the timing is good, and hopefully we can tap into some resources and think about this a little bit more deeply, but it's gonna take a little bit more time, which we need some more time so we can find, figure out some more funding, and I think that will also attract more people and be another amenity potentially, so Sam and I are talking about this. But.
Well, if you make the landscaping edible, watch out.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're not going to do that. I think this is more in the realm of our local native plants, trying to, that's really the selling point, and the water savings potential, and also for pollinators, that kind of thing. So yeah.
All of this just increases the opportunities for education. Because I know that's been part of the plan for the use of that park, is to have an opportunity, an area, a venue to educate not just the young, but then, the young to always help to educate the old, but maybe bring the old in there with the young, bring us all in there together. So, Kelly, you have?
I just want to ask John Peacock, do you think it's best for you to reach out to their county manager, or should we do elected to elected?
That would, we could do those in parallel. It'd be good for me to reach out to their county manager and give them a heads up. And of course, elected to elected is always appropriate.
I'm going to see Kathy tonight, so I'll
perfect.
how much did I ask her for? How many zeros?
As many as she's willing to give us, and keep adding them on.
Yeah.
My advice is always ask for as much as you can without laughing.
Right.
And then duck after you ask. Francie.
Yeah, Sam, I had a question when I was reading through this about a change slightly in the design in the park to accommodate the increased construction costs. What changes would that be?
Sam, you need to come up to a mic, please. You can just grab a chair and we'll slide a mic over. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're looking at a couple of approaches. One has to do with the materiality for the elevated boardwalk. Originally we were looking at a grate system and a wood board system. So there are areas where you can walk and you can see the water, the planting beneath you. So we're looking at a more cost-effective approach, which means maybe reducing or eliminating the grate, using a more cost-effective wood planking. So that is one approach. And additionally, working with Lisa Tasker here on the planting, dialing that in, focusing on xeriscaping, reducing the overall quantity of plants while improving the quality of the project. So,
And reducing the irrigation then that you'd have to put in?
it will not reduce the extent of the irrigation infrastructure, but it will reduce the amount of water that is used.
Okay, yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah, you still have to have the heads wherever you need to have them.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it seems funny to be irrigating a water park.
I know, it's a little counterintuitive.
Yeah.
But
But I think we understand that. There's a lot of rocks there.
Okay,
Stay
great.
tuned for a name change.
Any other questions for the great team we have in front of us? Thank you.
Great.
It's a
Thanks,
great
guys.
park. It's great just to go by and see people there. It's great
know.
when I have time and I go by and I can actually stop and be there,
Yeah.
just to watch and just hear the laughter and the
I know,
people and
yep.
the mixed
Kids down
generations, the
there, it's awesome.
demographics. It's pretty cool. It's very cool, actually.
If you have to ditch the bridge, you could just go with a zip line.
Yeah.
There you go.
And Greg will be the first one to try that.
I'll do it.
You have the whole board going across to cut the ribbon, right?
Yep, right.
I don't know about that one. I'll stand at the other end with the scissors.
So we'll come back to you with a refresh on all the plans.
Great.
and,
Thanks. Good
Thanks
to see
for
you
coming
guys.
in.
Great.
Sam,
It's
thanks for
great
coming
to
in.
hear
Good
about
see
this.
you.
everybody.
Lisa, welcome on
Good
board.
to see you, Lisa.
So much.
All right. Now Rich is back, I think, yes?
Yes, next we have a request for legal services at the airport.
Hi, Rich.
Well, good afternoon, board. Yeah, this is dealing with our legal services that we have actually secured over the last probably year and a half, probably, to help us as we wade through some of the FAA issues that we anticipate and have had. So Holland & Knight is a legal firm that has been retained by the attorney's office and also under the general fund. And as we start moving through this process of the airport layout plan, as you know, we're going to probably hit a little bit of rough water with the FAA when it comes to an approved EA versus our airport layout plan. This firm is highly educated in the airport industry. And then they also have lobbyists. And I'm hoping John Peacock may talk to this because I think he had an opportunity to meet with them in DC more specifically regarding some of these. But this really is just appropriating those dollars to retain them. It's a lump sum amount they would charge on a monthly basis for their services. And we'll attain them as we need them as we go through this. And I don't know if, John, if you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, I'd just add that, as the board has directed staff to pursue the Vision Committee recommendations as lightly amended by the board, there are some real challenges, both in terms of working with our federal agencies as well as with funding, and also some real opportunities. Having somebody that understands how to navigate Washington, which we're pretty far away from at this point, is very helpful. We had a good set of meetings and some strategy building that we'll be talking to the board about here pretty soon.
Great. For me, there's no question we need all the help we can get when it comes to dealing with the powers that be that we have little or no control over. So does the board have any specific questions for Rich?
Mm-mm.
Okay, let's get her done.
Thank you, board.
Okay, the next 4 requests are also from the airport. I see Greg Boyd on the line. Greg, are you going to present these?
The vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. Is Greg there? He's been with us most of the day.
Yeah, I left earlier. Sorry, I misunderstood the timing of this. But for the 2 issues that have to do with the airport requests that I put through for this Q1 supplemental have to do with the purchase of a smaller portable carpet cleaner. As most people know, we put in quite a lot of effort into putting down some new carpet in the terminal over the fall. Our current carpet cleaner is quite a large unit, needs to be towed by a trailer. It takes quite a lot of water, quite a lot of power to run, and we're finding that we just need something smaller, both for the AOC and for the terminal, to take care of carpet cleaning needs with less resources being the water, the manpower needed to use it. So we were hoping just to get that approved, to purchase something that makes it a little bit easier for us to continue to take care of that terminal. I'll leave it at that. That's as far as it has to go for the carpet cleaner. If you'd like me to get into the lower item, which was the hot seat pressure washer install, I can get to that too, or I can wait until we get through the agenda.
Yeah, you can kind of direct him to the.
Yes, go ahead. This would be the AOC hot seat equipment and installation.
Oh, okay. That's a couple of pages down.
Do you want me to proceed with that one
Yeah,
as well?
please. Yeah, please go ahead, Greg. Thanks.
Okay. So we did budget for the purchase of a new hot seat for the snow removal equipment bays at the airport located in the AOC. We have got the equipment ready to purchase for the amount that was budgeted, but the install for the plumbing and electrical has come back quite a bit more expensive than what was budgeted when it was presented by someone before me. So we're we're kind of tied at a point where we can purchase the equipment, but to have it installed, it's going to take quite a bit more funds to have it installed. So that the pressure washer itself, we're okay on. It's just the plumbing. And again, this is to prolong the life of the equipment we already have there. We have 2 hot seas on site in the SRE, snow removal equipment bays. But we're taxing them pretty hard by the length of distance that we have to travel with these hoses to keep the equipment in the bays clean. As well as we started to really it started to wear out the equipment a little bit. So this install has to do with putting another unit in the building. So we have a less distance of hoses to clean the equipment. The plumbing install is, again, the part that has become a bit of an issue. We've had quotes come back everywhere from 30,000 plus more than what was budgeted for. So the amount that we're asking for now in the supplemental is just to take our lowest bid, which actually happens to be with our existing HVAC contractor, to have them install it at a price that works for us to make this addition make sense.
Okay, thanks. So we have 2 issues that Greg's brought forward, the vacuum cleaner. I have a little shop vac at home if you want to borrow that, Greg, in the interim. It's pretty worthless, but sorry, I didn't mean to choke you up. So we have that item, which I think, I'm not seeing any questions from the board.
Is this thing like a Roomba? Self-propelled?
No, moving forward with the new terminal design, I would hope that we could go automated with some things, but this one is not. If a Roomba hit a wall in that building too hard, it might knock the whole thing over. So this would be
I don't think go up the steep slopes that we have, the steep slopes we have there. And the second one is for the equipment washing system over at the AOC, which I think we need to do whatever we can because we know the equipment we wash over there is very expensive.
Yes.
So seeing nothing from the board, everybody's all good. Okay, thanks, Greg, and thank you for joining us for the day. I hope you enjoyed.
Well,
of course,
I have
thank you.
a quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just regarding how often do we need plumbers? Like, is the contractor still the way to go? Would we ever think about? And John can answer this. Are we reaching the point where, if we're going to be doing so much work like this, would we rather have a plumber on staff, a contract plumber on call? I don't know. Just wondering when we hit that point.
Yeah, Greg, I think that's a question we're often asking. I think the specialization difference in systems and ability to draw from a larger pool will probably keep us in the contracting mode for now. But we have been working with the airport to create more linkages with our existing internal services like facilities, road and bridge, what have you, for backup. But I don't know if Rich or Greg, you'd have anything to add to that.
Yeah, John, you're right. And when you mentioned our existing services, we do have contracts that we'll reach out every once in a while to our facilities department outside of the airport, and they'll assist with some of the people they've got on call. So I think we got a pretty good system put in place.
Good question.
Thank you.
I will say also, Greg, we had an electrician position that we advertised and we hired for, and it saved us quite a bit with our contract numbers, having a licensed electrician on site, and with the new seasonals that were approved several months ago. And thank you for those. To be moving to full-time there's always the option for us to be looking for someone who has plumbing capabilities and certifications to get on staff, to be a multifaceted person within the team to help out with plumbing needs and those types of things. Right now, we have been dealing with just a contractor. So it's something that we're definitely looking for, and to shadow something that Brett had said is it's just finding people to apply for these jobs and the people with the right skill sets to bring in. So hopefully that's something that we find moving forward in the future and we can share with the rest of the county as well.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Greg. And thanks, Greg.
Okay, there are 2 other supplemental requests from the airport. One is for professional development, and this is tagging on to an existing contract, a the ACS firm was hired to help with transition and an organizational assessment as a couple of key positions had resigned. And they're adding on some professional development to this contract.
Does the board have any questions or?
What do you mean by professional development?
You know, I don't see Dan Bartholomew here to answer that more thoroughly than I can.
Maybe John or Rich?
Yeah, I can help out there. And I don't know if Skylar, if Dan is needing to be moved over.
We're getting him moved over.
Okay, I'm sure there he is. Yeah, he'll be able to address these next two with the board for you here. So.
Okay.
There he is.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. Good afternoon. Yes, so this is, how do I put this? You know, this kind of parlays a little bit to what Greg was saying as far as what type of staff do we have, you know, on hand at the airport? What type of staff may we need? So as you may remember, we, in the last several months, we've had 2 director level positions leave the airport here. So we thought this was an opportune time to come back and reevaluate how the organization is structured from a position standpoint. We're not looking to add positions. We just want to evaluate what we have and if there are methods of operating more efficiently and possibly even restructuring us and as far as the positions we have to operate more efficiently. A part of this component is also working with developing succession plans for each one of our staff members, not only to create a better lineage for people to see long-term prospects of working at the airport here, and they can sort of fulfill their destiny as they go along to hopefully retain those employees for long periods of time, but also to make for lack of a better term, a happier staff here. So people are working on things and projects that are sort of in their niche a little bit of what they enjoy working on and like working on, and they hope to make a career of. So Airport Career Services, or ACS firm, has come in and they've interviewed all the employees. They're putting together individual, not a blanket, but an individual succession slates for each employee here. And they will also be doing some recruiting if need be for certain positions. We're not, part of this is to determine, do we need to backfill those 2 positions that exited? Or should it be restructured to backfill with a single position or no additional positions? So we're having them look into that as we go through this. So what this particular supplemental is they've identified a couple of issues that we may need to apply a few more resources to, professional coaching and some additional items, training, things like that, that we didn't have in the original contract. So we're adding that to this. I didn't want to, in the original contract, we didn't want to just throw a huge amount of money at the contract. We wanted to be prudent about it and transparent. So as we identify certain things that we may need to adjust with the organization out here at the airport, we will come back for a supplemental to do that on a very prudent step-by-step basis rather than just a large blanket contract. So that's what this additional $45,000 is for, is just that additional training and resources.
Thanks, Dan.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Question is this for the, I thought I understood, is this for the actual training for the staff, or is this for the contractor to evaluate?
No, so the original contract was for them to evaluate and do some training. They've identified a little extra that they may need to do in certain areas. So this is to cover that.
Got it. Okay.
Okay. Are we good to move along? Because we are already pushing our time over.
Dan, will you also speak to the security
Dan, we
backflow
got
preventer?
Yeah, thanks, Connie.
Sure. I'll do this quickly. This is the, so if you've ever come off an airplane and carry the baggage claim, go through sort of a double door unit, automated. It's a backflow preventer for people getting from the bag claim or non-secure area back into the secure area. Last fall, we started to have some issues with this unit. And as we were addressing those, we ended up having this, we found out from the TSA that we had a staff that, because of these issues we're having, this staff at full time while the airport's open. We're finding the cost for that is excessive. So what we plan to do is replace that unit later on in the year when the supply chain allows us to do so. It'll be much less expensive to replace this unit and hopefully even pick this unit up and use it in a new terminal if that takes place in a reasonable amount of time. So this dollar amount, the $200,000, is to replace that unit. So we no longer have to staff full-time the exit
Okay.
point.
Great, Dan. That means I won't get stuck between the doors like I have in the past.
Well, I won't guarantee that.
All right, thanks, Dan. Does the board have any
Sure,
questions?
Is it under, I assume the warranty on it expired. It sounds like a faulty piece of equipment, but
It
there's
is.
no recourse with the manufacturer.
No, that's the first thing we explored.
They want to sell you another one.
Well, we may not go with the same vendor. We're going to come up for our queue on this one.
Okay, great. Thanks,
And
Dan.
then, but you'll be able to put it to use elsewhere. But if it doesn't
We
work
should.
here,
I think that's a maybe. Sorry, Greg.
Depends on how many years out.
Yeah, it depends on any final designs in the terminal and how many years out it is. But we will certainly keep the equipment and put it to good use if there's a cost-saving
Put
opportunity.
it upstairs into our administrative.
it's not easily defeated. It sounds like it doesn't really work. Is that right? It's not functional? I mean,
It's having some glitches occasionally.
okay.
So they
yeah.
need to have a
So
a
the glitches
person
would
that
go with
sits
it if
there.
it
There's
moved
a-
somewhere else.
There's a
Okay.
TSA person or somebody, a security person who sits there.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, we're good? Kara, hi. So nice to see you. And I
We
think,
have
is this our last
One
item?
last request, yes.
This is the biggie. She's coming to us with.
I've already been in the river. Do you not remember the
year?
pink flamingo?
This year?
Oh, not this year. And maybe I should just hand it to Rich. He does a lot of these. So before you today is a follow-up on the ABC microgrid project. We did get an award letter 2 weeks ago now, which is less than our initial request, which was we had requested 2.5 million from DOLA with a 25% match. We received 1.7 million, and so what we have worked through and proposed today is we knew that we were going to have to come back for a match for that grant. With the decrease, we are asking for actually 500,000 from the general fund and 500,000 from the airport to cover the increased costs of that grant, as well as provide for an owner's rep to move this forward. In addition, we are working with our partners on any changes to their potential match level, but our timing is not allowing that to be confirmed, and so wanted to basically come to the board knowing that the cost of the project would be increased with the decreased grant amount.
Okay. And I think hopefully looking at the newspaper articles about the increased revenue for some of our partners in here, we might be able to, maybe they can help out a little more.
Yeah, and
Positive
we're in
thinking.
that same boat. Our January sales tax came in fairly strong. I think it was, I can't even say the number that I think I'm remembering
It was
here.
69%
That is the
over January of last year and over our budget. And that
I
means.
wonder how much the cost of living is too.
In the general fund, or the sales tax is split between general, capital, road and bridge. Just the general fund piece of that is 446,000 better than what we were budgeting just for the month.
Still early in the
Good
year.
job, it's not so bad these days, huh?
But yeah, so we do have some capabilities to cover that, and yeah, this would be just a change really in our match, not the overall
Well, it's such a huge
project budget.
project, I don't see how we can stop it now. Kelly, go ahead.
I just
please.
want to understand, so we asked DOLA for 2.5 and we got 1.7? Okay, thank you.
We were asked to ask for a larger amount.
Yeah, we weren't planning on going yet. We kind of went through, and you know, it's easy when you have expectations set for you to be disappointed, but this is, I think, one of the largest, if not the largest DOLA grant we've received, and
Oh, yeah.
it's the largest renew grant that's granted in the state, and so this is really something for us to be proud of and to recognize that we're doing some cutting edge work with our partners.
And it
in
makes
this
our match
community.
less.
I will say, because of how the timing of this all aligned, we do have a little bit of an ask or a decision point for the board, which is if we were to continue with the full scope as proposed, there still is a $370,000 gap in matching dollars. we can revise the scope of the project, which is what we're working on, but if the board is very committed to move forward at the full scope as initially, we would come back tomorrow in the first reading with adding that $300,000 into the matching
You'd
dollars.
be asking for 800, almost 800 and something thousand?
Yes, that would be $872,500 from the general fund.
And that could be backfilled with efforts, but if we pre-approve it now, you can move forward.
It may be backfilled with efforts. We don't
Maybe.
have commitment.
Keyword.
And this is expected to be spent in 2022?
By June 2023.
So it's next year's budget?
No, it's
So, yeah, so to
It needs to be appropriated now to enter into the contracts, even though part of it won't be spent until 2023.
The contract with DOLA?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I don't see us saying no to that.
How does the board feel about that? I mean, this is a project we've been working on for so long. It's a huge part of our climate action issues, so.
I'm ready to go forward with it. My question was going to be just about, there's a lot of equipment there and infrastructure, materials and technology that probably needs to be ordered, and who knows what the deliverables look like for that. And are the prices on those things going to go up in the near term?
Yeah, and that was the other, I just whispered to Connie. We did connect with Holy Cross, and the bottom line does not change, but some of the costs between the batteries and the design and engineering, according to Holy Cross, have changed a little bit, but it doesn't affect the bottom line.
I would just note some uncertainty, though. I mean, I think we're aware of the international situation and what's happening with raw materials. Nickel went up by 75% in one day, which is a critical component to batteries and such. So I just we're working with the best information that we have now. I just want to caveat that there's some uncertainty out there in the world right now that could affect this project down the line, and we'll bring that back to you and rescope as soon as we know. But right now, based on the information we have, we think this is the right number.
Okay. I'm seeing,
Yeah, I just, I know it's a basis is renewable energy. I just am really concerned about the lithium in the batteries that's not renewable, highly destructive to environments, and I'm just really concerned about putting this much money and energy into lithium-ion batteries. I'm hoping we're going to have an incredible change in batteries in the next few months, but I just find it hard to be promoting renewable energy and lithium at the same time.
so you're promoting one positive to a negative impact to another. Yeah, and I agree with that, but we've put so much time and effort into this, and again, as Francie said, and Greg has reiterated many times, technology is changing quickly, so hopefully there will be some solutions to battery use that we are more supportive of in the future.
Well, I wonder with a project this big, if there's some kind of mitigation that we could do in the communities that are affected by lithium mining. Just something to think about, possibly, that if we're going to be consuming this much lithium, that we could be looking at the areas that are negatively impacted by extracting that lithium. Maybe that's one thing we could look at.
Yeah, we can certainly look into it. I don't think we have any answers for that now, and I know you've raised it before, but certainly something that we can look into with our partners. I suspect this is something the industry is wrestling with at this point, so we can try and bring something back.
So am I seeing the board wants to support the entirety, as I think the best way to keep the costs down is to move it forward in its entirety at this point? Because to delay, I think, is only going to incur future increase in costs.
Does this include the increase in the solar that we would be having? No, it's just the battery bank.
Sorry, I had to go back. No, it does not include the increase in the solar. It does include the design and engineering, so it's project ready for when we have additional funding for the solar.
I see, okay.
It will link in, though, to renewable sources in the existing 5 megawatt. And then we will have design for, I believe, the Public Works, RAFTA, and does it include airport design
Yeah.
also.
Yep.
And so as we move into those projects and get an approved airport layout plan and those sorts of things, so we can do development, we'll have those opportunities to link in and work towards that net zero.
And that 4.5 additional megawatts, I think it is, that's at the airport?
It's a combination of airport, public works, and
Right,
RAFTA,
yeah.
with the majority being at the airport.
Okay, great, thanks.
Till we know what we're doing at the airport, we don't
I
know
wanted to ask
exactly.
about the thermal storage. Where is that going to go and what is it?
Oh, yeah, what is that? I was wondering about that too.
I can touch on it. Rich might know more, but it is research for thermal storage would be under any snow melt process at the airport.
Yeah, we've looked at doing snow melt for the apron out there whenever we get that all located. So apparently RAFTA has a thermal heating system within their complex that has been highly successful. So it's one of the areas we're going to look at researching and designing. So in the future, whenever we relocate the terminal in the apron, that we would look at thermal melting that, which could save us on quite a bit of machinery, manpower. So we're excited about that aspect. And that's one of the key components to the uniqueness of all of this. I don't think there's very many airports that actually thermal heat aprons.
And it requires it looked like 1 to 2 million gallons of storage for the water involved in that thermal?
Glycol or something?
Yeah, is it glycol or
Yeah,
is it
again,
melted
it's,
snow or?
Chocolate syrup.
Yeah, it's all part of the design research that we've got to do, because again, it's going to take a pipe that's going to have to go underneath the highway. So we're tying all the systems in together. So that's yet to be determined, Francie, but it's a huge undertaking, and that's going to come along as a later phase of this.
This is a
And Francie, I was
ahead.
also going to mention to you, Francie, I was talking to a city manager in Littleton. They're looking at doing also a pretty large project, and their board has raised same concerns you have about those batteries. And so they're doing a lot of research right now on different alternatives that may be out there. I know Holy Cross is also doing that as well. They've got a lot of experts looking at it. So your concerns haven't gone unanswered as far as staff's perspective.
Thanks, Rich.
Okay, we are like half an hour over, and if we want to take any kind of break between this and our P&Z meeting. So, Kara, is there anything else the board has any? So am I seeing the board would like Kara to bring back the full amount tomorrow?
Yeah.
I would do the full amount. This is potentially such a important project this is the cutting edge kind of stuff that we could help the rest of the state and the rest of the country with, if we do a good job on this project and do it right.
Well, and I think it's important to, when we're pursuing some recovery of some of those funds, to let them know that the board did this not to defer the opportunity for others to help pitch in to help cover some of these additional costs. Thank you. Okay, Connie.
Okay, we will be back tomorrow with first reading with a couple of modifications that we've mentioned.
Great, and thanks for, allowing us the opportunity to go through this thoroughly today.
Yeah, thanks so much. As usual, your presentation is
So
clear,
Dave,
so
thank you
great.
for your patience.
I'm just going to read that.
Okay. So this is an EOTC preview. And Dave's been very patient with us. We appreciate that.
Oh, you're fine.
And there is a lot of information coming to us
Have you read the whole packet on the?
at EOTC, right,
Sorry,
Dave?
Rick, I'll ask you that.
There is.
Okay.
See if I can. There we go. Keep changing programs. I can never remember where the share screen is.
While you're looking, just going to remind you, I'm going to be trying to call into that meeting from Mexico, so
And
hopefully it'll work.
I've got you down.
But you have a full quorum.
Probably on the beach.
Do you have a full quorum if I'm not there?
Yes, we do right now. Well, we do. Kelly may not be in attendance either at that meeting.
I
We'll
thought
have
you
to ask
needed
her.
everybody from every.
We need a quorum, so we need a majority.
We need
So
three.
we need three of
Majority,
the five,
okay.
yeah. And I'll take
I couldn't
a
remember
roster
how we
here.
define quorum, so just was checking.
Yeah, it's defined as a majority, so 3
Okay.
of 5.
Go ahead, the floor is yours, sir.
All right. Well, I am Dave Peasantchuk, Regional Transportation Administrator for the Elected Officials Transportation Committee. This is the preparation meeting for the March 24th full EOTC meeting coming up in a couple weeks. Got a few items I'd like to cover here this afternoon. The first is covering basic meeting logistics for the 24th. The second is taking any corrections from the October 28th EOTC decisions reached. The third is giving a brief overview and focusing on the staff recommendations that you can expect on the 24th for the 3 agenda items, which include the Brush Creek Park and Ride to ABC and Aspen Trail connection, the requested access through the Brush Creek Park and Ride, and the EOTC retreat update. And if you've got any questions on the update memos within the packet, I can take those later in the presentation as well. So looking at the 24th, it is going to be hosted here in this room, hosted by Pickens County starting at 4 p.m. It will be a combination of in-person and virtual, and the meeting link will be sent out just a couple days in advance as you're accustomed to using Zoom. But I did want to go around and get in a roster. I know, so Francie, you're most likely virtual, right?
Definitely virtual, unless, I get kicked out of Mexico or something.
She'll let you know mañana.
What?
And how about you, Steve?
Kelly, just for a quick, Francie is going to try and call in on the 24th. Will you be in travel mode or available, or just so we know who we need to be holding out for?
Sure. Do you need, well,
We'll
I
have a
was not
quorum.
planning to go, but I will if we need a quorum.
No, we will have a quorum.
Sorry.
So I'm planning going and being in person.
Okay.
I have to be at Snowmass Village at 7 o'clock, so I think the timing will work pretty well.
I hope we'll be done by then.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's key that we have a maintained quorum when we're here, so I don't know what other issues, Steve, you might have, and we'll try and get you out in time. If not, you might have to be late to one and on time to stay here for the other, but we'll see how it works. Okay, Dave, please.
Patty, did you let me know? I didn't mark you down.
What's that?
Are you going to be here?
Oh, yeah, I'm not going anywhere, but
Okay.
I have a
She's the hostess with the
yeah,
hostess.
economic development meeting that day starting at 10, so I will try and attend those in the building.
Okay.
And economic development meeting gets over about 3, so I'll just slide right.
Thing about this is I also have the Wolf meetings, but I won't be at the Wolf meetings, except virtually, so I can just get off of them and come to EOTC.
Unless she's in the ocean.
Right.
No, I'll show up.
Okay.
And then Greg, did you say?
I'm planning on being here. I think I leave the next day. I'm
Okay.
just confirming that.
Oh, confirming that I leave the next day.
Okay, so you're planning on being in person?
That's my current plan, yes.
Okay. All right.
If anything changes, we need to know, because if we don't have a quorum, and we're hosting, so just keep me in tune.
I'll let you know if we start approaching that.
Great.
I'll find you.
So then, moving on, the
process
next
plan
item
there.
is taking any corrections from the decisions reached from the
learning
October
how to
28th
turn
meeting. So, as you may recall, we had 2 approved items. We had the 2022 EOTC budget as well as the 2022 EOTC work plan. You may recall that we approved some amendments to the work plan a few weeks ago. Those are not included in these decisions reached, so this is specific to that October 28th meeting. But if you have read through them and have any corrections, I can take those now. And if you haven't, please email those to me in advance of the March 24th meeting. So not hearing any corrections right now. Okay.
I haven't read through the minutes, so.
Okay. Moving on to the first agenda item coming up for the 24th. This is the Brush Creek Park and Ride to ABC Trail connection. This is a partnership project that you may recall that's being funded a third by Pickens County Open Space and Trails, which is also lead on the project, a third by the City of Aspen Parks and Open Space, and a third by the EOTC. The review team so far has consisted of Pickens County Open Space and Trails staff, City of Aspen Parks and Open Space staff, Snowmass Parks and Recreation staff, as well as myself as the Transportation Administrator. The outcome is a feasibility study that's been put together by SGM in 2022 and the end of in 2021 and the early part of 2022. The purpose of the feasibility study is to identify the technically feasible hard surface ADA trail connections between the Brush Creek Park and Ride to the ABC is the official connection, but fundamentally what this does is it creates a hard surface trail between Snowmass and Aspen, the Brush Creek Park and Ride, and the Rio Grande Trail, and then by extension all points down valley. So it's really a critical link in the trail network that's also one of the most difficult to connect. So on the 24th, I did want to highlight that the direction that we're looking for is administrative direction to initiate the public process. So we're not looking for any decisions on a preferred alignment at that meeting or any direction on construction necessarily, simply to move forward with the public process at this time. So the EOTC did budget $25,000 for 2022 for this public process. So there's no additional financial impact to the EOTC that hasn't already been budgeted for. More or less looking for that blessing. And you will have staff from Open Space and Trails and the city Parks and Open Space Department, as well as SGM, to answer any specific questions you have on those alignments. But I'm happy to answer any questions on this one before we get into the requested access through the park and ride.
Well,
Go ahead, Steve.
not a question, but we looked at what I called the high bridge. I don't know, it was a proposal by Open Space and Trails approximately 8 years ago. I think it was early in my years as commissioner, that was connecting, I don't remember exactly, I think it was sort of the Brush Creek Park and Ride over to the Rio Grande Trail, or somewhere in that vicinity. I can't remember the exact spot, but anyhow, it'd be worth looking up what they had done. There'd be some records about the location they were planning, and it might tie into the planning of this perhaps.
I believe you're referring to the Loris study that was done in 2014 that Open Space and Trails conducted. And I believe that they brought that to you shortly after that time, and the direction was to establish a partnership before moving forward because of the high cost, is my understanding. I wasn't here at that time. If that's what you're referring to, that was the jumping off point for SGM moving into this study.
Okay. It looked like deja vu to me, seeing their pictures of the bridge. It looked like the same picture from years ago, so.
Yeah, it's not the same picture, but
okay.
There was one even prior to that. That was
Okay.
further downriver that connected up to Water and Sand, a new bridge system somewhere along that point.
Okay.
So there's been lots of thoughts going into how to connect all of this down there, but we'll see how it pans out this time around.
yeah, if you have any questions on that, I know Gary is well versed in the history there, and he'd be able to
And I
refresh
think
anybody
one
on
of
that
my
on the
concerns would
24th.
be user numbers. How many people are gonna use a trail that costs a lot of money and a lot of environmental impact in an area that's really unsafe for construction?
And how many people are just going to the ABC? Because if they're going to Aspen, they can just go back on the trail a little bit, go down, go across, and go to Aspen. I mean, so I share those concerns, and I think that the cost per biker of this project is going to be completely insane, more than the airport for the residents, I think. And I just have a lot of concerns about this proposal. And 2 more bridges across the Roaring Fork, in addition to the one near Aspen Village, right? Isn't there one?
The small
Yeah.
bridge we're putting.
So that's 3 new bridges across the Roaring Fork for bikes. And that's a problem for me. I mean, I think if people want to get from the Brush Creek lot to work in Aspen, there's a free bus. And so, anyway, those will be the kinds of concerns that I'll be bringing forward, just giving you a little heads up. That I've spent hours on these proposals, by the way, in the last couple of weeks. The first one from Open Space, and then the one from you yesterday. I read them both through a lot, and they do give me a lot of pause, just so you know.
Yeah. I think you could anticipate not a very good reception on the proposals because of the cost and the visual stuff and all that.
Just forgot to add in as well that the Pickens County Open Space and Trails Board met jointly with the City of Open Space Board on February 24th to review this item. I think a lot of your concerns were reflected from those two boards as well.
They were.
And I did my best to provide an overview of the comments that were provided at that meeting within your packet. But at the end of the day, they did recommend moving forward with the public process. So that was the outcome from that meeting.
And that's $25,000, right? To move forward from here with more. Isn't
To
that
bring it into the
25,000?
public. So right now, there hasn't been any public vetting of the proposals. We only looked at what's technically feasible.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that getting the public involved, we might come up with the best solution or a plausible solution. 'Cause
Right, so we would come back to you
well,
after
I know we'll hear from them.
Yeah, my concern, I share the same feelings everyone else has. If we're gonna try to connect Rio Grande so you could ride a bicycle from here to Basalt, or, you know, from Snowmass to Basalt, that is a little different than if you're just trying to get from the park and ride to the ABC. I know some guys started a bandit trail years ago and probably didn't spend more than a few $1,000s, and then they had to pay some fines for having busted for doing it illegally. But they were starting a bike trail from the park and ride to the ABC, and I'd rather revisit what they were doing before just assuming we need to put these massive long bridges across the Rio Grande or the Roaring Fork Canyon. I just wonder if we're somehow have trapped ourselves into a box regarding thinking on how to do this. I can ride my bicycle from Brush Creek to the park and ride down to Basalt via Woody Creek now, no big deal, on bike paths mostly. But I can't get to the business center from Brush Creek and park and ride on my bicycle without getting on the highway, and the highway isn't cleaned well enough for bicycles to take, even the margin off the side, which is quite wide, is usually so littered with debris and concrete chunks and rocks and wood, and, they don't clean it very well, and it's a hazard. But I think there may be cheaper solutions. I can't help but think there's got to be an easier way to create a connection for a bicycle to get to the ABC than two bridges.
And why would bikes go to the ABC?
People like to commute on bicycles. We're trying to reduce transportation.
Why is the ABC the destination? I mean,
Well, that gets you to the trail to Aspen. That's the closest link.
That's
having to go
that's-
down
instead
the
of
hill,
calling it
up
the
to
trail
the
to Aspen, they're
hill,
just calling it the
yeah.
ABC.
Well, that's the nearest
Yeah.
hub where there's a trail.
But you can
speed
go
bike trail.
into Aspen without coming back across another bridge and up to the ABC. You can just carry on to Aspen.
There's a way to get it from the Rio Grande up to the ABC, but it's dirt, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not paved.
Yeah, it's a side bridge, right?
Thank God forbid.
Yeah.
Hey, these are the Rocky
There's
Mountains.
a trail that comes out from the.
There's a lot of stairs.
Stairs.
It is, the reason to do it is another multimodal way for people to get to Aspen without driving their car all the way in.
Or evacuate Aspen in the case of
Yeah.
one of Valerie's catastrophes.
So they could drive their car to the Brush Creek Park and ride with their bicycle,
And ride in.
I
zip
think
into
people
the
would do that,
airport, and maybe they work at ABC. Or maybe they work at Buttermilk, that maybe they don't need to go clear to Aspen.
They're
So they
actually-
don't want to get on the Rio Grande Trail.
There are a lot of e-bikers who ride now that commute to Aspen and stop driving their cars and they ride their e-bike in.
Well, with an
I think
e-bike,
something like
from-
with a
you
year
could-
like next year with traffic, I totally think people would drive their bike to the brush.
Yeah,
Creek
this
Well, why
summer.
can't they
Ride
go
in if they
down
could.
Edgar Bosland, across the new bridge there, that we're spending money on, get on the Rio Grande there, and ride, and into Aspen? You can ride from there all the way
Well, I
into
could
Aspen.
ride my bike from Brush Creek Village 3 or 4 miles down valley to Jereboz to cross the river to come back up. That would add 8 miles to my trip.
Yeah, but if we put in that new bridge, well, that's still a ways
You're
for
saying
you.
park at
Yeah.
Snowmass, park and ride your bike.
So I
Excuse
think
me.
these are the discussions we will have at EOTC.
Well, hopefully the
And-
the consultants will
more
come.
so.
I'm hoping the consultants come to this with a full package. But I'm hoping they've thought of this also.
We have, we've done site visits out there looking at the options you brought up, looking for those cheaper options. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time getting into this here today because we will go over it on the 24th. But it would say that we did eliminate a number of those options because of environmental impacts. So when you start getting down into the floodplain, you start impacting sensitive wildlife areas. And what was identified was the least destructive to the areas in the riparian zones. So that's, and again, the engineers and Gary Tenenbaum is very aware of these issues, and I think can describe them to you in much better articulate detail than I can. So I'd encourage you to hang on to those questions for the 24th.
Did they actually talk about traffic calming on the highway itself? You know, just make a bike lane on the highway in the median next to Shale Bluffs?
The options are very limited in terms of what we can do.
Plus, there's a lot of, like you were saying, debris. When I read the report, it talks a lot about the debris along there and how narrow that is, and the rock fall off of the Shale Bluffs, and then the cars kicking things up. It's pretty dangerous. But I did want to say just one quick thing before we end, if you don't mind, David, just in case I drown in Mexico or something. And that is that I think the infrastructure that's being proposed for this and the amount of energy that's going to go into creating this might not offset the number of roads that are taken off the highway and drivers put on this. It would be, seems to me, in my very uneducated view of it right now, but like it would be decades out before we get any return on that energy input.
And it's for all of these reasons that we wanted to bring this back to you before initiating the public process, to let you know that this is where we are. This is a big project. There's a lot of moving parts, and we're looking for this feedback before moving forward.
Will there be any discussion of what the long-term plan is for that area of the roadway? Like the replacement of the bridge and the cantilevered highway or anything like that?
Highway 82 itself?
Yeah.
There's no expected replacement time period right now. Right now, it's in decent shape. Again, I don't want to get too far down the weeds here, but one of the issues that we found with that going along Highway 82 was that if CDOT does need to replace the highway at all, they would then need to remove all of that other infrastructure. So then the $20-some million that we might have invested in the bike path would all be removed at the time that the road would be replaced.
I guess I was wondering, is there more of a way to do it all together? Like, you know, if that road is going to undergo a redesign in the next 20 years, you know, then would it be better to think about
it's not
designing our project in
parallel?
parallel?
We could look at that.
So, I don't know if the SGM had looked at this other idea, but the train used to go through a tunnel there of some sort, you know, more than 100 years ago. And my idea is maybe the bike lane could be on the other side of the highway, right through a tunnel through Shale Bluffs, but it would actually be like an avalanche shed.
Oh, yeah, avalanche shed.
Yeah, that any snow or stuff coming down off of Shale Bluffs wouldn't land on the bike path. It would
just
it would go over and hit the cars.
It would go over,
Okay,
you know,
okay,
by
guys,
the edge of the
we're going to
highway.
fine tune this. We are getting way out because putting a tunnel through shale is not really an engineering feat I think we want to undertake at this time. But we're going to add Steve's idea to the list, and we're going to move to the next item because we're going to have a lot of discussion.
I'd put that in the pot as another possible consideration. That hasn't been engineered or priced out, but
it has not.
Yeah.
They should never put the road through Shale Bluffs to begin with, but, okay, so the next one is the access to Brush Creek Park and Ride?
So this is the second agenda item here. This is a request for access through the Brush Creek Park and Ride for a private adjacent development. So the developer in this case is the Aspen Jewish Congregation, or AJC. The proposed development, it consists of a 5,000 square foot worship, lobby, kitchen, and restroom space, a 3,000 square foot Hebrew school restroom space, 27,000 square feet of parking, or about 75 parking spaces, and a potential daycare facility. I think it's worth highlighting here that the developer right now is in their due diligence phase. So they're scoping out whether there's a reasonable expectation for access through the park and ride in order to access the lighted Highway 82. So they have not yet developed a site plan. They have not yet submitted anything to Picken County Community Development in terms of a land use application.
Is this at the ranch where the one house is there, the red house?
This is on the Sanditon property currently.
do these folks know the history of the Brush Creek involvement with any development, the Brush Creek Homeowners Association and now the caucus? That's gonna be their greatest hurdle. I don't know if they're aware of the no development on that parcel. Okay, that's for them to
Yeah.
do their due diligence on.
So they are currently
new
in
one for
the
me.
due diligence review phase. In terms of the review considerations, I think there are several things for you to keep in mind with this. First is that the City of Aspen, Town of Snowmass Village, Picken County, and RAFTA are all signatories to a 2005 Management, Maintenance, and Use IGA. This IGA requires that the EOTC, along with RAFTA, approve any changes in use, and it's staff's opinion that allowing the park and ride to be used as a through street for private development is a change in use from the commuter parking and transit that is currently there. In addition, the City of Aspen and RAFTA do hold leases for the surface of that, and the property is owned by CDOT, and the developer will also need to obtain a CDOT access permit for direct access onto Highway 82. The City of Aspen and RAFTA, through the development or through the review process by CDOT, will be solicited by CDOT through the access permit process for their comments on access over their lease area. And because of the 2005 IGA, the comments created by the EOTC are expected to be carried forward by the City of Aspen and RAFTA to CDOT as a part of their review process. So that's how the EOTC comments plug into the review process itself and that overall approval.
So I have a suggestion. Having dealt with churches wanting to develop in Picken County, can we make sure that the county attorney's office is aware of this so we don't get ourselves in so far that we are facing a federal lawsuit if we say no to any of this? So how we can address this before that fact. I do not want to go through another lawsuit threat for violating religious pursuits based on development in inappropriate places.
So there's two separate decisions made here. One is you're spot on, Patty, when it comes to our land use regulations. We have limitations on how those can be applied to religious institutions. In this case, the request is not on land that this institution owns. It's access over land that
Oh, I see.
the
So
public
that is
owns.
different
So
from
it's
when
a
the land use
separate,
approval comes to Picken
correct.
County.
So it's a separate issue that we're dealing with in the EOTC process versus what would eventually come to us in a land use process and
Right.
how far we could bring, for example, our 1041.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But I still would like to bring the attorney's office in because as members of EOTC, if we deny access, that could evoke the federal issues with pursuit of religion.
Don't think it would on that, but we can
Okay,
bring them in on that.
clarification from John.
We'll get to that later.
I have
But that will be an issue.
something about this. I think since they're proposing a possible childcare, that it would be great if we would nail that down, because I think we might feel a little bit different about having access to a childcare facility than to a religious institution, or maybe we feel the same, but it would enhance their request, I think, if they were.
That'll be part of the land use application. It could be a child care facility only for those attending.
It could be, but.
But anyway, that's part of the
Yeah.
second thing. Before us now is the access
Yeah.
issue, which is still, sounds like has a long way to go before it actually gets to us.
It does. So right now, as John was describing, so the EOTC needs to review the through access before the applicant can submit a land use application to community development. Part of the issue here is that you, as the Board of County Commissioners, sit on both the EOTC and you're the final approval entity. And once they submit to community development, the application makes it a quasi-judicial process.
We can't participate.
Right. So they need to, the EOTC needs to make some sort of ruling before, on the through access through the park and ride before they can submit anything to community
That's why I'd
development.
like the county attorney's input to make sure we don't dig a hole we can't get out of.
And so, sorry, Steve.
Without looking at the engineering of it, I had a couple of thoughts. One, if we did give access, it might eat into our parking spaces that we were planning.
And so,
But
yeah.
on the other hand, maybe their parking area could be a joint, maybe it could be used for part of the park and ride parking and for the church parking, kind of a joint use of their parking area is a possibility. So that, I think that should be looked at too.
And that's you're very spot on with the conversations that we've been having with the applicant's representative so far, which is SGM as well. But that does dovetail well into, in front of your comment with the daycare facility, that at this point we do have very limited information available on the development. And it's staff's opinion that right now we don't have enough information in order to make a design-specific recommendation, like the types of items you're alluding to, Steve, on the staff side. We just don't have a representation to say yay or nay or make some changes here or there. So similarly, we don't think that the EOTC has enough information right now to make a final determination. The reason this is on your agenda, we believe that getting some direction from the EOTC in terms of standards to use in order to basically look at that new information as it comes in could be very valuable on the staff side and helping you when we do get down to the time of making a decision of approval with conditions or denial on the through access. So that's what we would be looking for. So it gives you an opportunity to hear from the applicants and us to get some direction from you on the proposed standards. And the standards are laid out in your packet itself. And they are designed in such a way that they are not developer specific. So you won't see anything about the AJC in there. We sat down and said, what if anybody wanted to go through the park and ride, what would we expect from them? What would we want to see?
Yeah.
And that sort of symbiotic relationship is what we're trying to get at with between the park and ride and any private access through there.
I have two procedural issues. First of all, item number 6 is only given a half an hour. Good luck. Isn't it? 5:30 to 6 o'clock to discuss this? Yeah. And, but both item number 5 and number 6 are noticed as public hearings. I don't remember EOTC agendas being noticed with public hearings. Does that mean, as the person chairing this meeting, I need to open a public hearing and take public comment and close a public hearing?
It's because it is, you're making a determination. So in this case, it's administrative direction. So there's no resolution at the end of the day, but there is an opportunity for public engagement in that.
I have never been in an EOTC meeting where I remember us, does anybody help me with this? Opening a public hearing formally?
We have in the past, Patty. I don't know if it was during it's very rare that public comment is taken during these meetings, but it has happened. Yeah.
Well, so if I have to open a public hearing and we have a half an hour for this discussion, it's not going to happen in a half an hour if there's public there. I can tell you between the presentation by the applicant, the discussion I'm going to assume that we're going to have as EOTC, it's not going to happen in a half an hour. Just to give you a heads up. I mean, I might be a wizard at timeframes. Actually, I'm losing my wizardry today, but we need to maybe talk about the timeframes.
You're right. I probably should have added more time in there.
Let's see what we can work out, because okay. There's 2 public hearings back to back, and then a public meeting, and then there's one before that with public comment, which we always have the opportunity for the public to make comment on items that technically are not on the agenda. So, yeah, this is following the format we follow in our meetings. I don't have a problem with it. It's just kind of caught me off guard when I was looking at this format. Steve?
It was ironic that we're looking at the Brush Creek Master Plan revisions
at the same time
later on today, and this doesn't even, I think, show up in that at all.
There's no application
and
that's
then it
been
reminds
submitted.
me of the whole thing in Emma with the Grace Church and the caucus people there. So that's just kind of ironic that it's on this same day we're looking at that master plan.
It is, but they're not even going to apply for it if they can't get the access, so it's really preliminary.
Well, yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
but it's like, this is the first time any of us, I think, heard about it.
Okay,
was
Kelly's
this.
had her hand up over
No,
here.
it's okay. Just a suggestion. I would suggest, I mean, the decision for the trail, I think is actually an easier decision that we would come to probably a little bit more quickly. Because it's, yes, let's go to a public process. I would think we would probably do that, even if we voice hesitation about the project. Whereas I think that the decision related to the access is a more content-based conversation. So maybe shifting some of that time.
And we might, my hope is that we'll be able to get through, there's some buffer built in, hopefully into the public comment period, and we typically get through some of the timeframes up front faster.
I'll help you with that, because
yeah,
on top of
appreciate
that, we might lose our quorum at 6:30 when Steve has to go to snowmass.
Gotcha.
Oh, God. Can I borrow your charger?
So, Dave,
I can't
we'll
find my
talk.
charger.
Okay.
Can I borrow your?
Okay, so moving to the next
I
item
did
here.
at home this
I
morning.
Hey,
just
guys,
wanted-
guys, no sidebars here.
I just need a charger.
Oh, here, mine won't work? Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't know if this will work,
I'm
Francie,
just
but
hacking here.
So Kelly's?
No, it's the county one,
I haven't been
like
feeling
that
great. I don't know.
one.
Not
that-
like that one.
No,
Wait,
it's-
guys,
it's that
stop.
kind.
We're over time. We got sidebars going on here about chargers, and so, and Dave's got the floor.
I just wanted to make
Nobody
one final
wants to sit
point
near
on
that.
this, is that the developer, if you move forward with the staff recommendation on administrative direction on these standards, the developer will need to come back to you, and you would make a formal determination of approval or denial at a later date. So you wouldn't be making an approval or denial decision on the 24th. And then the last piece I have, try to move through this as quickly as I can, some retreat logistics. So we do have the retreat scheduled coming up for April 28th. The time frame for that is currently scheduled for 12:15 to 5. This is slightly different than what is currently on your calendars. You should have 2 to 6 on your calendars right now. I wanted to get this through the vetting of the 24th to make sure everyone was okay with this time frame before starting to mess with calendars, because that can cause some issues.
I like the 12:15. I'm like, how did he come up with 12:15? Not 12, not 12:30.
He's got a very
12:15.
precise agenda.
I know, he is very precise.
Room availability.
Well, we can work on that too.
So we are looking at an optional lunch from 12:15 to 1, and then retreat sessions from 1 to 5. We are still looking at a hybrid in-person and virtual format. I think that over the last couple of years, we're all familiar with retreats and other meetings in virtual and hybrid settings that haven't gone so well. And considering where we are, I would encourage everybody who is able to attend in person to do so. I think it'll make it a more valuable meeting for everybody involved.
And it's at City Hall.
It is at City Hall, at the new City Hall in the Pearl Pass room, and chose that one because it was the largest room I could find that
where we were?
has working IT.
We're familiar with that.
Great
Yeah,
room.
okay.
What day of the week is that?
That is a Thursday. We have also hired a facilitator, Mark Collins. He's got extensive experience in Colorado and Wyoming in public administration, so I think he'll provide some good value added to the event. And then in terms of the retreat goals, just wanted to familiarize you with these real quick. We've got 3 primary goals. The first is to reestablish a baseline of understanding for the AOTC purpose, requirements, structure, funding operations, and current project programming. The second one is to take a deep dive into the outcomes of the Integrated Mobility System study, which I don't believe that we had a chance to do over the course of the last year. And the third one is to identify and refine the long-term, meaning 11 years plus, transit-oriented conceptual direction from that IMS study. So I will be sending out a pre-retreat packet similar to what we did in 2019. You can expect that in early to mid-April, a couple weeks before the event itself. And some things to think about, if you're looking for essentially a roster of attendance on the 24th, so think about what your attendance might be, and whether you're planning on attending virtually or in person, and whether you're planning on attending lunch, just for planning's sake. I don't need those today, but just think about those before the 24th. And that's everything I've got.
It was not you who was slow, it was us. Just
yeah,
say that.
and my plan is to be here for the retreat, but depending upon some family issues, I might be out of town, but I'll keep you in the loop, because I see you probably more than anybody these days.
Okay.
Any other questions or concerns? Dave, thank you as always. You're very efficient. All right. We'll see you.
Well, thank you all.
Okay, the 24th, we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a packed room if everybody shows up, and we have consultants and people, so we'll have to figure out some logistics in here, make everybody comfortable. Thank you. All right, Mr. Peacock, can we move on to review of future agendas? We wanted to bring up some retreat dates, I do believe.
Sure, and I'll try and be quick, and without going through all the CCI, Club 20, Northwest COG, times when individual commissioners are going to be out, we have a suggested date to follow up on the retreat, which would be tax day, so everyone would be in a good mood, April 15th.
It's a Friday.
That is a Friday.
There's no CCI meeting that day. We've
No,
already vetted
none that we could find. But that seemed to be the earliest date that given those,
I think tax day is actually gonna be on the Monday after that, the 18th.
Oh, okay. Well, April 15th is what we're
Because
looking
of
at.
Patriots
Okay.
Day and a couple of other things that,
Gosh.
that's what I think.
Well, I'd hate to be early.
Okay, but that's the beginning of
You know,
Passover. Do we have any issues
I
with
don't know if
that?
I left mine here last time.
I will leave that up to you
Because
all.
I can't find mine anywhere.
Okay, guys, do we have any issues with the 15th being the beginning day of Passover?
I'm trying to open my computer so I
Tax
can
day
see.
is the
You
18th.
keep
Okay.
shutting me down about
I'm
getting
not shutting you
help.
down. I'm just telling you to open up your computer so
The
you can
15th
see.
is fine for
Working
me.
on it.
Okay, 15th.
And we're looking at a time frame. I tried to cut John down, but I lost the beer. So it's going to be,
I'm going to propose 9 to 3. If it can be shorter, that's great. But it seemed to me last time we talked about this, there was kind of a multiplication of
I wasn't
issues.
here that day, or
and,
the
and
outcome
so
might have been different.
it really grew, no pun intended, into both a growth management and housing follow-up conversation. So,
we need
And
to check with,
community character.
well, yeah, and
That's
I'm
growth
including that
management.
in the growth management piece. Yeah.
it's not a separate discussion, it's part of growth management, right? I missed your discussion on this retreat. Cindy Hubin has a planned vacation. Did we check with her? She's going out of
I
state.
believe she is.
She's gone the
back
end
at
of
that
March.
point.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I'll see if
So
I can
we
check her
will
schedule.
shoot for April 15th. We will have we won't have as much time to put materials together, but this is really a follow-up and expansion of the conversations. That
I tried to go for a 10 to 2
Looks like
with
Cindy's.
working lunch, but we're gonna have a working lunch also, so.
we're definitely going to have lunch, and like I said, if Patty's correct, we may wrap up sooner.
If
And,
John's correct, we may still be there on the 16th.
Other thing, you all saw, I think, that Valerie McDonald was awarded. And
Yeah.
Patty had asked for some time for the board to recognize. We're looking to get that scheduled on the 23rd, right? now.
Perfect, thank you.
What was that?
To recognize Valerie McDonald's State Award.
Oh, Valerie McDonald.
Thank you, John, for following up on that, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and then just real quick, tomorrow, we are going to propose a change to the agenda just to move the short-term rental discussion to the end because the land use items look to be short and that will let you run.
Sounds
with
good.
that.
The problem is that we're doing that at such a late date, and if the community has already looked at our agenda, they may be planning to come in earlier than later. I understand, I just wish that discussion had come up. We did discuss it and decided to leave it where it was, but apparently it was discussed after that.
If you want to change, I mean.
I'm
we
fine
don't
either
have to
way.
do
How does
that,
the board
yeah.
want to proceed with it?
Why do we think Woody Creek Commune? I haven't read it yet. It's late, or it's short.
It's a follow-up on what we already had talked about as far as moving the conservation easement boundaries, short-term rental prohibition. There are just a couple of specific items that staff is bringing forward for us to resolve. We were pretty close the last time. We just wanted some clarification of issues that came up during the meeting, specifically the extension of the conservation easement.
We do think the short-term rental discussion is probably going to be long tomorrow.
So I don't have a problem, John, if you're.
It's up to the board, yeah.
I'd say put it last, it makes sense to me. People are gonna check in early, we hope, for their other.
Well, so let's make sure I don't think we'll have a public comment for the commune issue, but.
Can Grassroots put a note up on the screen? She's waving. or
I think
nodding.
she's nodding, yes. Yeah.
Whose mic's not on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we could have Grassroots like as, at the beginning of the meeting or throughout the meeting, just put a note up.
Okay, that's fine. She's got it, I think.
It's been swapped.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Kelly. Okay, so we're gonna flip the agenda for tomorrow.
That's all I have for future agendas.
Okay. I don't have anything I'm gonna bring up now in effort to move us along. And John, we have arranged for somebody to help me with timing for public comment for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, either I think, is Andrew here tomorrow? Are you doing it tomorrow? Okay.
We need somebody
we'll
that
work it
knows
out.
how to operate the iPad with the timer on it.
I will reach out to Andrew.
And he was great. I'll explain it to you after this meeting if you want me to. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. All right, Sally, thank you. It worked really well the last time. All right, we're going to move to open discussion unless the board has any agenda items. Open discussion, we're starting with the sign-on to endorse state legislation to ban all tobacco flavors. Hi, Raleigh.
And that's me.
Hi.
There's Raleigh.
Hi, how's it going? I don't believe Jordana is on, so I can go ahead and start. My name is Raleigh Backrock. I am the Health Promotion Program Administrator at Pickens County Public Health, and I can dive into what we'll be discussing today, the bill to end the sale of flavored tobacco products statewide, and the opportunity for the Board of County Commissioners to possibly endorse and or testify in support of the state flavored tobacco campaign. So just a little background, tobacco use continues to be a growing concern, especially among our youth population. And after years of declining tobacco smoking rates, we're actually now seeing the use of electronic smoking devices among our youth population skyrocket to really the highest rate of youth tobacco use in a generation. And this problem is very relevant to our community and especially in our schools. We do know that the tobacco industry purposely engineers and markets these flavored tobacco products to attract this younger population with really the hopes to get them on track of becoming lifelong smokers. So many of you might know that we have had many successful tobacco control policies passed at both the state and local level, such as the implementation of tobacco taxes, as well as local flavor ban policies, which can be seen in local and neighboring municipalities, such as the city of Aspen, town of Snowmass Village, town of Carbondale, as well as the city of Glenwood Springs. And really what we have in front of us today is an opportunity to continue advancing policies in the tobacco retail environment. And this one in particular is limiting the sale of flavored tobacco products with the hopes to protect our youth. So I think everyone should have received the fact sheet, and it just outlines the bill to end the sale of flavored tobacco products statewide. And some of the key components of this bill include prohibits the sale, display, and marketing of all flavored tobacco products in Colorado, including menthol and mint, puts the responsibility on retailers and does not penalize users for possession, establishes a $10 million grant fund to help users in targeted communities stop smoking when their preferred products are taken off the market and prevent future use. And lastly, creates a community-based working group to ensure that funds are distributed in alignment with the needs of the impacted communities. So really next steps, you all Board of County Commissioners have the opportunity to endorse as well as testify for this state level bill if you all wish to support. The bill is up in the House Health and Insurance on March 16th at 1:30 p.m. with a virtual testimonial option available. And there may be other opportunities to testify down the road, but that's only if the bill gets to the Senate, and that's if it really advances to finance. And I'm of course happy to share those opportunities with you all once we learn more about this advancement. So next steps would entail you all commissioners to discuss the option if you'd like to be in support of the bill for endorsement and or testimonial, and then I can follow up with additional information if needed. But I'll open it up for questions. Jordana, I see you there. Let me know, feel free to jump in case I miss something, but thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Greg and then Kelly.
Yeah, first of all, Raleigh, welcome back. Last time I saw you, you were term limited, or you were on your way out. So now you're back. So thank you.
Right.
Great to see you there.
Yeah, thank you.
And
Nice
hi,
to see
Jordana. I would support this. I don't know if I can testify yet, but I certainly support endorsing it as a board.
Okay, Kelly.
Yeah, totally agree. I hope this is like, let's go the way of the dinosaur when it comes to tobacco. And I'm a person who has enjoyed tobacco use in my past, yet I still would love to see a future where it doesn't exist. So, yeah, and I'm happy to testify, so feel free to reach out to me.
Okay, and Steve, please.
I totally support this too, and when I look at the number of adult deaths every year in Colorado caused by smoking and the financial cost in the millions and billions caused by smoking, it seems like this should be declared a public health emergency, perhaps, on the order of COVID. That's just pretty shocking numbers when you think about it, that we just allow it to keep happening. So this is our chance to, clamp down on it a little bit and just slow down the entry of young people taking up smoking out tobacco.
Okay, Francie?
I support it.
Okay, yeah, I also support it. I know we had a lengthy discussion about this some years ago, about the menthol flavored and how that was better for you, which turns out not to be so better for you, blah, blah, blah. And when you see young people smoking through their electronic cigarettes, and it smells like blueberries and raspberries and bubble gum, and you can't see their face through the fog, and they're getting massive doses of nicotine, I'm not going there. I think we need to stop it. We need to stop it now. I do have a question as to where is the $10 million fund money coming from? Do we know? Jordana's saying, yes, we know.
I read where it's coming from. It is coming from the general fund, from the state general fund to the department for the grant program.
So that would be included in this bill because, it's hard to get monies, even general fund monies, in support of some of these things, and sometimes that can kill the bill. But I would love to testify, but I have too much right now going on. So Kelly would be great. If anybody else would like to jump in, please let the board know, let all of us know what the opportunities are, because you never know when any one of us or all of us might be available. Is there a need of a letter? Would staff like to draft a letter for signature from the board? Would that be beneficial?
There is a sign-on process to support this, to endorse this bill. So we just need to get the board's permission to do that. And then if you'd like us to help draft a letter to the editor or letter in support, we can circle back around with that. There's been additional kind of options. Would you be interested in supporting this in additional ways? But at this point, all we're really needing is the opportunity to endorse as the BOC. The Board of Health has also endorsed this, as well as the City of Aspen.
Okay, so we'd have Board of Health, we'd have the BOCC, City of Aspen, let's see who else we can get on board. And if there's another step you need us to take, such as a letter or something more significant, I think I'm seeing unanimous nods from the board to move on. Kelly, did you have more you want?
No.
Not unanimous nods. Unanimous nods to sign on to this and to move it forward. So let us know what more we can do, because I think we would be willing to assist to get this moved forward and passed.
And this will be at the Board of Health meeting brought up on Thursday too as well, right?
Do we have a Board of Health meeting this Thursday? I haven't received anything about it.
You will.
Okay. I will be receiving information about the Board of Health meeting I didn't know for this Thursday. Did you know we had one?
It's on the calendar.
Gee, Patty.
Hey, sorry guys. Had a little going on in my life.
Yes, you do.
Okay, is there more?
Okay, anything else, ladies?
I have something.
Yes, Francie.
The AIMF.
Wait, you're moving to a different item. I just want to make sure these ladies can go.
Sorry.
So we're good on tobacco. No using tobacco.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Nice to see you. All right. Now to the 25,000 for the.
Yeah, but not the money, but the membership. It doesn't cost any money to be a member of AIMF, and it's already City of Aspen, State of Colorado, Basalt, and possibly the town of Snowmass Village are already members. So I thought I'd bring that up. It's in the last letter from John, because I guess Carino's still out a little bit. So I thought that was something that we could consider, especially if we're throwing in 25,000 for this. Be nice if we were members, I think.
Yeah, so if we could find out more about what it means about being a member, I don't think there's a problem, and you're right, we're gonna spend 25,000, we should be a member of this organization. But I don't know what membership means at this time.
Let's see.
So all of you got an email while we were in the meeting.
I'm
Sorry.
not looking up emails.
No, I totally understand. Yeah, so all of you got me following up on your question, Patty, about what
we're gaining
benefits
for 25?
for sponsorship. Yeah, and there's a pretty long list, but we do get access as sponsors designees to the event, and associated benefits, but it does not outline what membership entails. So we can ask that
Yeah,
follow-up
if you could bring that back
question
next
and-
Tuesday, we can do it at open discussion and give a nod or ask more questions if need be. That's a good idea.
And that was my open discussion for you. So.
Okay. Does the board have any open discussion? Because I have two.
I have one.
I have one more.
I don't know if anybody else, I thought I forwarded this, but maybe I did and then forgot about it. The Gunnison Public Lands Initiative, there's a group in Gunnison County would like us to sign on an effort to designate some special management areas and wilderness on federal lands in Gunnison County that are right on our border of Pitkin County, up in the areas around Star Peak and Marble, and so they'd like to ask us if we would consider signing on. And I can forward. I thought I
forward it
sent
on,
that.
and I'll run it by Colorado Public
didn't get
Lands
it.
people.
Okay, great.
See if they're
Yeah, I think I sent it to
involved
Patty. So that we've had a request to sign on, and they can provide us with anything. There's plenty on their website, and I can share the letter, at least, if that'll help.
Yeah, just send it on again in case you didn't or in case you did.
Will do.
Great. Anything else, Greg?
That's it for me.
Francie, you had another?
Yeah, this is very short. I spoke with Chuck Downey for quite a while on the phone the other day. He lives in Redstone, and he's an older gentleman who's very involved with environmental concerns over there. And he called about concerns about the methane capture or use to create electricity up there. And he says it took forever to recover from the mines up there, and to return it to a pristine wilderness kind of nature. And that he went and visited Somerset, and he was pretty concerned about the extent of infrastructure that was required to use up the methane that's being released from the Somerset mines. And so he's picturing a really big industrial operation up there, including new lines for Holy Cross and piping to bring the methane back down to the generation facility. And so he probably will show up. I think it's next week when we talk about it again. It's not a Wednesday meeting, it's a Tuesday meeting, but he might show up to talk about it, he might not. He's checking some facts. He was pretty good with a lot of them. And I told him that he should maybe get in touch with CORE or Mona and express his concerns there. Told him the extent of our support with the NEPA. And so I don't know whether we'll hear from him more, but I was surprised. So I think, Greg, it might not be a bad idea for us to go to Somerset and really get a handle on what kind of infrastructure is required, either to flare or to repurpose the methane. And so that might be something we want to think about.
Right. I think what will be told by Chris Kasky, who's the manager at Somerset and the one who's initiating this, is that we won't know yet. We kind of have to study it to find out where it is and how much of it is there and how distributed is it before they could even give us a sense of it.
What BLM will let us do or not do.
And what the Forest Service will let us do or not do.
Chuck did spend some time talking to Chris, I think.
He did, okay.
Yeah.
So that study is just beginning, like we haven't even started the NEPA process yet.
Yeah.
So I appreciate his concerns, and he should certainly participate. It seems a little early, because you can go and look at Somerset and panic, but it may not have anything to do with what's happening at
Okay,
Cold Basin.
well, I'll pass that on to him.
Yeah, and we know, we've dealt with Chuck for a bazillion years. We know him well, he knows us well, so
Super
let him
sweet
know
man.
that we appreciate his comments and concerns. Yeah, he does his homework, And if he wants to submit a letter to us for the meeting,
I told
because
him
it's a
that.
work session, that would be great. But definitely to keep in touch with Chris and with CORE, who's kind of leading the way. And
okay.
he'd be a great resource for them on the local level.
Okay, and then quickly, are you gonna be at RAFTA on Thursday?
Yep, I'll be
Greg?
there, yeah. I thought
Because we're gonna
yeah.
have an agenda meeting on Thursday during the RAFTA meeting, so I'm just
Yeah,
kinda.
I'll be there.
Our agenda meeting was
You'll be-
changed to the morning instead of the afternoon.
Oh, okay, all right. No, I was planning on
There's
it.
nothing happening, right? It's just a regular thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do have two items. The first one is I received an email from Casey Piscura with Wild Mountain Seeds. They are applying for a grant. It's pretty cool. It's a feasibility study to collectively support and attract grant funding necessary for a valley-wide regenerative agriculture, sustainable career paths for future farmers. He sent me a draft letter for Pickens County's support. It goes through the Colorado Department of Agriculture Farms to Market grant. It's a great study, so we're not, using our limited dollars in redundant issues throughout the valley. Brings all of the stakeholders together to do a feasibility study on what we have out there, what we would like to have, where it might be an opportunity for us. He has a family in out of Carbondale, who has offered to meet their matching funds dollar for dollar from whatever they get from the state. I think there's no downside to supporting this grant opportunity. So I have a letter in front of me. If anybody wants to look at it, it's just a couple of quick paragraphs. I can work with Kara, somebody to redraft it so it's more Pickens County specific and send it on. Casey said we have time to add our name and our organization to their support system.
Got you?
Yeah. Does the board have any?
Did he send this to us as well?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I can send it on. But I'd like to start working on it ASAP if possible.
Appreciate your concern about not creating redundant
Yeah, and
systems.
it's a great opportunity to do what we've been trying to do in supporting Pickens County, is how to really move forward our sustainable ag efforts in a very, very well planned out manner. Also, Greg, I actually brought this for you and your love for signage on Maroon Creek Road. This is an innovative exchange. It's this new flashing bike alert
I'm
system.
signed up for that.
You are? Are you putting one up your street? at
No,
your
I'm
house?
signed up to, that's a seminar.
Okay,
I'm gonna
so,
I'm
okay, I
signed
just
up for
wanted to
it.
make
Thank
sure.
you.
And we need to send this on maybe to Brian Pettit. I'll give it to you, John.
What is it?
It's a seminar on alternative ways of alerting vehicles to bicycles.
Yeah. Here, Kelly, there's one more page here.
Dynamic warning system in bicycle safety.
I thought Greg would be happy to have
Yeah,
flashing
I
lights along
just-
Maroon Creek Road.
I
Makes me
don't
wonder
know if
whether
that's what
we've
it would be,
taken any
but
steps towards an agricultural.
They are.
I did, yeah, I already signed up for the seminar. It's
Applications have
on,
gone
it's
out,
on my
they've already
calendar.
started the review process, I believe. Pickens
Open-
County Open
open
Space.
space and trust.
Mhm. Yeah, my understanding. Okay, any other open discussion? We have 16, 17 minutes.
I'm going to go home because I've been feeling kind of worse
Okay.
throughout the day, and I don't want to keep hacking all over.
Okay, then you get out of here.
So
We
I
will
will
be
join on
here-
the phone, and then I'll join on Zoom when I get
Either
home.
that or we can catch up.
It's okay. I can still.
So we are going to adjourn
Okay.
until 4 o'clock, right, Mr. Peacock?
Yes.
Is there anything else the board wishes to bring forward before we take a little break before P and Z joins us? Do we know if any P and Z members are coming in person?
I don't know, but I'll move to the back of the room. How you do that?
Okay, all right. Grassroots, thank you. We'll be back at 4 o'clock.
John, when are you going to Costa Rica?
right, go to slideshow. So select screen.
And I can walk up here and help you do all that if need be. I was just curious what the expectations were, and if Gresham will get you on their video feed, but if you also want to have this video feed, you can. I'll leave it up to you. Fine, I'm gonna see what. And it will show up here as soon as he shares it. If need be, I can come sit.
So am I, so I think
It's on. Red is good. She gets it wherever she's comfortable. You can set up here then. Will you be she'll be introducing you, or will there be any? Okay.
Joint work session on the Brush Creek Master Plan.
Yeah. And I know Kelly went home, so if Kelly wants to sit over there.
Hi, Jeff.
Welcome back again. Today is Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. This is a continuation of the Board of County Commissioners work session meeting from today. And this is our joint meeting with Planning and Zoning Commission. This is an informal initial review of the 2022. Oh, it's Steve. Brush Creek Master Plan. I want everybody to know it was not me. It was not me, Skylar. Not me.
Somebody's still doing it.
Is this?
It was mine doing that.
Somebody still is.
You also need muted or not connected to the audio.
Audio turned off. Make sure it says join audio. Your settings. I think it's Jeff.
Testing? All right.
All right. So looking at the participants, we do, I was just thanking Jeffrey, who's chair of P&Z, have a quorum of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I think we are ready to begin, and I'm going to turn to Cindy Hubin, Director of Community Development, and Ellen Cesano, who is our long-range planner, to let them begin this initial, what is it, an informal initial review. I want to make sure I get the wording right.
Yes, and while I have you, if you don't mind me taking about 5 minutes to let you know some changes on our P&Z and just update you a little bit. Cliff Weiss and Yvonne Cesar have both resigned from the P&Z.
Really?
Yes, and we're sorry. Cliff has put so much time and energy in, and we just wanted you to know that. And we'll definitely get a letter out for you that you can sign and thank Cliff for all his time on the P&Z. And Yvonne just had too much family, too many things going on, and couldn't commit the time right now. And also to let you know that Charlotte has put out a notice for other P&Z members, because we have 3 P&Z members who are up again. And with that, it's an interesting time. One of our P&Z members has written saying, maybe we ought to consider fewer P&Z members than the 9 P&Z members. And perhaps we should look at either the 7 or the 5, which it used to be. And there's pros and cons. I'm thinking, well, maybe people would actually feel very accountable to come to all of the meetings if there were only 5 people, rather than miss more meetings when they had to. But so it's something that we wanted the board to think about and consider, because the bylaws right now say that anywhere between, is it 3 and 9 members?
It's 3 and 9, I believe.
Anywhere between 3 and 9 members is acceptable. And so one thought is that if we kept it at 7, then you wouldn't have to go out right now and recruit if you were happy with the members that were there. And potentially 2 of those members could even be alternates versus 5 core members. So something to consider, and it doesn't have to all be considered now, but we wanted to initially just update you and let you know that Cliff and Yvonne have had to resign.
I had been talking with Yvonne, it was a little overwhelming at first for Yvonne, but I think it's a broader discussion for the board, and obviously here. I think it's interesting because we went to 9 so we would have quorums.
Right.
So, and now we're thinking we only need 7, so more people come. So I think that's a broader discussion. So Cindy, if you would work with me, and we'll schedule some time to bring it back for the board to discuss. I think Charlotte should still go out, if it's okay with the board.
I believe she
for
already has.
applicants, and let's see what we might draw.
Okay. And those terms aren't up until April 1st, I think.
Does that sound okay with you, Jeff?
Well, it's a little concerning to go out and look for applicants and then decide we don't need them.
We can put that out as part of the thing when they apply, as the board is considering terms. But if we decide on 9 and we haven't gone out for applicants, it's going to push the process that further down the line.
Right. I mean.
And also when you have applicants, you choose the best.
We want to consider.
That you've got.
Might I suggest we do a work session with Charlotte there, and maybe you, Cindy, and
that's what I just suggested to Cindy, that we set up some time. But we need to do it.
Talk about the different options and look at the roster of names and who's up for renewal and.
Right, but.
What do you think?
9 is a little unwieldy, and has been. We've also, this is our first time actually sitting in this room in 2 years, so that also is part of the conversation.
And there's only you.
I'm sorry?
And you're the only one.
No, I mean, look, we've hit quorum every meeting. That's not an issue. I think it's really just the quality and the caliber of the debate. And I mean, you're very used to 5 and what that means for decision-making. And at 9, it's hard to weigh in 2 hours an applicant's presentation, staff presentation, up to 9 commissioner members, and then public.
Yeah.
And try to fit, lately our agenda's been 2 to 3 items, and try to fit that.
That's a really good point.
In a window. And so if 5 people come super prepared and know they're engaged in the conversation, it could be a stronger decision coming out of P&Z. I think 9's been difficult. And it's been a 5-person quorum, whether we're 8 or 9, so that's been the awkwardness, I think, over the past year.
So I have a question. So now, if we didn't go out for any new applicants, with a loss of 2, we would be at 7. So we could just keep that status quo if the board so chooses, because we have a lot coming up in a short time frame before us, and we need to have P&Z ready to be up and running. So.
And we have a really good team. I mean, I encourage you, if you have not listened to the last couple of sessions,
sorry, I haven't.
in your spare time, but they're some of them are not one stop at P&Z, but they're going for further review. I would say a better use of time would listen to a 2-hour session that is a detailed discussion about what's going up Castle Creek or.
Well, I think just the joint meetings that we've had recently have shown us what P&Z brings to the table.
Well, what would it take legally for us to say we're going to go with a 7-person
We could
board?
say it right now and direct staff.
Is it require a motion, or?
No, we can't make motions at work sessions.
Oh, it's Tuesday.
No. I'm going to circle back with John Ely on that and get back to you.
Please,
Yeah,
because
great.
I would be more comfortable with 7 than going to 5, but I want to make sure we have a P&Z that's up and running sooner than later.
Well, what about if we consider going to 7 now, and then when the next 2 terms come, we will have a sense of where we are, and we could maybe make a decision there to go to 5, if that seemed.
Well, it's coming up
That
in
would-
April.
Well, now we have 2, but then in another year, we'll have 2 more, right?
Well, the 2 resigned.
Oh, they're already gone.
Right.
So we have 7 now.
7 now. Mhm.
And so 2 more will retire in April?
3 are up for reinstatement or might leave. But
We
we've
don't
heard
know.
that 2 of them would like to reapply. So.
And that's in April.
That's April. I thought it was further out. Oh, my.
So Cindy, you come back and bring it back on
Yeah.
Tuesday if you can?
Yep, okay. But
Would that
thanks.
work for
We
the
just
board
wanted
then?
to give you a heads up.
I'd love to ask the P&Z board what they think, too. We got one opinion already.
Okay, remember, we have an hour here, so I'm just trying to keep us on track. Is there any comments from members of P&Z as to a preference in numbers of P&Z members and how you would like to see, since we have a resignation of 2 existing? Chelsea, please.
Hi, good afternoon, Patty. I just wanted to say I'll defer to Jeffrey because he does such a good job chairing the meetings and organizing us. So I'm fine with it staying at 7, however that works, because then we reach a quorum easier at 5. So I agree with Suzanne Caskey and Jeffrey in that regard.
Okay.
Thanks.
I see Monty Thompson, you have a hand raised.
Yeah, I agree with, I think 7's a really good number for us too. Just for you guys, I think that works well for us with quorums and everything else. We have been really good. We have a good team right now, and we've had quorums every time. So
Great.
I vote for 7.
Great, thank you. Mr. Kraybacher, sir, do you have any input for us?
Well, Jeffrey makes up like 5, so I mean, we could get by with 1, frankly, and 2 alternates. But no, I kind of like. I agree with Suzanne's comments that probably makes more sense to have 5 and 2 alternates.
Okay.
I think.
So if we have the 7 that would exist are not alternates, so we'd be making 2 of those positions alternate, or we could just leave them as regulars for now and then move into alternates the next round of appointments. Rather than
just leave
demote
it, I guess,
somebody
my
to
take,
a
and see-
alternate, even though it's really not a
leave it
demotion.
and see
Okay.
see who steps up, and maybe there's somebody else that we'd really like.
All right, thank you.
Great addition.
I see,
Besides
Jasmine, are you on here? Would you like to make any comments? No, she's on the phone. So what's the phone is a,
I have no comment.
okay, thank you. And then I see Zach. Hi, Zach.
Where's Kasky?
Hi. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
7's a good number. I just echo what everyone else said.
And your dog agrees with us?
His dog agrees.
Jeff, did you have something?
I'm good.
Are you good?
Again,
Did I get everybody?
yeah, I think the only,
Suzanne
I didn't see,
on there?
Suzanne did chime in via email, and she basically reflected on, her prior service, that 5 seems to be her preferred number. Again, from our standpoint, the biggest, I think, point for the BOCC is that don't leave us with a 5-person quorum.
Yeah.
With an 8-person board.
Yeah.
So that was one of the challenges, I think, in the
Okay,
past year.
so Cindy will wrap around, so we'll bring this back up on Tuesday, and you can, probably as part of our open discussion.
Jeffrey, how much time is the commitment, do you think, like per week?
We're a little heavier this quarter. It's just the nature, and we were, and everyone on the planning commission knew that Q1 would be heavy with master plans plus casework. And the casework, for example, have been 3 meetings. So, 3 2-hour meetings, site visits that will be in your plate. So the short answer would be, if you're reading the packet and attending the meetings, you're probably at 12 hours a month. That seems to be, this month is heavier. I think we're meeting 4 times, even though we're, our regular schedule is twice. So, and again, it's partly we're getting caseload as well as long-range planning simultaneously.
Yeah.
And again, through the fourth quarter, everyone was sort of apprised that Q1 would
This is
be
gonna happen.
a heavier commitment. But also, if you look at the 2021 schedule, we were fairly light for most of the year, both in terms of casework and in terms of long-range planning.
All right, great. That gives me sort of an idea of what we're asking people to do. Thank you.
Okay, I'm making notes in my little work session black book. That's not really a black book, but just so I don't forget when we want to put things on work session time. Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Perfect timing. We got
And
comment
now
from
I'd like to
Candy.
turn it over to Ellen
Okay,
Sasana,
Ellen.
your senior long-range planner.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start by introducing Tim Malloy, who is joining via Zoom. He is the planning consultant that many of you know, who has done the lion's share of the work on the Brush Creek Master Plan update, and he's working with us on several other master plan updates as well. So you'll see more of him in the coming months. And he is going to tag team this presentation with me, so he'll be sharing his screen in a moment. Actually, he could go ahead and bring that up, and we'll get started. So this is an informal review of the Brush Creek Plan update to give you a heads up of the changes proposed in the plan since it was adopted in 2003. And really, it's to give you an opportunity today to weigh in on aspects of the plan that may give you heartburn and or gaps in the plan relative to policy issues that you're dealing with today that you'd like to see addressed. So we're not asking for any formal action from anybody today. This is really just a heads up and really starting the process of reviewing this plan. And Tim, if you want to go ahead and share your screen, we'll throw up some slides on the screen and talk about what we're going to be, next slide, we can just jump to the next one, really talking about what we're going to cover today. We'll try to be brief. We want to talk about master plan process for review and adoption, and several of you are familiar with that process, but for those who may be watching, we want to cover that briefly, and then also give an overview of the changes that are proposed in the plan since it was adopted in 2003, and then talk about next steps, how to participate for those in the public who may want to be a part of this process. So in terms of process, quickly, I think everyone knows that by state statute, the Planning and Zoning Commission is the authority that approves master plans in Pitkin County. Here we are at the second bullet. I don't know how legible that is for you, but we're doing the first informal review of the master plan with you all, just to really start the process. And in terms of public input and outreach, we have been working with several members, individual members of the public, and the Brush Creek Metro District to a greater degree over the last year or so. They've given us some great input on the existing conditions report that Tim has updated and will give you an update on today. And we hope to meet with the Metro District on March 17th at their next meeting to move into the policy plan, or the master plan proper, and get their input. But that is tentatively scheduled. We're not sure if we're invited yet, and we're working on that. And we also hope to we wanted to invite the Brush Creek Caucus. The caucus members, the caucus itself is in a fledgling form at the moment. They really haven't gotten organized yet. And then there's the Brush Creek Landowners Association. And so we're trying to bring as many of those organizations together in one meeting as we can to have the greatest impact on March 17th, but that meeting is tentative at this point. We'll continue to reach out to try to get as many people involved as we can. And then we've actually scheduled a meeting at the end of March, a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, March 29th, to start the formal review process. Realistically, I think a public hearing is going to have to get pushed out to the middle of April. We'd love to have the plan adopted after that public hearing, but plan adoption will depend on how much input we get at each meeting and changes that may have to be made.
Could I we need to move Kelly over. She's 0219. Thank you, sorry.
Could I jump in really quickly there? We have really made an effort to work with the Metro District as well as the new representatives of the caucus and try to bring them into this master plan process. And, you know, we've had a lot of great initial review of the master plan, red line, but as Ellen said, those groups are really finding their own way, and we don't have as much representation as we would like, but we felt it was important to keep going, to move forward, and once those groups are better formed, or the caucus is a little bit more organized, then I think that they will have the opportunity to come back and amend what they'd like at that point, if in fact they don't get as involved on this round.
You're very patient.
Well, we just feel like we'd love more participation, but right now we just need to move forward. So.
And yeah, I'm constantly in conversation with various members of those organizations, and hopefully we'll get more people to the table soon. Thanks, Cindy, for that. And so today, can everyone see the screen? Is it big enough for you to read? Tim, I don't know if it's possible.
I can read it.
Okay. Because we're going to have some maps coming up here. But basically what we'll do today is Tim is going to give you a brief overview of the key information in the existing conditions report update. So plan, area boundary changes, changes to build out, what that looks like, and very brief update there, but important changes to understand. And then we'll go over the highlights of the plan, aspects of the plan that have changed since 2003, and then we'll go into next steps for review and adoption and take questions. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to Tim and ask him to start with the planning area description. It's a map that he's put together, and it's tiny on this screen. Can you all see it on your screens?
No,
I'm not.
Is the issue might be the resolution of my screen? This is Tim. Why don't I pop out and adjust that and see if we can't get this to be bigger?
We think we can do it.
We think we might be able to do it right here, Tim, so
I'll let you do it, actually.
in
Okay.
effort to
So
save us some time, let's see.
Stop sharing, Tim.
stop sharing?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're just slide. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so let me get to the right screen here.
I can't move Kelly over.
Okay, so that's,
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Hang on, we need to get Kelly in here. You can't move her over?
For some reason, I can't move her or GR over with as they're logged in. I'm gonna try sending her another
Kelly?
number.
I don't know if Kelly and GR are hearing us, but for some reason we can't move you over as however you're logged in. Yeah.
Patty, I was just listening in. This is
Okay.
GR.
Kelly, your hand is up. Can you hear us? Did you have something you wanted to comment on now, or?
No, I just wanted to make sure you could call on me. I'm going to be on the computer pretty soon.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kelly.
thanks.
Right,
So,
thanks, Skylar.
thank you, Patty. So, Tim, I assume
Technology.
you can see the screen now as well.
Yes, I can.
Okay, take it away.
Alrighty. So good afternoon, members of the Board of County Commissioners and Planning Commission. I know many, though not all of you. Again, I've been a planning consultant in the Valley for, God, almost 30 years now, and have worked with the county for almost all of those 30 years in some capacity. So the drawing that you see in front of you now, and I'm going to see, I assume you can't see my cursor because this is being run by a different computer.
Correct.
But so this is the planning area, which includes about 3,000 acres. It's actually divided into sort of three pods. There's this main area, which is the area that includes, the Brush Creek subdivision. And then there's the solid waste treatment center up to the north. And then these three lots, which got isolated from the rest when the town of Snowmass Village did the annexation of Wildcat Ranch and Cougar Canyon. And so since 2003, the planning area has been reduced in size by about 1,700 acres. And these three, these three areas that you see, and I'll call it a rose color, are the areas that have been removed from the planning area since 2003. The one to the north is the Cougar Canyon area that was part of the annexation for the town of Snowmass Village. The one on the lower left was a parcel that I think was part of Seven Star. And then on the lower right, this is an area of overlap with the west of Maroon Creek plan that we felt it was appropriate to remove that so we didn't have overlapping policies between those two planning documents. The remaining area, as I said, is about 3,000 acres, and about 1,300 of those acres are actually locally owned open space. And by locally owned, I mean Pitkin County, City of Aspen, et cetera. Next. So the existing land use pattern here is pretty simple, actually. We have open space to the west and south, and running along and then running up the east side of the planning area that includes the Cozy Point Ranch property as well as the Cozy Point South and the Aspen, Mass property and the piece of land, the strip of land that was part of the Park and Ride facility, which is now open space along the river. And the rest is almost all, low density or moderate density residential. And we have a few oddities. The solid waste facility, of course, is an institutional use, and the sheriff's repeater station to the south, which is above the airport, is also an institutional use. And then we have the Park and Ride facility, which is shows here as right-of-way, but that's actually an institutional use as well. Next. So here we have the zoning pattern. Pretty much everything south of Brush Creek Road is zoned LIR 35 and was rezoned since 2003. I think it was rezoned during the time when the Drosty acquisition occurred and the Seven Star acquisition occurred. And pretty much everything north of Brush Creek Road is in AR10 or RS30. And then those lands that include the Aspen Mass and the Park and Ride lot are a mixture of AR10 and RS20. And then we have the public zoning, which is the solid waste facility. So we did a build out analysis. I'm not going to go through all of these numbers, but the key numbers are, the total acreage is 3,000 acres. 48% of that is subject to some sort of conservation agreement or is owned by either the city or the county and is part of the open space inventory. That 48% has resulted in a reduction of development potential. And again, this is residential build out, has reduced that residential build out potential by 51 units. There are a total of 142 residential units in the planning area currently. The maximum build out potential of the planning area would be 48 additional dwelling units, but the likely remaining build out, which is the number that the county, the Community Development Department has been using for a number of years when evaluating development potential throughout the county, is 29 units, and that's equivalent to about 60% of the maximum remaining build out potential. So the planning area is about 75% built out, and the average home size within the planning area is about 3,500 square feet. One thing that I will point out is that this chart doesn't show the growth potential associated with Cozy Point Ranch and the Brush Creek Park and Ride facility, both of which have some improvements either scheduled or planned for in the near future.
Great. Any questions on any of those facts that you, okay. I'm going to move on then. Thank you, Tim.
Let me just check with your board. Did you see any hands? I didn't see anything pop up. Sorry, I forget I have to look at all this
Right.
before I say no.
Okay.
I think my board's okay. Your board's okay. We're okay.
Pretty clear?
Good. Then, so this slide just shows really all of the sections that are included in the plan update, and I won't go through all of them. We will touch on each of them in a minute, but I just want to point out that there are topics that have become relevant since 2003. They were not addressed in the 2003 plan, and they are addressed in all of the master plan updates that we're doing, including this one. And one of the obvious ones is in the second column there, the second bullet down. Climate change and resiliency, while we should have been addressing those things in 2003, we didn't, and we now are addressing them in this and other plans. And we'll move on to some of the specifics here, starting with growth and land use, which is clearly something that we are all focused on and should be focused on. And looking at the residential aspect of growth, the plan makes a few recommendations. One is that we look at zoning, and the zoning map, again, is here on the left. But there are some sections of the planning area that are zoned AR10, and there's a recommendation that we look at decreasing the density allowed through zoning on some of the remaining parcels here in the area that aren't developed, so that the lower density rural residential density character is reflected via zoning throughout the planning area, excluding the Brush Creek Village area, which Brush Creek Village is zoned AR10, and I believe the zoning was laid over the subdivision after the subdivision was platted, and so all of the lots in the Brush Creek Village are non-conforming. So the plan recommends that we look at establishing some sort of zone change there to eliminate the non-conformity resulting from the zoning in the Brush Creek Village subdivision.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On this map, is it Aspen Mass property?
Yes.
Is it still zoned AR10?
It is. It is.
Aspen Mass is an open space parcel purchased by the city and county. It was originally thought to be a good spot for affordable housing. and then selling it off for some development, but
I believe, and I don't know the specifics off the top of my head. I know a portion of it is open space now. I don't think the entire parcel is open space.
that would be good to know. It's at the corner of Highway 82 and when you drop down to Smith Hill Road to go down to, head to Woody Creek.
Where the Jewish Center is.
No, that's up further towards, right by the parking lot.
At Smith Way.
It's right on the corner of Smith
Okay.
Way.
There's a parcel that's carved out of that.
That's
And I have a question.
sagebrush.
So when you talk about what, it's talked about rezoning AR-10s to, what is LIR?
Low impact residential.
Okay, to 30s
You
or
might,
20s, but what about the lots that are 10? Are there lots remaining that are just 10 acres? I mean,
They're smaller than 10 acres. so
Where
they're
in Brush Creek Village?
non-conforming.
I'm sorry.
Brush Creek Village is typically a, I think, 2-acre pattern.
2 and 4.
yeah, it just says here that land's not already zoned 35, 20, or
Right.
30
So
should be rezoned. So are all of the ones that are not in Brush Creek Village big enough to be rezoned?
there are several parcels in Pioneer. Let's see, I can show you here.
Pioneer Springs.
Pioneer Springs is an area that was developed in mostly above 30-acre lots, 35 acre parcels, and they're zoned AR-10. So while many of them have been developed, they could be subdivided
I see.
further, and that's an example of what's being addressed in that.
And the ones that have been developed there are substantial in size.
And have they been owned for a long time? I'm just wondering about somebody who buys a lot that's 35 acres and it's an investment lot, and now we're saying, oh, well, you can't really develop it.
So the best response I can give you is that this is suggesting that we look at changes to zoning here, and any changes to zoning would be subject to Planning and Zoning Commission review, public hearings, public input. It would not be taken lightly. It's a fairly extensive process. So
Okay.
we'd really have to look into any equity questions and what makes sense on the ground as well. So, if I may, I'll move
Sorry,
on.
yeah, I just wanted to
No,
clarify
those are
those.
great questions. That's
And
why we're here.
there are some other limitations on those properties as well. If you've been up there, you know that the developable part of those parcels is pretty limited.
They have a lot of steepness, there's a lot of water issues. It's very steep and dry, high and dry.
So, yeah, and so that's something that isn't.
Mostly Aspen. Brush Creek Village has mostly the shale component. Pioneer Springs is a little more ag use in the past, but still underlying geology is
It's got
probably,
some shifting soils.
got that shale bridge
Yeah.
that runs behind it.
So there's some areas that are, have large acreage that really don't accommodate more density very well. So we'll have to look at all of those pieces and parts. The next.
Kelly has her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Skylar.
I'm just wondering how to read this in terms of like the different colors. Like, what is that noting?
Oh, okay, so you can't see it very well. Oh, you mean the text?
I see that you have a black, like, I'm assuming that's what the old plan
Oh,
said.
no. Apologies. The different colors in the text were really just to highlight text for presentation purposes for me and Tim to remember what we wanted to highlight. So there's the text color has nothing to do with old or new. It's just highlighting sections we didn't want to forget to highlight for you.
That's for your information,
Yeah.
not necessarily for ours.
Sorry for the confusion there.
Thanks, Kelly.
So moving on,
I'm
there's
looking,
also a recommendation, and I believe this is carried forward from the 2003 plan, to continue to allow Brush Creek to be a receiver site for TDRs. And we're caveating that with the point that as long as TDRs may be used, and for as long as the program remains in place, basically, because we don't know really where that's going. But that is a recommendation that I believe was in the 2003 plan and is carried forward at this point with some caveats.
So Brush Creek Village uses Snowmass Creek water. I would be opposed to building
Municipal.
bigger houses, which
So-
presumably use more water, but do you have any studies that show the water usage of different sizes of houses?
Oh, well,
Energy use, but water use. Because then they have
The metro
less
will.
landscaping, so maybe they use the same amount of water. I'm just curious if you have looked at that.
We can. We have those figures, but we don't have them ready for you tonight.
Well, and that, for me, Steve, thanks for bringing that up. That brings up an issue, and you may be addressing it later on or at some point, but I know there's been an issue with landscaping in the Brush Creek Village area. Lawns and
You pointed at me.
lawns that you have to mow and the issues, because I know Greg's been concerned about it. That's why, Greg, I'm pointing out to your concern about mowing your own lawn that you don't have.
so great, those are great segues
Yeah.
into the next bullet and others that we're going to cover relating to water. But this next bullet is a question that's been raised, as you have raised it just now, saying, given water service capacity issues that we've heard about from Brush Creek Metro District in particular, and safety concerns at the Juniper Hill Road and Highway 82 intersections, should Brush Creek Village lots still be eligible for as TDR receiving sites? So it's a question that we need to explore further. We really haven't had a lot of conversation yet on that specific topic with the Metro District and others, but it's one that we need to explore. So,
Well, my water concern really isn't specific to TDR or some bigger houses. It's specific more to any house, any new building of any size, and how we can modify or regulate or incentivize or something their use of appropriate landscaping to lessen their water needs.
and we actually do have a
Oh, sorry for
recommendation
beating
that's
you to-
specific to that
Sorry.
point. So thank you. You're just queuing all these things up.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be.
But before we get there, the last change that we see relating to residential land use and growth in this area is a recommendation that land use regulations be revised to allow house size to be varied depending on visibility from public roads. And this is one we've heard from several different caucuses, depending on their perspective on house size. Really, I think the thinking is that if a house is really visible from a public road, perhaps we should have something built into our regulations that allows us to reduce the house size based on visibility from that road. So more to explore on that. Just wanted to highlight it as a change.
That's a different issue.
That's kind of like saying we don't want to see airplanes, but we'll see small ones, not big ones, at the airport.
Yeah, debate the whole, this discussion, there's a lengthy discussion
Yeah.
warranted here. So,
But one worth having.
but to keep us on track, I'll keep moving on unless you have more questions about this
And I
particular
don't see any.
Chelsea has her hand up.
Chelsea, please. I was looking.
Sorry to interrupt. I just have a quick question. How many home sites in Brush Creek are, if we're at 75% built out in the overall planning area, are we splitting hairs for how many sites in Brush Creek Village could actually potentially receive a TDR or would want to? And are the lots even developable that might receive that TDR? Are we talking about 3 or 4 homes?
Well,
That
the
might
average,
be 1,000
house,
feet bigger. And if we just require them to be, environmentally sensible or sustainably built homes, are we talking about a total of 3,000 extra feet in the long run? Is that?
the average house size, I think, is 3,400 square feet.
Right.
So I think there's a lot of room for additional square footage within Brush Creek.
But it would only be I feel like there aren't that many lots left in Brush Creek Village.
But they
But they could be redeveloped at any time.
Oh, you're talking about redevelopment. Okay, well.
There are 14 vacant lots remaining, but this policy would apply to existing lots as well that could increase their size from 3,500 to 5,750.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
Thank you for clarifying.
Before you move on,
Yes.
just, I do know, I've heard through the Brush Creek grapevine, that maybe only a few properties are the major water users And as we saw during the pandemic, when a lot of the second homes or vacant homes were filled up, a lot of those people who had just kind of newly arrived and didn't understand water were using, like, the majority of the water being used, like a large percentage by just a few homes even. So the water issues are super important here, given that our water supply is municipal from Snowmass, which comes from Brush Creek, through a very small pipe. So the water is the big limiting issue. I did want to bring up the crazy idea I had, because I get upset when I think about TDRs. Is just, we talk about them being a TDR receiving site, which gives me the a pause. But what about TDR sending site? Why don't we reward people who have small houses for not building them bigger?
That's always been a part of the discussion.
Yes.
Bring it up.
Am I surprised? Do I look surprised?
Oh, yes, definitely should be a part of the TDR discussion, and
Add that to your list.
add it
Make
to
sure
the
that's
list.
on your
It's on
list.
the list, I think, but thank you, those are great, comments. Shall we move to the next slide?
Yeah, is there any other, do you see any other from your? I see I have a
don't see
very,
any
my
more
screen, I have to scroll up, down, and around and back, but, okay. Chelsea, thanks for raising your hand and having Jeff let me know that you had your hand up. Okay, I think we're
Okay,
good.
Tim is gonna take this one.
Yes, so these are the non-residential policies. And these are just a highlight of a few of them. And the first is to modify zoning to prohibit new commercial uses. And this, I think, has arisen out of a concern on the part of Brush Creek Metro District and the Brush Creek folks about the sort of level of improvements that have been contemplated at the Cozy Point facility, and also some of the ideas that have been kicked around for some small commuter-oriented commercial uses at the Brush Creek Park and Ride lot. So there is a suggestion that we move to do some zone changes that would prohibit new commercial uses. And the second one here is to encourage the city of Aspen and county to limit commercial uses at Brush Creek Park and Ride lot only to those that directly support commuters, as I mentioned a moment ago. And then the third one is really essentially to preclude residential development and reflect resource conservation use by rezoning those public lands from whether it's LIR or AR10 or whatever their current zoning is to the RSG, Resource Government Zone District, which is really intended to be a public lands and essentially sort of a conservation zone district.
Any questions on this?
Steve, please.
This shows the area where the Jewish congregation proposal would be in one of those, I guess, one of those AR10 lots, but that's that's something that's allowed on a non-residential use on residential land, so.
Well,
I don't know if the master plan would even need to address that because it's.
Well, it's something that's coming up a lot for everything now that we have location and extent. And also in the case of a religious facility, there are specific laws around that we can't prohibit. So even if we said something in the plan that was specific to non-public or public institutional kinds of things, it could be overridden by the laws
By federal law.
today.
We've already asked for the county attorney to give us some input.
Great, thank you. Yeah, that is,
I just want to make sure I understand where would RSG be. I'm looking at this map, but just wondering, just what your designations, RSG, Resource Government.
in theory, it would be on the Pitkin County open space parcels adjacent at Aspen, Mass. And
Cozy
any
Point South, the LIR parcel?
And if that's Pitco open space, yeah.
It is.
City.
Or city.
So.
it's county.
Oh, it's county.
It's county.
It's county.
And it's
It's
zoned
within the
LIR.
county, but
Yeah,
It's
no,
on
it's
ours.
county open space.
And again,
County
South.
owned.
The zone district exists in our land use code. We haven't actually applied it to, initially it was intended to be applied primarily to federal lands to address the potential for land exchanges going from federal public lands to residential use, but it could apply to other publicly owned parcels as well. So that's where, in this case, that's what we're talking about, in terms of location.
So that rezoning for those specific issues, those specific, would be more just to reinforce what the intent and purpose already is and was. Just
Well
to
said, yeah.
Make it more secure.
Exactly, yes.
Could I just ask about
Yeah.
regarding city and county limit commercial uses at Brush Creek Park and Ride to those that directly support commuters? So we've talked about putting a coffee cart and a farm stand in there. Is that commuter support, or is that just too far afield?
To be determined.
To be determined. I think EOTC has had discussions along those lines, and I have not been privy to them, so I can't speak to the details, but I think they would have to argue successfully that those were
Commuter
the sole
supporting,
purpose
yeah.
would be to
Your
be,
commuter incentives is what,
Rather
how they
than
were
to-
brought forward. yeah.
rather than to establish a commercial center for other, for a broader use. Great question.
Like e-bike
If,
Oops.
Al, if I could take a moment to say something about this.
Of course.
Cindy implied it a moment ago, and that is that this document will become very important for any public use that comes through the process, because public uses aren't subject to the land use code. They go through the location and extents review, and the location and extents review has a sole criteria, and that is compliance with the applicable master plan, which this would be. So if you want to have some amount of teeth with respect to what uses occur on any public lands within the planning area, this would be the place to put it.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Tim. So, may I move on?
Yes,
Yeah?
please.
Okay.
I'm just looking at
Right,
how much more
time.
we need to.
So, as you know, the county has an intergovernmental agreement with the Brush Creek Metro District that is due to expire in 2024. And if that IGA is renewed, there's some items for consideration listed in the plan. One relates to a development review timeline that's established in the current IGA relating to ridgeline review, and I think it relates to requirements for the Metro District to review these ridgeline reviews within a certain time frame. And given changes to the land use code, that timeline has become an issue and very difficult to implement for our community development staff. So it's that timeline, that whole ridgeline review issue is one that needs to be revisited so that it functions, it can be implemented well. And then the current IGA refers to an outdated Aspen annexation plan. So probably want to be looking at the 2019 annexation plan that's in place now to address any annexation issues. And then also, I believe the current IGA does speak to some extent to the Cozy Point Ranch development and the Brush Creek Park and Ride lot. And so any conversations relating to those would be updated as well to be current and reflect current sentiments.
Okay, let's keep moving, because
Yep,
we've got a lot of
okay.
pages left to go in 10 minutes.
We do.
But I think we're going to go over, because we did take some earlier time to talk about a different issue. That's okay.
So this is the affordable housing policy, and not much has changed in this section of the plan. The current policy discourages affordable housing, that is the county's current policies discourage affordable housing outside of the urban growth boundary. The policy that's in the Brush Creek plan currently recommends rezoning of lands to AH, or against rezoning of lands to AH, but notes that citizen housing, and I think here they're mostly talking about caretaker dwelling units, outside the urban growth boundary may be acceptable where the density is appropriate, like for example in the Brush Creek subdivision area, and where a development is containable. And I put quotes around this because I think that term would have to be kind of carefully defined. But the map that you see on the left shows the current inventory as we're able to define it, given the limitations of our data, of caretaker dwelling units within the planning area. So you can see kind of the distribution of CDUs out there already. And I'd also note that the City of Aspen, of course, is considering additional staff housing at the Cozy Point Ranch. And the question here is, and as I mentioned earlier, since the City of Aspen and the Cozy Point Ranch is a public facility and not subject to the land use code, should there be a policy in this master plan document that addresses future housing, which the city is contemplating at the Cozy Point Ranch, in light of the safety concerns at Juniper Hill Road and the water issues?
So, thanks, Tim. Yeah, that's something we'll want to discuss further with. We are in communication with the City of Aspen on the Cozy Point Ranch parcel and management plan and potential changes and improvements there. I'm sure they will want to weigh in on that particular question.
And a heads up, the Board of Commissioners is currently planning to discuss housing again at a mini retreat. And I'm hoping that this policy, which we're not sure what the policy is at the board, if it's really a policy, or if it was just a conversation about prohibiting existing affordable housing outside of the urban growth boundary. So that will maybe be coming back to the board to reevaluate.
Right. That's
whether it's a policy or just
It's
a
in
discussion.
the land use code as
Well,
policy.
yeah, but we've talked about it with staff, with John Ely and John Peacock, and it's unclear. So just to give you guys a heads up, that discussion will be coming back.
But again, this plan will have some weight. Will really be the tool you have to address housing on Cozy Point to the extent that you do come up with a policy that you want to stick with. You may want to see that policy reflected in this plan if possible.
And make a recommendation to the P&Z on your thoughts there.
Yeah.
Thanks. So then I'll be really brief on the open space, recreation, and tourism portion of the plan. Really, again, not a lot of change here. One of the things that I think is relevant more recently, given the intense recreational activities we've had relating to COVID and just in general, there's a recommendation that the impacts of recreational activities be monitored and analyzed, and that refinements to recreational uses be refined as warranted, that there be a really dynamic approach so that if the impacts are really significant, perhaps the recreational uses can be ratcheted back, or if they're, or may go the other direction. So that's really the biggest change in that section.
So this is a wildfire section. This is an entirely new section. There was no wildfire section in the 2003 plan. And the objective here is to establish and administer wildfire policies and programs to minimize the danger and destruction associated with wildfires. There are several policies in this section, but the two we wanted to highlight were this one that requires retroactive defensible space standards for all existing residences when a remodel building permit is sought. So if you're in an area where you've got some, wildfire hazard, and you can see on the map on the right that the wildfire hazard in this area is severe pretty much for almost the whole area, especially the area where the residential development exists. So that's something that will need to be discussed carefully, because I'm sure it's a concern to existing, landowners. And then developing a community evacuation plan in cooperation with the county and the Aspen Fire Protection District and the Colorado State Forest Service, because we really have a pretty serious wildfire hazard here.
And the evacuation plan is something we're recommending countywide. It's really critical, and we don't have very many of them in place.
So where does the Forest Service come in on a master plan, a planning effort for Brush Creek?
Can I just ask about want to look at the first bullet point, require retroactive defensible space standards for remodels, building permits. Is that really we can't do anything before a remodel permit is put in say a house is surrounded by brush, it's touching the exterior walls of the house, nothing can happen until they apply for a remodel permit. Is that what I understand?
Did you want to say something first?
Jeffrey has the answer.
I was
And then
just
Kelly's got her hand up too, so,
Do you
but
wanna
Jeffrey,
Kelly
go
first?
ahead.
Okay. I was just going to add, there's 142 homes in the planning area. Brooke Stott and others from Roaring Fork Rural Fire will do for free basically a defensible space exercise for you and give you a free printed report and
Fire
conditions what you need to do for your house. And so that to me seems to be, from a planning perspective, even before a remodel, just normal day-to-day would be Roaring Fork Rural will do this for free. And most of it is cutting limbs off trees and creating a 5-foot or 10-foot and then giving you all the education of what you need to do. For example, don't put mulch outside your house, use gravel. So
Aspen Fire District does the same thing.
Yeah.
The problem is over the years that I've been on the board, we have worked with local
Yeah.
residential neighborhoods, done all that, and then nobody does anything at the end of the day.
The other piece I was going to add at a higher level, it would be very interesting to see how Upper Snowmass has been successful with their FireWise program. Because as you drive around Snowmass and Capitol Creek, you're immediately alerted to the fire danger on that day, as well as evacuation routes. And that goes for campers, that goes for anyone in the valley, that there's alternate routes that are not just Watson Divide or Snowmass Creek Road or Capitol or Emma.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see if FireWise is a program that should have or should be incorporated into, an updated master plan, given the wildfire danger.
Firewires is pretty
That's a very
standard.
good,
Yeah, wait,
that's
wait.
a very good point. And I would note that somebody asked what role the Colorado Fire Service would play, and they are actually, I
Forest
believe, the originators of the FireWise program, and they have an outline for how to, establish it for your community.
Right.
And Patty, the way that works today.
So that's CSFS.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
I just want a clarification. I've never seen that termed that way.
I've
Well-
never heard Colorado State Fire.
Firewise
Yeah.
and WUI areas is a standard across. We have it all mapped within Pickens County, so, yeah, I think we're there. It's just getting people to do it.
Right, and our lever right now is a building permit
Right.
or a land use application.
Right.
Where we then impose those standards from the state
Right.
on those properties.
Right.
And what this would be a further action to say, hey, it might not be a new property, you might just be remodeling and would like you to comply.
Right, but Greg's question is, can we do anything about people who aren't coming in for anything new? Can we enforce this on people who are just leaving their houses as they are? And I think
Like
we
in a
can
master
encourage.
plan, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think we can. We can encourage and
You
incentivize.
could have an overall regulation, land use regulation that applied as a standard everywhere, that those standards for compliance
But how would you enforce
address
that on somebody who's
everyone,
not
but
coming
it's
in for
hard
a
to
permit?
enforce.
Yeah, the
So-
permit is the
so-
key, the trigger.
So it's a good query. It's, I think, given climate change and the risk of wildfire that grows every day, it's an important conversation that needs to be had. I think right now, we have some somewhat limited tools, but perhaps we could come up with some other regulatory approaches in addition to encouraging and incentivizing.
Because Greg, didn't they have a free chipping program at Brush Creek started by
At
Rick
one point,
Valentine?
I think Valerie actually had that, and
A
had some
what?
funding from us.
Chipping program.
To bring the chipper out, and actually had the correctional facility guys would
You
actually
don't
come and
wanna
do.
know.
If we could reestablish that, it might help, but her problem is getting people to actually.
Sure. How do you,
Like, I'm taking her up on it, but I don't know if anyone else is. so.
how do you incentivize people?
Okay.
And so, good questions.
I'm
and
gonna
some-
go back. Kelly had her hand up and
Oh.
I didn't know. Kelly, do you still have a question, or I know your hand was up?
No, you guys answered it in the
Okay, great.
conversation.
Thank you. Okay, moving along.
So moving along to scenic quality. Briefly, again, given what's occurred with the solar facility in this area, there is now a recommendation to address the visual impacts of large solar panel facilities in the land use code beyond what is currently addressed. So something to look at. And also a recommendation relating to the Brush Creek Metro District, Pitkin IGA. Again, update it to make sure that we're considering the potential for scenic impacts relating to development, again, on Cozy Point Ranch, Brush Creek Park and Ride, and the Aspen Mass properties. So just something, we'll see where that IGA update goes, but I think it's on the horizon, and these are things to consider.
Okay, let's keep
Questions there, Tim?
Yep, so we're looking here at two sections, air quality and water quality. In the air quality, this is a new section. It wasn't included in the 2003 plan, with the objective being to preserve the current air quality within the planning area. There are a couple of highlighted policies here. One is to strengthen regulations associated with construction activities, and the other is to encourage the use of existing transit service and facilities in the development and use of alternative energy vehicles. The construction activities one, it really has largely to do with things that are probably already occurring, but we might want to be a little bit stricter about. And then under water quality, this has a new objective statement that identifies protection of all creeks, wetlands, and other surface waters as a high priority within the planning area. And here we have a number of new action items, including looking at aquifer depletion and groundwater quality and land use reviews, as opposed to just surface water or well water, et cetera. And the enforcement of existing on-site wastewater treatment regulations, and research new technologies for wastewater treatment and incorporating successful technologies into the code. And then encouraging efficient use of domestic landscape irrigation, agricultural irrigation water. And this is something that the Brush Creek Village is particularly concerned about, given the issues that have been discussed already this evening. And then promoting regional watershed planning and participating in IGAs and water court proceedings as warranted to protect water quality in the Colorado River Basin. This is a somewhat aggressive policy, but something worth discussing, I think.
And I think, Patty, that this, and Francie, to some extent, this third bullet under water quality does speak to the issue you raised about efficient use of domestic and landscape irrigation water and installation of efficient irrigation systems. And maybe, perhaps we should go even further beyond that recommendation.
I'd like to have something with more with the plant and vegetation use, because there's some good opportunities to not use things that require a lot of water. It's a national trend.
Right, right. Good point. And I'm going to move us along unless there are other questions or comments there. So, as I said earlier, a new section in all of our master plans relates to climate change and resiliency. And really, without going into a lot of detail here, I'll say that the plans, all of them, support and implement the direction and goals identified in the Pitkin County Climate Emergency Resolution that you all adopted. Without going into all the details again, really one of the key points there is to reduce annual greenhouse gas emissions by 90%, from 2020 levels by 2050. And there are other there are other important elements here relating to supporting the diversion of construction and demolition waste and debris from the landfill, and continually supporting and developing regional mass transit efforts and transportation solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Again, you're going to see this in all of the plans coming forward. And then in the resiliency section of the plan, we spoke to wildfire, and that's one of the issues to address. And really, I think what the emergency manager in Pitkin County has been stressing is the need for planning area residents to proactively engage in self-support measures to ensure their own safety in the event of wildfire and other natural disasters. And that's something that she drives home at every meeting I've attended where she's working with residents. Really critical, in addition to several other recommendations in this section. And I won't dwell on them.
We will hear more of that at every meeting, not just with people in residential neighborhoods.
Yeah, and so in addition to the evacuation plans, really...
I got Suzanne. Suzanne Kasky has her hand up. Please, Suzanne, nice to see you. You're on mute, Suzanne.
You're still on mute.
Still muted.
Oh dear.
Raise your hand again when you figure out how to get off mute, and we'll take your question anytime.
Would you like?
Oh, there you go.
There she is.
You're off. Suzanne, please.
I can see with the pace that you're moving along that there's not a lot of time for pondering some of this, but I had made a note when I read this earlier that under the area called under growth management and plus house size, that there we were looking at things like allowing houses to get larger if they were in a TDR receiving zone, and then there were other things about water. It seems to me that there's redundancy, and I'm happy about that, in that particular section and in this one about climate change, because now what the county knows is that climate change, that house size and the land use landfill areas have a lot, and house size and the TDRs using them to increase house size has a lot to do with climate change. So how do we work that in?
Great question. Does anyone else? Great question to be followed up on in several, probably over the next several months.
Okay.
So thank you, Suzanne, for bringing it up, because that's kind of the purpose of this meeting, is to give staff some additional thoughts and ideas to work and bring back to us at our next.
But you are right, it is all interrelated. So then just moving on the resiliency side, again, we really need to be looking at our water supply and actively promoting protection of water sources, and also considering economic resiliency. And we're talking about encouraging a diverse economy in order to respond to climate-related factors. As snow goes away, not to be a downer, but we need to be nimble in terms of allowing the economy to perhaps respond as climate change affects it. And this, again, you're going to see in all of the plans coming forward. And then Tim is going to cover roads and transit.
Yes, here again, these are not new policies. Some of these policies were included in the 2003 plan, but these are some changes. And the main one here, I think, from the standpoint of Brush Creek, was to work with Pitkin County and the Colorado Department of Transportation to monitor traffic at that intersection of Highway 82 and Juniper Hill Road, and consider some, safety improvements there as warranted, due to the increase in traffic, not only on Highway 82, but in response to, some development proposals being discussed by the city for Cozy Point, et cetera. And then with respect to transit, we're looking here at ensuring the rural character of the planning area is preserved, and in doing so, ensuring that increased use and development of the Brush Creek Intercept lot takes into consideration and mitigates traffic noise and further illumination of the night sky, which has been a big concern expressed by the Brush Creek folks. And also work with the county and CDOT and RAFTA to monitor traffic impacts associated with the park and ride lot to establish a better understanding of the long-term plans for the facility, and maybe manage that in a way that contemplates or considers the impacts on Brush Creek area residents. There are other policies in those sections, but those are the ones that we highlighted.
Okay. I don't see any questions at this point.
So again, back to water and sewer. The policies from 2003 were revised really to respond to issues raised by the Brush Creek Metro District. They are and should continue to monitor water use and plan for maintenance and improvement projects as needed, and complete the ongoing capital improvement analysis that they're working on, and work with the county to obtain necessary land use approvals to allow those improvements to take place. And then also the Metro District is encouraged to develop and implement water conservation measures, again, to address issues that you've already raised. We're just about
We're getting there. We're
done
good.
here, getting there. Tim is going to speak to the airport.
Yeah, and this is a new section. There was no airport section in the 2003 plan. There's not much in here, and most of it focuses on the desire to have representatives of the Brush Creek planning area be participating in the future planning and improvements that are occurring or are intended to occur at the airport over the next 5 to 10 years, which are substantial. The airport isn't in the planning area, but as we all know, the dominant, arrival and departure flight corridor is adjacent to and over this planning area. So they are, of course, very concerned about what happens at the airport and how the flight paths are going to occur and the kinds of planning that's going on with respect to new generation of aircraft, et cetera.
I don't think there's anything that says that they can't be involved in the process. And I think a lot of them have already been involved in the process. I do have a question. I see Dan Bartholomew is Dan's still with us.
So-
Is there not a noise, do we not have any noise monitors in the Brush Creek Village area? I know we have them in Woody Creek. Do we not have them that direction? Dan's here.
can't
Dan,
answer.
do you have an answer to that?
Sure. I don't believe we have anything in the Brush Creek area, but we do have at the Woody Creek.
Okay.
You're right, near the fire station down there, a little south of that. But we are going to be evaluating adding additional permanent monitors. So
Okay, so that might be a thought for us to keep in mind.
Mhm.
And then Steve, I think you had a,
Well, I was thinking they want to have representatives participating, and I would think the place for that would be we will have robust public outreach when there are major things being planned at the airport.
Mhm.
So that would be the opportunity, but just to put an asterisk by, be sure to notify and invite the people from the Brush Creek.
hopefully we'll have a
Caucus
caucus, and
area or
caucuses
whatever
usually
to
get those
participate.
notices. Well, they do have a caucus.
I'm sure that won't be dropped, but it maybe should be written into this plan.
And I believe it is, but yes, we'll look at that, and good recommendation,
So
thank
can
you.
I ask, don't we usually send those notices out to like caucuses? So there would be, they have a caucus now, it's just in its beginnings, but they still must have a caucus mailing, so we could just include that in and send it out to the caucuses like we do to the Woody Creek caucus,
Mhm.
when we have airport issues coming forward.
I think that's one of the reasons they wanted to form a caucus, so that they
Can be
would,
involved.
yeah, beyond the Metro District
Right.
Board, which has a pretty specific purpose.
Okay.
And then this is the last slide, really, speaking to the Solid Waste Center, basically supporting the county's efforts to close and reclaim and reuse the Solid Waste Center at some point at the end of its life, and also to continue
Zach's
pursuing. Agreed, yeah.
Hold on.
Also, to continue pursuing aggressive programs for diverting recyclables and recoverables, really critical. And then this is specific to the area, the Brush Creek area. It's encouraging the county to continue the current program of groundwater monitoring and to pursue other measures to ensure that groundwater contamination doesn't extend beyond the Solid Waste Center property
I think
boundaries.
that's a state requirement, but we can let them know that.
And that's what we've got, other than to say that, we're going to continue to reach out to everybody and anybody who wants to participate in this process. We have the Brush Creek Master Plan and Draft Master Plan and the existing conditions report on our community development website. And we welcome any and all input, and we'll be moving into a review with the Planning Commission at the end of this month, and hopefully adopting by mid-April.
Okay, and I think Steve has a question, and then Francie.
So in terms of the solid waste center, I don't think it's ever gonna go away totally. The landfill part might go through closure, but then
You could bail.
I think that the recycling and
It's a lie.
repurposing And composting operations probably will continue forever at that site, very likely. I would leave that possibility open in the wording of this, and then it would also probably be a transfer station, and not be just totally closed and the whole thing shut down, but I think there will always be activity there that needs to be addressed.
And I think the request is that the caucus or other organizations in Brush Creek be allowed to participate with the county in planning efforts moving forward about next steps. So that's really their focus.
Okay.
Do I see any other? Kelly, please.
Oh, you skipped me.
Oh, Francie, sorry. You are packed up. I thought you were leaving the room. Kelly.
Getting ready.
Yeah, Francie, please.
Got a
and
long
then
way
Kelly.
home. I thought I had read that there was something in there about the visibility of solar farms. Did you
There is.
cover that and I slept through it, or?
You were sleeping right
It was
there.
under
Must have been-
scenic impacts. They want, they're
Resi-
concerned about scenic impacts of large solar
Yeah.
farms.
Yes.
You didn't, it was there.
I
you-
read it, but I missed it today. I'm sorry.
Well, I think all caucus areas should have a solar farm to look at.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve.
I did want to bring up on that topic, I wanted to compare that page with the two following regarding, because I was wondering if it was too specific, the one note about solar farms, or, it's a sore subject for some people in Brush Creek. So they brought up the visual impacts of large solar panel facilities. I can anticipate, I'm not anticipating more large solar panel facilities, but I'm probably anticipating individual homes will start putting more ground-mounted and roof-mounted solar in. That's maybe more of a concern to be addressed in this. But then also, is it too specific? Large solar panel facility sounds very specific to solar panels.
Yeah.
And it just seemed to me that if we really want to have influence on what is in the view plane, it should be more broader than that, because, well, we have one guy who was a proponent of oil wells. He wanted to drill an oil well instead, right? So that wouldn't, just want to
Wind
make sure the
turbines.
language isn't so wind turbines or whatever comes next, nuclear,
Okay.
you know.
Okay, I'm gonna go to Kelly now, because she's been very
Yeah,
patient
sorry,
with her
Kelly.
hand up.
No, that's okay. And I have two things, I guess, and I'll tag onto this conversation. I guess I was wondering if I could see there being potentially a conflict between this section with the solar panels and, the lighting at Brush Creek. Because, one of the things I was thinking is, and that we've talked about, is if we, shelter parking areas and then put solar on top of those, you'd both reduce kind of the lighting aspect that people would experience from Brush Creek, but then you generate the problem with the solar panels that they wish to avoid. So I guess I'm wondering how we deal with that when we find conflicts like that in these plans. And then my other question is, has there been any discussion about extending the urban growth boundary around the Brush Creek Park and Ride?
Your last comment has a lot of history. The very first Aspen Area Community Plan included that, and then it was taken out of the plan and put in as a separate node to be considered, because we knew that, it was a very important intersection, but it was taken out of the urban growth boundary because there was fear that it would develop as an urban growth boundary type of area versus just being looked at as a transportation type intersection facility.
With extension of water and sewer.
And all of that. So it was very intentional that it was kept out at the time from the Aspen Area Community Plan urban growth boundary. So
Okay.
that was very intentional at the time, and the discussion always comes back. It comes back a lot, back and forth.
And to answer your other question about perhaps being too limiting in looking at, in restricting the visual impacts of large solar facilities, this is just it's a recommendation to consider amending the code to address visual impacts. And I think that if we do make a code amendment in that direction, that we'd really want to consider, make sure that we're not cutting off our noses despite our faces, so to speak, that we're being really comprehensive and thinking about how best to address the issue without limiting ourselves to a greater extent than is beneficial to the community.
Just as in the old days when we prioritized wildlife in the land use code as, a very important aspect of the community, I think we're hitting a new time when we're looking at renewables and whether or not those will have priorities, given all the issues along with visual or facilities. So.
Okay. Well, all right, am I seeing any other, Jeff, do you see anybody from yours, or do you want to chime in as chair of P&Z before we close this? Greg has a hard stop here in 2 minutes. I told him he's more than welcome to leave the room.
But I want the room.
Thank you.
I do not see hands. Greg, I'll cover for you. I guess my 6 majors were fire, net zero.
Mike, there you go.
I don't see any hands from P&Z. I see Suzanne actually first. Sorry, Suzanne Caskey first.
I just need direction on, this is a side matter. It doesn't have to do with this. It has to do with the size of Planning and Zoning Commission. We've just lost 2 people. And it is my opinion only, I'm only saying this for myself, P&Z at 9 members, I think is unwieldy and much too big. So I would like to talk to you all. So who do I talk to?
Suzanne, we discussed that at the beginning of the meeting. And
good. Okay. Well,
Cindy's going to bring back, and we've taken into consideration a 5 or 7 member board and how we might address that. We're going to bring it back probably on Tuesday. And but Cindy Hubin's your contact person on that. So if you have any more comments, please send them to Cindy. We're hoping to do it at open discussion on Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Suzanne.
So
It's you, buddy. It's you.
So specifics for staff. I would love to see a larger push for the net zero building. I know it's touched on. Again, if we only have 149 houses, currently right now, if you're in Pitkin County, we offer you $25,000 to upgrade your house, to put solar on it, to be a net zero building. And because you triple dip in Pitkin County. So I'd love to see a more aggressive push on the net zero building, whether that's through remodel, and we could tackle Firewise at the same time. So that would be one. I would echo the chair's comment about water. Why are we still irrigating? My backyard is 15 square miles of BLM land, and last I checked, they don't irrigate for sagebrush, scrub oak, or serviceberries. And the deer and the elk, because of the change in the climate, are now sheltering and foraging at lower elevation. So my third point would be, I'd like to see more on wildlife in this plan. I'm really concerned that I'm seeing elk this year, and I've never seen elk in 8 years in my backyard, and that's actually really disconcerting. And I spoke briefly with Curtis Tesh, and if you haven't listened to the last CPW podcast, it's excellent on why we're seeing the deer and elk stressed and at lower elevations in March. So that's really disconcerting. We've touched on noise. I would agree that, bless you, decibel ratings or some monitoring makes sense. We didn't touch on the 2, I think, hot buttons that are parking and roads. And we did 2 location extents this year, one for Cozy Point, as well as one for Brush Creek Park and Ride. And so there are current studies on traffic and traffic volumes around Juniper Hill. There's a little bit of finger pointing between the city, the 7,000 square foot salad bar that they're putting in at Cozy Point, and the county. But again, and sorry, that was personal opinion, as opposed to a 28-foot tall, single story bathroom across the road.
Salad bar.
So it seems to me we have more data to bring to this conversation. I think it was Sam Fox or something with Fox Tuttle that had Juniper Hill data. So that should be part of this process that I'm pretty sure the city would be happy to share with you. Sorry, those were my 60 seconds.
I wasn't sure whether you said Stallion Barn.
Oh my
or
God.
Salad Bar.
Both are applicable.
It's a 7,000 square foot salad bar on one side of the street and a 28-foot tall single story water closet on the other side of the street. So those are the 2 location extents that we had this year.
Well, thank you all. I'm sorry,
Forgot the
Francie, if we
fire
did put you to sleep
I wasn't actually
momentarily.
asleep, but somehow I missed it.
But
It's been a long day.
thanks, and it has been a long day, and it was the end of the day, so appreciate everybody's attentiveness, and we'll see the Planning Commission at the end of the month with this plan, and hopefully we'll make changes that make sense to everybody, and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Before we close out the meeting, I just want to bring to everybody's attention, I left on the Board of Commissioners' desk, this orange slide is, and we're going to be posting it everywhere we possibly can. It's the contact information for the City of Aspen, Colorado Department of Transportation Roundabout Project, repaving from ABC into town, and the Castle Creek Bridge reconstruction. There's a failing bridge support. So everybody keep a note of this. I gave it to the commissioners so they can carry it in their back pockets for anybody who's concerned about it. These are the contact information for you to receive further information on the project. Okay.
Great. Thank you.
So thank you, P&Z. We really appreciate you. Tim Malloy, so nice to see you, sir. Haven't seen you around in a very long time. So thank you, Suzanne. Always good to see you, and the rest of P&Z. Joe, you're still there with us. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.
Jeff,
Good night.
anything else? Okay, we're good to go. Thank you. Thank you, Grassroots. BOCC will
Night,
be
everybody.
back tomorrow at noon. We are changing our schedule for tomorrow so the public knows. We're going to hear the issue up Woody Creek with Woody Creek Commune 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be coming before the short-term rental discussion at the end of tomorrow's regular meeting as part of land use public hearings. Thank you.
Great.
See you
Thank
guys
you.
tomorrow, ready and armed and ready to go.
Thanks, everybody.
Skylar,
Armed
Skylar, do you want me to turn this
and
off?
ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott. And tomorrow, thank you already.
Thank you.